Mm-hmm.
right? Because the surface is curved down and away from you.
And this is
There's no need to invent some new thing to save it, right? No need to invent something to save it.
And you perform that test.
Right.
It was wrong.
It was just wrong.
The person
That's right.
on the other side.
I mean, there are now like dozens and dozens of different variations of relativity.
Well, yeah,
and they
if
all
it goes
contradict
beyond
each
what
other
they're suggesting
in
the
many ways.
mathematics for of curvatures.
They all contradict Newton.
Then it's like, okay, well that maths is wrong, or something's not right.
It's why it's called a crisis
Hang on,
in
I'll be right
cosmology.
back. I've just got family around.
You've got all these unreconcilable claims, and everybody's trying to earn recognition in their fields for coming up with the latest whiz-bang statistical model that kinematically describes the motions and observations of an
Sounds like you might
untestable
want to go for it.
celestial
The
realm.
math is wrong, but
And people call that physics. Technically,
So
I
I'm
guess
now
it's
reading
described
here,
as
scaling up and
theoretical
down refers to the
accurate.
process of proportionally increasing or decreasing the size, parameters, and dimensions of a system while studying how its properties change. This concept is crucial in fields like mechanics, fluid dynamics, materials science, and engineering. So geometric scaling, when it's up, it's doubling the linear dimensions, length, width, and height of an object. Increase its surface area by 4 times L squared, and volume, and thus mass, by 8 times L to the power of 3. But when you scale down,
Right. So is there like a model, like a molecular model of general relativity?
No.
Does general relativity appear in like gas law equations, and is it described in the kinetic theory of gas? No.
Yeah, I would rather have this conversation with an actual physicist to see what his thoughts are.
Maybe you could ask one of the 100 that published a book saying they disagreed with him.
I would love to have a
we've got lots
conversation
of
with
great-
them about this.
Yeah. We've got quotes and citations from lectures and books throughout the ages, and nothing we're saying is like conspiratorial or even controversial in the mainstream. What we find is a lot of people coming in here to defend it don't know what is and isn't controversial in the literature and in the ongoing discussions. Because people have a very popular science view of the world and how it works. People read science articles without reading the papers. So we've got this big contradiction before us, and that's like the existence of a pressurized system of air that we're breathing against the backdrop of an infinitely expanding vacuum of outer space. Relativity, if it's true, is violating the second law of thermodynamics, because it means that there's a gravitational compression and it resulting heat and friction of gas molecules on Earth. But
so relativity, if it is true, wait, let's examine this. Relativity, if it's true, it goes against the second law of thermodynamics about
the
entropy,
behavior
right?
of gas molecules in the air we breathe. Yeah, it's
Let's
reversing
examine
the
this.
entropy
Let's
of
see.
gas.
Let's see what I find about this.
Right, but they'll, and you'll find claims that, oh no, it doesn't, because what we are doing is we are contracting
You already guessed it.
space-time itself. Yeah. So you know what? I say, okay, how did you determine that there is a contraction of space-time? They say, well, it's not empirical. Nobody actually saw or measured a contraction of space-time. It was another one of these things, like with dark matter and dark energy. They had to introduce a concept that nobody observes in order to explain what is observed. Space contraction, the Lorentz contraction in space-time, is another ad hoc rescue device for relativity that is unscientific.
Introducing concepts to explain or to make your ideas consistent with each other is not a bad thing, right? You would probably do the same thing to explain why we fall down.
I mean, I could come up with explanations, but if I were to be honest about them, I'd have to tell you that if my explanations are not backed by evidence and logic, then they're just stories, like the globe, like relativity.
Yeah, you just have to be honest. Say, I can't prove it. I don't know. Even
right.
That's a good answer too.
like
right. So the current system of explanation is the only one that we have at the moment. To explain
why is one even required? Like, what's this illusion that people have that they think, well, it needs to be explained?
Okay, you're not interested in explaining it, sure, but some people are.
Right. You know who's really good at explanations? Liars. People in your life that lie to you. Con artists. People who pull off petty crimes using con games. They're
Detectives are also good at explaining things.
And they're great at explanations without evidence.
Detectives are also good at explaining things with evidence or using the limited evidence.
Yeah, so we can subject these claims of relativity to a courtroom-style examination, and it fails. The very claims of relativity are in contradiction with what we can test and prove thermodynamically.
I don't think anyone here is qualified enough to say if it fails or not.
That's just your opinion. Are you familiar with the Sagnac effect?
Sorry, Sprout, go ahead.
Just asking. You familiar with the Sagnac effect?
No.
So, what's claimed in the Sagnac effect is if I shoot one laser in one direction and I shoot laser 90 degrees offset in another direction, and then reflect the laser beams back to their point of origin. And if I examine the oscillation of the light waves, that they won't match even though they travel the same length.
What is it called?
So, the Sagnac effect, SAGNAC.
Yeah, okay.
It's often provided as proof of relativity. They say that this is measuring Earth's velocity through space.
It says here in opposite directions, is that right?
Opposite in this case means 90 degrees to each other.
Yeah, so you shoot one to your left and one to your right, that's what it means?
Yeah. One to your left or right and one straight ahead or backwards. 90 degrees.
Which means that the angle between them is 180, not 90.
No, it's 90. It's going to be 90. It's going to be like one to your left and one straight ahead, or one to your right and one straight ahead. And what they've done is they shoot one leg towards the north and they shoot the other leg towards the east. So what they found is that the light waves, when they recombine, they do not match, which suggests in people's minds that there's some kind of drag, that there's some kind of interference happening. There's some phenomenon at work that is causing the light to recombine and not produce the same pattern. So you know what they do? They look around in nature for explanations, and this is why it's not scientific. They didn't determine the cause. They look around for explanations. And you know what they've decided? They've decided, based off of a philosophical preference, that this has to do with the sidereal motion of the stars. Doesn't have to do with the motion of the sun, which is different, or the motion of the moon, which is different, or the motion of the planets, which are different. They said, no, it has to do with the motion of the stars. And under that assumption, they then calculate the velocity that they think it should be. That corresponds with this interference pattern that they see on a plate. But the interference pattern itself doesn't mean there's velocity of any specific or determined magnitude and direction by itself. They have to choose a reference frame for it, and they just arbitrarily chose the stars. And this created a big debate between geocentric people who believe the Earth is in the middle of the universe, and a heliocentric, or I should say universal, like Big Bang, big attractor-centric view of the cosmos, that Earth is not the center. But there's no way to philosophically differentiate between the two with any real determination.
The Sagnac effect is actually at its strongest when the beams are counter-propagating, which means that the angle is 180 degrees between them. And at 90, the effect diminishes because of the geometric projection of the loop area. It reduces sensitivity.
Well, there are variations of it. I'm talking about what Sagnac did. But there are variations of it. Yeah, they've even got one where they put these lasers in a square configuration and they put it on a table and they spin that fucker around. So the very fact, though, that the process I'm describing to you is a process of induction, which is not scientific deduction. They have this phenomenon and they're looking around for possible explanations. And they choose what they think makes sense based off of what philosophical preferences and how they've interpreted and evaluated other data that came before. And where I was going with this is even within Einstein's relativistic framework, looking at the Sagnac effect, the honest position to take working within Einstein's framework is that this does not differentiate between whether Earth is moving or whether space is moving around Earth. Einstein introduced, in order to get away from the geocentric claim, Einstein proposed that perhaps space-time is contracting as a result of Earth's velocity under special relativity. And that this contraction of space-time has caused a length shortening in one of the arms of the lasers or light beams. And that's what caused the interference pattern to show that the light beams were not the same. That's, again, like nobody sees an actual contraction of space-time. They came up with the explanation, and it's something they don't see to explain a phenomenon that they do see. So this is all pseudoscientific, bro. This is why astrophysics is not applied physics. It's why it's theoretical physics. It only exists as thought experiments on paper. It only exists as possible explanations. Granted, it's backed by a lot of math and a lot of philosophy, but at the end of the day, it's not scientific, it's not empirical. And many of the claims are in direct opposition to what we can prove is happening in reality. They claim that contraction of space-time gives the appearance of entropic law violation when it's not really happening. And there's no way to actually test or prove that is the case.
They claim that the contraction of space-time violates entropic law shows entropic law violation.
That's what I say. It's a way they try to reconcile why their explanation violates entropic law. They come up with
How so?
A metaphysical framework.
How does it violate entropic law?
Because without the metaphysical framework as an explanation, they are supposing that gravity is causing the compression of gas molecules around a ball, forming an atmosphere for us to breathe.
How does that violate entropy? Or the increasing of entropy, yes.
Yeah, because gas is supposed
How
to
does it-
disperse. Gas's nature as unbonded matter is dispersing through a medium to equalize the pressure based on the forces that are applied to it, right? Well, gravity's not a force, so there's problem number one under relativity.
So I'm looking.
Might be the only problem to get into, really. They'd have to
It's
claim that
representing the unavailability of a
time is
system's thermal
compressing
energy
gas.
for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. So, if the distance between the gases and the Earth keeps shrinking under relativity, I don't see how this violates the definition of increasing entropy.
Right, because you have to have that metaphysical framework to provide an explanation. Without
So
that
if
framework,
it provides an
gravity is
explanation, that means it
compressing
doesn't really violate it.
well, the explanation is only as good as how much evidence you can use to support it. But you haven't observed that explanation happening in the first instance to even test for it. It's a story.
Right, so it doesn't directly violate it because it can be explained away.
Well,
Unproven-
explaining shit away doesn't mean that you've proven that your explanation is correct.
That is true, right? But it also means that the hypothesis hasn't been proven to be violating the system or the
No,
rule.
that's not how it works, man. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
not
that's
how it
reversing the
Because if
burden
you've
of proof.
actually formally proved that it violates the system, no amount of explanation would be able to make it consistent.
works. Bro, you haven't even proven
No,
that the conditions exist.
Yeah, you're reversing the burden. Are we supposed to, by default, accept any explanation? It sounds
No,
good.
you can choose to not accept it, right? But you're saying
That's
that
it.
it
Entropy
violates it.
Entropy stands.
You're
then.
asserting that it has to not be
It
true.
would, if it was true, it would be violating it.
You're asserting that pseudoscience can be true, that an unfalsifiable claim is true. It's your assertion.
I'm asserting that it can be true, yes.
But the globe is the claim, and we're just saying prove it.
Proof by explanation. You know, is the force of an explanation something to determine truth with? Can you determine what's true by the force of an explanation? The answer is no.
No, if you want me to prove to you globe Earth, someone like me who doesn't know enough about physics, the only way I can think of is just going up there and taking a picture. But since neither of us
I
can
guess
do
you
that,
haven't done that.
no amount of explaining of physics or geometry would be able to settle this. And I don't like how you're pretending that it can settle this.
So let me get this straight.
Because both of us are not qualified enough to start to speak about these things.
No,
You've
that's
been
just your
preaching
opinion.
about
Listen, this has been
physics.
settled.
For the last 20 minutes, and now you're sidestepping the fact that you know nothing about physics and you're using some appeal to incredulity. What the shit are you on, mate? You either know it or don't.
Do you know?
I didn't
Yeah.
claim to. You have.
I know.
Did I claim to know about physics to
You've
disprove
been
it?
speaking about bendy space warp time for the last 20 minutes.
He's been speaking about how it's disproven.
You have. Why
It
did you
hasn't
not
been
say right at the
established to
start?
exist.
I'm sorry,
No
I don't understand
yeah.
this.
You're done.
No evidence.
I'm just trying
of
to
its
show that he
existence
also
has been
doesn't
provided.
understand what he's talking about.
He's done.
So,
He was appealing
You're
to
now appeal-
incredulity, dude. He's done.
yeah.
Yep.
Appealing to
Sounded
what?
to me like he knew a lot. Sounded like he knew what he was talking about, man.
Well, that's what it would sound like to someone who doesn't know, but to me it just sounded like he's repeating words that he doesn't understand.
Why is that? Can you give me an example, please? I'd like to clarify.
So, for example, I asked, what is the equation that proves your claim? And he said, the Hubble constant.
No, yeah. So
That was
I jumped
actually a
into it.
hilarious
Yeah.
bit to me.
Why?
Because
so,
the Hubble constant is not an equation, it's a number.
well, yeah. Equations.
But when he
don't
says
prove
scales
shit.
up and down, I asked him why do they call it scaling up and down, and he couldn't answer. And so what I'm seeing is that he's reading off of a
I
script.
did answer it.
He doesn't really understand the equations he's talking about.
Shit, dude.
You chose
I
not to
explained
listen.
that it doesn't. I explained observations at the macro and the micro scale. How there's not a relativistic model of molecular behavior, and the relativity model for the cosmos doesn't describe galaxies. What part of that was difficult for you to understand and seemingly laughable? I'm finding this quite frustrating, to be honest. You seem to be very dishonest engager here. So I'm going to disengage with you, and somebody else can pick this up if they wish.
Let me go back to what I was reading before about the scaling.
So, how would it sound like that to you, what you described, if you don't know enough about it?
You know, I think it's really funny that you're projecting so hard. You're acting like we are the ones reading off of a script when you are literally Googling your own worldview and reading off of a script.
Yeah, I'm fucking driving to work, dude. Like, I don't have Google in front of me. I'm in my damn car.
Yeah, it's amazing. Usually incredulity works that way. They like have to project it onto someone else, like to project it off of themselves, because they don't want to come off incredulous. No one does, but it's okay to say I don't know.
Projecting means that I would be accusing him of things that I am doing, right? But I am not trying.
You're incredulous.
So yes, I'm accusing him of being pretentious. I'm accusing him of being pretentious about being.
So you're trying to say he's incredulous.
You are quite literally doing what you are saying that other people are doing. You are Googling your own worldview, and then you're pretending that other people are reading off of the script. That's what we're trying to tell you, is that you're intellectually dishonest, and you're projecting what you are doing onto everyone else in the room.
I mean, you said as much that you don't know enough about it to be able to like evaluate the veracity, and then said that he's just just reading off a script and doesn't understand the words he's using.
I was about to continue my sentence.
How would you know he doesn't understand the words he's using if you don't know enough about it to evaluate whether he knows
I'm busy replying to this the three sentences ago, okay? I'm gonna reply to this sentence after I finished my reply to the 3 sentences ago. So I'm accusing him
because I was leading up to the question, how would you know he doesn't know the words he's using if you don't know enough to evaluate whether he knows the words he's
by
using?
Googling.
By Googling.
Yeah, so I'm going to give examples after.
You're now a physics expert.
Wait. I'm not finished.
I waited very patiently. So because you're using Google, you are now more superior at physics. But yet, you still had the appeal to incredulity. But
It's because he's got someone.
Which one is it?
Matrix, somebody's in this guy's DMs telling him that I don't know what I'm talking about, and he believes him. That's really all there is to it.
One thing he asked for was like an equation, and then he was upset with what? What did he get? Hubble's constant? What was that? Because like numbers have to have an equation in order to derive the number in the first place. What is this, dude?
It's like saying the number 7 is an equation. But yeah, to finish my reply,
it can be.
Oh my
if
God.
you break it down into 3 plus 4, that's an equation for the number 7.
I'm accusing him of being pretentious, of being a physicist, because he's not a physicist. And I'm proving
you're not either. So how can you judge this?
Yeah, I was actually about to say one.
That's a fallacy, sir. That's an appeal to credentials fallacy. So that's not acceptable in debate as a rebuttal. So that's not a rebuttal. That's just a non-point.
Thanks for interrupting. Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say.
So you're not going to take that?
I just remembered.
You've been talking for freaking hours, bro, and it's been nonsense coming out of your mouth. You're like, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to continue talking for some reason. Does that make sense to you? If I said I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm going to just continue talking?
To be perfectly clear, Elegant, he is not interrupting you. He is moderating you.
It seems that he interrupts me after every 3 words. How is that moderation?
Well, when you're wrong, you're going to be stopped immediately, and you will be corrected.
That's not how a debate works.
It's not a debate, bro. You're not having a debate. You're using fallacious reasoning the entire time. And what you're doing here is doing meta nonsense. You're constantly just talking about the debate. You're here
17
telling us
minutes
we're
past the hour.
Wait.
Sorry, Hubble's
Dora,
constant
I was asking,
calculation.
actually, trying to reply
There's how
to
to
the other
calculate and
dude.
derive it from a formula. All right, there you go. Enjoy.
So, and then I asked him about the Sagnac effect. He said, he actually brought it up. He said that it happens at 90 degrees. I said, does it happen at 180 degrees? He said no. I googled it, and apparently...
Sagnac didn't
Why are
do
you
180. He did not, because you're wrong.
So I asked him, does it happen at 180? And he said no. I googled it, and apparently the effect is strongest at 180.
We talked about that too. There are multiple variations of this, okay? Sagnac himself did multiple variations, but the effect that is talked about, the Sagnac effect, is with two arms that are 90 degrees to each other. Those are considered opposites.
Yeah, that made perfect sense. I understood what he was saying. Why didn't you understand? So you're telling me that you think, do you understand the concept that he's going over with the Sagnac effect in order to understand why he made the claim of the 90-degree arms in that particular scenario with the interferometer?
As I was saying,
Hey,
it's strongest at 180 degrees and weakest at 90. And that's the opposite of what he said.
I was trying to describe Sagnac's setup to you. Okay?
Sure.
All right.
And Hubble's constant is an equation.
Yes, derived from an equation. I posted a link on how to do it. I posted a link on how to do it. It's 17 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, equation equals derived from an equation.
Dude, the constant was... You're just being disingenuous. I gave you more than just the equation, right? I gave you the derivative, like what is actually being claimed here. So, sorry you don't understand enough to appreciate it.
He said he doesn't know enough, so obviously he wouldn't get. It's not his fault. You know what I mean? But it is.
Yeah.
But you don't accept Hubble's law being the equation that leads to Hubble's constant, is that correct?
I just love
No, what's correct is that I don't accept the number to be an equation.
Okay, how do you get a number without deriving it from an equation?
I don't know how this answers my claim.
Yeah, because if he gave you the number that's derived from an equation called Hubble's constant, which is derived from the equation Hubble's law, you could simply put that together. But instead, you want to go into the semantics for some reason, as if that's even part of this debate. But it is not, sir. You are so far off base. You are throwing every red herring, every non sequitur that you can put into this conversation.
Wait.
Take the attention off yourself, so that
Do
way
you
you can
understand
burst
why
into
I
your
asked what's the
microphone
equation?
and act like a degenerate.
And why answering Hubble's constant is not a good answer?
You are a problem to society, sir.
You're going on a monologue now.
Yes, I will. That's okay. I can do that. You are the problem
But that's
with
not a cool
society,
thing.
sir. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be cool. That's your problem, dude. You think you are a cool person in this society. You, sir, are a perfect example of what Dunning-Kruger is, dude.
Yeah, and like I just love it when they're like, "Well, I don't know enough about this, so you mustn't either." It's that what? How?
Do you know what?
Why?
Do you know what Dunning Kruger is, Elegant?
No, only you know.
Oh, but you do know what gaslighting is, huh? So you know what
You've
gaslighting
invented
Google
is.
everything
Dunning-Kruger.
else.
I know what it means, and you don't. It means cats are vicious.
He's only hearing to respond anyway. He's not actually listening to anything that's being said because his attention is divided. He said that when he came in here.
How'd you know my attention is divided? I am
Because you
playing
said
chess
you were
right
You
playing
now.
can't
chess
play a
earlier.
video game and have a proper conversation with people. You cannot do two things at the same time and give 100% of your attention to one of those things.
Yeah, how about we just settle this with a chess match? If we whoop your butt in chess, is it over? Is that good?
That's a fallacy.
State the fallacy, sir.
My chess skills don't mean anything about the flat earth.
No, I would disagree. I think it has to say something about your intellect.
And your physics
No, it
knowledge
just
doesn't
means
either.
it has to say about my chess skills.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, chess skills require intellect, correct?
They require memorization.
That requires intellect, correct?
What's your rating anyway?
Dude, are you saying I have to have a rating? Dude, you are the fallacy machine.
You don't have a
You
rating?
see, this is an appeal to credentials again. Once again, you are appealing to credentials, bro. You have nothing. Do you even know how
You
to
don't think
engage
ratings...
in debate logically? Do you know how to
Am I
engage in
speaking
debate?
to a guy who doesn't think ratings reflect your chess skills?
Does
Is
it
that what I
matter
mean?
if you have a rating if you play in person with someone?
Okay, so you're
all the time?
900. That's what I mean. You're 900, right?
I got you, Elegant. Does the rating on a website matter when it comes to a chess master's skills who has never been on that website?
What's your rating?
No, but I don't think he's a chess master who's been on that website. That's very
No,
unlikely.
you just don't think. You made that clear already. You had to Google everything, remember?
Okay, so
Yeah, sidestep that. You made the call,
so that
mate,
means he
not
doesn't
us.
have a rating, right?
You
No, we
don't
don't
think,
care.
bro, because you don't even know that chess requires intellect. You're ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
That means he doesn't have a rating, right? I know that people who watch chess from afar think
Yeah, you
that
don't
only a
understand
genius would
that
be good at
chess
chess.
requires intellect, bro.
No, you don't understand that chess is purely based on memorization.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
Because
which
you haven't played
requires
enough.
intellect, bro.
That is what people who are fans of chess who've never played it think, yes.
Yeah, the necessary precondition to memorization is intellect.
Chessboards are a good example of perspective on a flat surface, angular resolution.
Perspective of what?
Angular resolution, perspective over a flat surface. With some topology.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, if you want a game of chess sometime, dude, I'll play you. I'm like 1800 rated.
Does anyone here have a rating?
I just told you I'm 18.
Got one for you, Elegant.
How about
Oh,
you
yeah,
listen?
your voice is so
Side
loud.
chat real
Hey,
quick.
yo,
I just
Dude.
posted something. 26 minutes after the hour. Checkmate.
Who posted where?
He doesn't even listen. I just posted something 26 past the hour. You posted where?
yeah, and the last guy told him, like, AJ literally goes, yeah, I play chess, I'm 1800. He's like, does anyone in here have a rating? Bro, like, are you, dude, use your ears,
I
bro.
had him down. He's 50%, but his mic is very low.
Okay,
well, just fine. Maybe it's just you're a little bit deaf, you know what I mean?
How about the last one then? How about the last one when he said 26
Maybe I'm kinda
after
blind,
the
am I
hour?
right here?
What are you, retarded?
Why are you using ad hominems?
Elegant. Listen, I got some
I'm giving you
flat
the
stuff.
benefit of the doubt, bro. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt at this point because you say you had the one guy turned down. The other guy said 26 after the hour in the chat. You didn't hear that
No,
either. So
he's
I'm
not turned down. He was
wondering, At this
100%.
point, I'm thinking
his
he
mic
might
is
be
low.
deaf, which I would consider retarded. Yeah.
Look, Elegant, joke to the side, whatever. All right, let's put everything behind us. But I have one last question for you. I got some flat Earth information. Would you like to check it out? If you do, I can send it to your DM, and you can check it out whenever
Yeah,
you
send
want.
it.
Okay, I got you.
Hello, everyone.
Necros, how you doing?
How are you, Kimbo? I'm very good. Hope you're good too.
Hey, did you guys hear about Flatzoid?
Yeah, I wonder what happened there.
No.
Yeah, what happened? I think Apocryphon knows a bit more about that. But yeah, like what happened? I didn't watch the video.
I heard a lot. Many people asked me about Flatzoid, but I swear I don't know what's happened.
What happened though? Like, what's the idea of what happened?
He threw in the towel.
He's
Wait,
a
doesn't
flat
want-
earther.
Yeah.
He's just not in the public arena anymore. He's had enough of all the toxicity of the anti-flat earth crowd.
Yeah, when you engage with them, every show you're going on all their debates, you're inviting them on your show, right? You know, you're putting yourself in that position. Those people are toxic. They're there to bring you down.
Well, that's
Right,
what he said.
Yeah, like just ignore those idiots.
Yeah.
I think if you're doing content creation, keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, he gave a bit of a spiel about it. I mean, I understand. Yeah, but yeah, I guess he could choose to, like, how he presents and operates with. He doesn't have to interact necessarily, but he's getting getting some personal. Like, they're getting a bit too personal. Like, I don't know. I don't want to assume, but it sounded like almost like doxing type stuff that's going on. So
anyone who believes that the Earth is flat is just a stupid person.
Silly man. You said it.
You little punk.
No, you are not responding to anyone. He just said the sentence and he just jumped away. He ran away. What the heck is that? My God.
The wicked run when no man pursues.
Yeah, I found the video that Jeranism uploaded 11 hours ago is so interesting. It shows how Jaren just changed his mind, and now he's just saying the opposite of what he was saying. The video he uploaded yesterday was about flat earthers videos and how they are deleted from the history. When you research flat earth in your history of the videos that you watched, you'll never see the flat earth videos, the legit flat earth videos, but you will see the debunks. So he made videos about that when he was flat earther, and yesterday he made another video responding to himself about why those videos are deleted. He said that, they are deleted because those videos are lies and YouTube don't appreciate lies. So if I find... Oh yeah, you have to watch that video. You have to watch that. So
yeah, go on.
So if I go to my research and my history, the video I already watched, and I research unicorn, and I find that the videos of unicorns that I already watched, they are visible there. They are not deleted from my history. So it means that unicorns are not lies. For him, that's what he's understanding now.
That's his logic. Yeah, that's his logic train, right? But I heard something interesting today. Someone said, like, oh, is this recorded? We're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say anything. Oh, don't worry about it. Well, I could just say that someone said that he's in a situation which could force him to be like to have to present himself in a way like to society that is not controversial, it doesn't seem loony, right? It's very important for him to like recant on a lot of this stuff because of a situation that he's in that basically requires him to do so in order for him to be deemed fit for a particular role.
No, I'm trying to
legally,
bro. Smooth,
legally,
very smooth,
yeah.
bro.
I really trying to understand. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not making any speculation about what's happening to him. If he did it on purpose or something like that, or genuine. I'm trying to understand, but because what he's doing is just something really bizarre for someone who are playing the moderator role. He was debating globetrotters. So a sudden change just because you saw 24-hour sun. That's really make me ask many questions.
Getting back to this. So wait, Flatzoid has gone by way of Jaren?
No, he's just thrown in the towel for the fight at the moment because it seemed to me like he's getting some pretty serious personal attacks, right? And he's keeping his channel. He's changed his channel name. He's keeping his channel. He's going to focus on just like Christian stuff, Christian studies and stuff. And he's not going to be engaging in flat Earth debates or discussions, at least for now. I think yeah. He said it's just too toxic for him at the moment.
Bloodzoid is saying that what he's planning to do, but Witsit did that thing without saying it. It just disappeared from the screens. No one knows that. There is some assumptions and speculations that he had personal issues or something like that, like his wife told him to just sit and wait till they figure out what's happening because of after that expedition he done.
You haven't seen the video, the hidden camera video that his wife sent the community?
No, I never seen it.
Oh.
If you have, share it with us. Really good.
I'm not going to spread it, but Witsit's dealing with some major stuff. He's got an arrest record for like spitting on his wife and stuff like that.
Yeah, it gets. He's going through some weird shit. I won't share the video either, but he needs to do better.
I understand.
I wonder if this is gonna like end up like in a situation where QE gets to turn around and say, "I told you so." What did I say?
It's so for Witsit, QE knows, and I think he's actually giving this space. It's that bad.
He is. He's being very respectful of that, right? Like he's not. He could easily like do that. What I said, and he hasn't, and he's like leaving it alone because he's not. He said, I don't do that. That's low, right? To use someone's personal problems as vindication
as a weapon against them. Yeah, that's pretty
right
shit.
for something unrelated. Right, for something unrelated. Yeah,
he likes a fair playing field. He likes to slap them while they're standing.
Yeah, and he feels he doesn't need to do that either. Like, he's already made his point. And he's pretty much dropped that. Like, I think, because like a lot of people were saying, yeah, okay, Kiwi, we get it. We're sick of hearing about it. Like, and I think he got the picture and he stopped on about it now. Brings it up occasionally, but I mean, he's not hyper focused on it anymore, which is good. But look out anyone else that right? He's got his eye on you, DJ. I heard that today.
Oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I get along pretty well with him in general. I'm not worried. and
No,
also,
yeah.
I'm not making any crazy claims. Yeah, his main problem was that I said the word atmospheric.
I thought you might have said the R word.
Yeah. I did say it.
Oh,
But
shit.
not in the context that is worthy of a Q&A grilling, because I agree with most of what he says about that. Right? I just think that it's a really, really good argument and completely debunks their boat over the horizon claims when we have different types of mirage effects, right? No one can deny mirage effects happen, right? So I could say, even if I was a glober, I would use the exact same argument, right, and say that there are other explanations for the boats appearing to disappear over the horizon. It's not a good argument. Even if I was a glober, I'd be saying that, right? Because they have like mainstream explanations like sinking, which they call a type of atmospheric refraction, right? So,
But these are very specific effects with very specific names.
yeah, exactly.
So when they just go in general, actually, I'll play it.
Refraction.
When they say that in general, and they're talking about very specific events, then no, it's sorry, that is an inferior mirage or that is a superior mirage. That is not that. You can rail them on it, because if it was that in general, it wouldn't be given a very specific name.
Yep. And they're cherry picking which types of mirages happen in particular footage, right? And then when there's textbook definition, different type of mirage that goes against their argument, they don't even know it exists.
Have you ever listened to QE go right through it with the Black Swan? Does this happen? No. Does this happen? No. Does this happen? No. And he goes through and absolutely rips them all apart. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I listened to his presentation 2 times in a row on refraction. I agree with most of what he said. But yeah, mirages happen, and he doesn't really cover the topic of mirages. But I've had a really good look into it, and I think it's just it's a really killer argument against the globe side.
The only thing, it's not a killer argument against the globe itself, because those phenomena that we witness, they are not exclusive. That boat that is disappearing bottom up into the horizon, that is not exclusive to the globe. So the glober shouldn't use that thing. So he shouldn't say, oh, because boats disappear behind the horizon. So because it's not exclusive to a curved surface. So when things occur perfectly, it will happen on flat surface too. So it's not debunking the globe, and it's not approving the globe also. And it's not approving or validating flat Earth only. It's not an exclusive phenomenon.
It's debunking their particular argument when it comes to this particular observation shows a boat hidden over the physical horizon. And it's also showing that our observations have no explanations when it comes to different types of effects that we know happen.
Yeah, so, correct.
Yeah.
When the person talking to you just assume it's behind or being obscured by that physical horizon. Many people just believe that it is because of the curve, because they never heard that the distance to the horizon vary because of the atmospheric conditions and those elements. So they don't know, they just use that argument as if it is proof for the globe only.
Yep, exactly. I'm just kind of pointing out with that they don't really know what they're talking about. And there are explanations within the mainstream that don't even conflict with their own side, that perfectly explain what we're seeing, right, in those particular observations. And, you know, even the, like, you know, the ocean swells, right, or the different types of effects, mirage effects, can perfectly explain what we're seeing in some of those images where it looks like there's a big ship that's hidden behind the horizon, and we can replicate it on a smaller scale, right? And we can give citations from the mainstream that perfectly explain textbook definition what we're seeing in their observations, right? Different types of mirage effects. So yeah.
And also there is a thing that makes that put that idea in their mind, which is they think that on flat surface you can't have a horizon. Remember the conversation in the text chat yesterday with the guy that was talking to me and told me that someone told him that there is no horizon of flat plane. When I and you asked him to just ask the guy to draw an infinite big flat plane. So we will eventually put a horizon there.
Oh yeah, it's a great, crazy argument. Robert Utah saying that you can't have a horizon if on a flat surface.
Yeah, exactly. So because in their mind, that guy and the globers, majority of the globers, they imagine that on a flat horizon, flat plane, an infinite big flat plane, there is no horizon. That's what's happening in their mind. I don't understand how they imagine it, how they picture it in their mind. It's impossible to picture it without a horizon. But yeah, that's the sentence that repeats in their imagination. No horizon on flat surface. If you see a horizon, that means that you are on a ball. Yes, that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, they have less of a claim to a horizon than what we would, right? So they say from their perspective that you're always standing on top of the globe, right? So if you're looking out over the ocean, it's like it's constantly going downward, right? At least on a flat surface, it would be constantly going outward, horizontally. So it's more likely that we would have a horizon than them. But it's like they deny perspective convergence. Right. Obviously, the only reason that the horizon is rising up to eye level on either is because of perspective. So for them to claim that perspective convergence doesn't happen is just ridiculous. It's just a dumb argument. I want, like you said, I want one of them to draw a picture. Right. What would it look like looking out at the horizon in the ocean on a flat Earth with no horizon? Try draw a picture without a horizon. I want to see what that looks like.
They will draw the horizon first. It will be the first or the second line they will have to draw. When you are an artist and try to draw perspectives or something going into distance horizontally or vertically, you'll draw the lines going to the conversion point or the vanishing point. And then you start your drawing above those lines, using those lines. So your buildings will follow the sidelines, so from the horizontal one to the center of that drawing. And you continue your drawing based on those perspective lines that you started with. The base of your drawing. And in those perspective lines, there is one horizontal line cutting the paper horizontally in two halves. You have to put it first, the first thing that you do.
Exactly, Negros. Look, my wife's sitting here, completely agreeing with what you're saying. She has a master's degree in art, and she's a professional illustrator. Like, she just was laughing at the idea of someone claiming that you couldn't have a horizon on a flat surface.
Yeah. She will visualize it. She's an artist. She understands it. She draw things like that. Train track, buildings in the boulevard or street, going into distance. Just a bunch of mountains and the road in the middle, like Nevada desert, and she will have to put on a horizon. Even she is imagining an infinite big flat surface with topography. She will have to do that. She will understand it very fast because she already done that millions of times.
Yeah, that's why you can just take screenshots, type in any video game, Grand Theft Auto 5 Ocean, right? And there's always a horizon there, right? Even though it's a flat map, right? Because even in 3D rendering software, you still need to choose a camera, right? And each camera is still going to have a particular focal length. It's going to have convergence. It's going to have a vanishing point. Straight line between vanishing points is going to be a horizon line. Common sense.
Correct. That's what you do when you're making games. For your character, you will put a different lens aspect to the view, and when that character use the sniper, so we will use another lens in the sniper, not a literal lens, but the program, the software, you will use different aspects for the view using that sniper. So yeah, and even every
I used to do animation as a job for a while, right? And I used a program called iClone to make my 3D animations, and I had a list of like every single camera that you could possibly think of to choose to use as the primary camera within the 3D model, right? So yeah, each one of those cameras will have a slightly different focal length and a different point of convergence and whatnot, like based on that. And that will determine the horizon. Every single camera, every single optical device basically has a point of convergence. So
yeah, and there are artists, right, that are good enough that they could actually draw like an object that's so small, like near the horizon or on the horizon, right? It's so small that to your naked eye, like just looking at the picture, you wouldn't see it, right? You wouldn't be able to resolve it. You wouldn't make it out until you get a magnifying glass, which would be essentially like using a P900 or something, right? In reality. And then you can see it. It's magnified it.
Yeah, that's trippy. Have you seen those artworks where they keep zooming in to things within the frame, and then it turns into a whole nother artwork, and then there's like another thing inside of a picture on the wall, and they'll keep zooming in, and it goes on and on. Freaking trippy, man.
Yeah, that is some of it. I think is like AI generated or AI aided or something. Because how can you keep like doing that, like, because they just do it in ridiculous amounts, right? Did they start with a piece of paper the size of a house wall or something,
I'm not sure exactly how it's done. Definitely done in computer software, for sure.
Computer software, yeah. It's clever. Yeah, I love it.
Today with Unreal Engine 5, you can just upload the data from Google Maps on a flat surface. You will have that the fogs. You will have the fog that when you see things in distance and the light seems to get dimmer and dimmer. So you add those elements. You add lights. So you put a sun if you want, wherever you want it to be, and you can do that. Use those cameras, the different types of cameras in the software, and you view the entire surface. You can go in the streets and visit the instead of visiting the cities using Google, you can use the Unreal Engine. Everything will just be changed and modeled into 3D. Mountains, buildings, everything will be modeled automatically with Unreal Engine into 3D shapes on a flat surface. I'll show you a video. It's so interesting.
Yeah, that's really amazing.
Here, they also show how to do it.
Happening. Everybody stop talking.
Oh, sweet. I thought it was something on my end. It just went silent.
Oh, what's up? We're still around.
Hey,
I'm
man.
just working on stuff.
It's really unfortunate what's going on with Witsit, dude. I heard you guys bring it up. He hasn't made a video, dude. Like, no uploads. He hasn't been around anywhere. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's very sad to see. Yeah.
To be fair, though, like, we've all had, like, problems, right? I don't know about you guys, but I've had my own problems with women. I don't have a spotless, blemish-free pass. And for somebody to take advantage and record me at my lowest moments, you know, like, I'd look like a monster too, you know? Like, so I'm a little bit empathetic, but, you know, he shouldn't be acting like that, like, wilding out. But
dude, I completely relate to what happened. I mean, it's very hard for us to judge exactly what's going on because I had the same problem. Like, I had a 15-year toxic relationship before this awesome relationship I'm in now, dude. And there was a time, right, where my ex literally set up a camera, right, and then tried to provoke me, right, into getting angry so she could record it. I noticed the camera.
Oh my God, dude.
The same thing, dude. Right? It was the same thing. So we can't judge him too harshly, right? Because we don't know what kind of person she is really. Like, I mean, I did used to know her, but not very well at all, right? And once you get to know someone deep down, they could be like really narcissistic or who knows. And the fact that she posted the video, right, on Earth Awakenings, that's kind of telling as well. Who would do that?
I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, but to say they both need to do better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He gets over it.
I can relate, like, you know, like, whoop-de-doo, he punched the couch, right? It's not like he punched her in the face or anything like that. Like, granted, he shouldn't be punching couches and acting up like that, right? And his fury to his wife, right?
It is technically a form of assault, like, but I mean, it's not really the same thing as like, actually hitting someone.
People punch walls, you know, they
psychological intimidation, right? To like instill fear into the person, you know, trying to think that could be your face, right? And if you're doing it that close to them, right, that's kind of like, it's not cool at all. But we don't know the full story either, so.
I seen a video the other day, and I'm not justifying physical abuse by any means, but I seen a video the other day. There was a protest going on that a bunch of liberals like hijacked, and like this literally a woman with blue hair like went on stage and like took the microphone or whatever. I can't remember exactly, but something like that. And then she wasn't trying to like. She was screaming. She just started screaming and like trying to interrupt. And there was a guy that came on stage, bro. He just walked up to her and literally slapped their silly, dude. And then the people were like, oh! And then she just stopped. Like she stopped screaming, because she was just screaming, like just. You know how they start? It's like a fad now. They just start screaming like bloody murder for no reason. That's what she was doing, dude. She was screaming bloody murder for no reason. There was nothing happening to her, dude. And then a guy came up on stage and just slapped her, bro, in front of everybody, dude. Now, granted, he probably got arrested and he's probably dealing with some charges now. But it was hilarious, dude.
Yeah. Some things like that I find funny. Definitely agree.
It was so funny, dude. And people were actually like rooting for the guy, dude. It was weird. But listen, Witset's still my nigga, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know he's got his problems, but I don't care about that.
Yeah, I like a lot of his content. I think he's a very smart guy.
I don't condemn either of them. They just need to get their shit together and get it all together, put it in a backpack so it's together, and take it to the shit store if they and sell it. Take it to the shit museum. I don't care what they do. They just need to get their shit together.
Yep. Well said, man.
Yeah. Apparently, that video wasn't recent either. It was like December, like the week after he got back from his trip. That's what I heard. And I find it odd because like during that whole time, during the so-called Antarctic experiment, she was on Earth Awakenings, like defending him, and she never goes on there, like ever. Like that was the first time I ever seen her on there, like active. And she was active like the whole week, like defending his name and stuff. And then like I didn't know that they were doing that like a week after he got back. Something drastically must have changed because she was on his side, like defending him, like nail and teeth.
And he was still vaping. It's like, you told me you stopped vaping.
Or he came back and said, well, we didn't actually go. It was all in the studio. I'm kidding.
That's another thing I was gonna ask you guys. What's your opinion on his substance abuse? Was it the vape or was it something else?
It was a vapor. You mean in the footage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he lied about fog, like foggy breath. And you know, he sucked on the vape and then he went in front of the camera and blew out the vape smoke and said, because all the people were saying, how come there's no fog in your breath, right? At that temperature, you have to have foggy breath. And he said, well, sometimes it's really dry here, and usually you have to have like a sip of water before you'll get any foggy breath, right? But people kept calling him out. You're not really there because there's no foggy breath coming out of your mouth when you're talking, right? So he went off, he grabbed his vape, he walked out, he had a hit out of the vape, right? And then before he blew it out, he went in front of the camera and blew it out and said, haha, look, here's foggy breath, right? It was pretty blatant. He didn't realize, I don't think there was another camera filming him at the time from the side, but he definitely seemed to have lied about that, right? I'll find the video from Flatsoid because it's like slow motion. You can see exactly what happens, and I'll post it in the side chat in just a second, right? I was defending it, right? I thought maybe he had a sip of water, and he was showing that after you have a sip of water, because he did mention that in a previous stream, if you have a sip of water, you have a foggy breath. I thought he had a sip of water and then blew it out, but it's very obvious that he had a big hit on a vape. He blew it out. He walked closer to the camera. He had another big hit on the vape, right? And then he blew it out in front of the camera and pretended that it was fog.
Yeah, I don't know about. I can't speculate on all that. I wouldn't put it past him, but
it's like a 1 minute video. Like you'll be able to see. Yeah, I'll just,
So what you're saying,
what I'm saying is that he's been actively saying that he was vaping, like since like he never denied that. People are saying that he denied that. He's like I was talking to the dude when he was in Antarctica, and when he got back, dude, he was talking about he found an old vape in his backpack, dude, that was there for like 2 years. That he started hitting because he was like, whatever, like, let me hit this thing.
Okay, so he was like really, really trying hard, right? So you don't start with an old bag when you go on a trip to Antarctica, right? Because they were going on and on about the weight limits and things like that. So you're not going to just randomly have an old vape sitting in your bag when you pack a trip to go overseas, especially when it's like you're trying to fit in as much as you can to fit into like the 7 kilo or whatever weight limit that they have to go on the plane.
Well, see, well, you're speculating, though. You're speculating because he told me that he did find an old vape in his baggage. Now, maybe it was one of his smaller. I don't know, dude. Like, how are we going to know? But he told me, he could be lying, but he told me he had an old vape that was in his bag from his old time when he was vaping, like years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just say that did happen, right? Let's just say he did find an old vape. Somehow he didn't check that. It doesn't seem logical, but okay, let's say that happened. We can't prove it, right? What we can see is that he walked out of the cabin, right? Okay, so people were grilling him about like the fog thing, right? He went off, he walked into the little cabin thing, came back with his vape, had a hit of it, and blew out smoke, right? You could see the vape smoke come out like a huge puff, right? And then he walked closer to the camera and he had another big puff, right? And he didn't blow it out. And then he blew it out in front of the camera. It was really, really blatant what he did. But I'll grab the video, just have a look at it, right? Because that's the main thing in contention.
I'm not in denial that he was vaping in Antarctica. He's already came out clean that he was vaping in Antarctica the same week that he got back from Antarctica.
No, I
so
got
people
you. I got
that are
you.
saying that he
Right.
lied or whatever, like maybe he like lied by omission by leaving out that he was vaping in Antarctica, but he came out clean and said that he was vaping in Antarctica.
Yeah. No, he did say that, right? But that's not the problem here. He was pretending that the vape smoke was foggy breath, right? And that was proof that he was in Antarctica because you guys said there's not foggy breath. Look, here's foggy breath, but it wasn't foggy breath, it was vape smoke. So he was lying about it being foggy breath when in reality it was
He
vape
was trolling. He was probably trolling.
But that's not what he said.
I don't
lied
know.
about
Dude.
it.
There was a lot of stuff that was said between then and now, dude. That's what I'm trying to I didn't. He said straight up that he was vaping.
So he admitted to vaping in Antarctica.
Yeah, he admitted to vaping into Antarctica, but when he blew the vape smoke out in front of the camera, it was kind of like he said like, "Ha ha, see, there is foggy breath coming out of my mouth," right? When it wasn't breath fog, it was vape smoke, not breath fog. He lied about that.
You don't know that, dude. You don't know that. You're speculating.
No, I saw him lie. I saw the stream. I saw what he said. I saw him pretend that he blew fog out of his mouth, right? And that it wasn't fog, it was vape smoke, right? And later,
how do you know that it was vape smoke?
All right, so I'm gonna go grab the video now.
You don't.
No, I do, because I saw him hit the vape.
Yeah, we all did.
Out in front of the camera, bro. I was defending him just like you are now until I saw the footage slowed down. Right, so you have a look at the footage and tell me what you think. Right?
I'm not saying that it's not vape smoke, right? It could very well be vape smoke, but just because he trolled and like, haha, look, there's your breath, right? So what, dude? He's trolling, dude. Clearly, like, and then he came out clean that he was vaping, bro. And you guys are still saying that he lied, that he's lying. Well, he's already been said that he came out vaping.
Dude, he said he was vaping, but he never came out and said, I pretended that it was fog and I was just trolling and really it was vape smoke. He didn't do that. He kept doubling down on the lie.
What a rebel, though. I mean, because that's prohibited. Vapes are prohibited in Antarctica.
Really?
Nah, but he did come out in EA a bunch. Like he was, I don't know if you guys know, but he was in EA like the whole time. And if you're not in EA, you're not gonna catch like all the stuff he's talking about, dude.
Yeah, I know. I watched his streams. I kept up with what was going on. But yeah, I heard him defending the vape breath thing a whole bunch of times. Right? He kept doubling down on the light. He never once admitted that when I was blowing out to show you guys it was fog, really that was vape smoke. Right? He didn't do that. He continued to lie about it. Right? And he does pathologically lie, it seems, over the past, right? He's got a kind of shady record as well, right? He's always getting arrested for random shit, right? He's got a super...
come on, dude. You're going in for no reason.
Oh, I'm just stating facts, though, right? I like Whitsitt. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's essentially like really good at debating. He's got great information. He's got a high IQ. He's a smart guy. Right, but not everyone's perfect, right? And he has a history of getting arrested for petty things, right? And he got caught lying in Antarctica, right? That doesn't mean that it was all fake or anything like that. I don't doubt that they went there. I don't doubt all that there was a 24-hour sun. I don't think it was done in a studio. I don't think any of that stuff, right? I just think he lied about a few things here and there, which was kind of weird. Why did he lie about those small things, right? If you say he was just trolling, then yeah, maybe that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he was doing. Clearly, he said, "Ha, look," just to talk shit. And then yes, he was lying by omission because he maybe he did vape, right? But even then, like I'm only speculating, bro. You can't corroborate that with 100%. Just because you've seen an angle here and an angle there, like dude, he was vaping while he was in Antarctica. Clearly, some of some of that smoke that came out of his mouth was vape smoke, dude. Like nobody's denying that.
No, he's denying that.
No, he's not, dude. No, he's not, dude. That's what I'm saying. He wasn't on EA saying that, yes, he was vaping in Antarctica, bro, that he found a vape in his bag, dude. Like, now you're saying, well, he's lying. That vape must have been brand new. Like, you just keep speculating on top of speculation, dude. You're acting like a glober, bro.
Bro,
Dude, when I said that he said, right, that he found an old vape in his bag, you said he's lying. How do you know he's lying? You don't. No, you just speculate. Yes, you did, bro. 10 minutes ago. Well, now you're lying. No, I'm not lying, bro.
This is what I said. Listen to me. Right? I said he kept going on about the weight limit. Right? So obviously you're going to check every single item that you pack into your bag if you have a specific weight limit and you're trying to pack as much camera gear and clothing and that's things in, right? You're going to start with an empty bag.
No, see, you're speculating, dude. I have a military rucksack. Dude, I got a military rucksack right now, dude. Right?
I don't
military
care where you're from.
Right
if you get told you've got 20 kilos, you are going to check and make sure you've got 20 kilos or less.
Okay, dude.
And it doesn't matter where you're from.
Okay, but a vape is...
That's not a speculation.
Dude, a vape, dude.
We
What's
all know
a vape
that
weight,
is fact.
Go
cares?
find
You'll
the average
bag
weight
out
of a
and
vape,
you'll
dude.
check it.
Come back to me. Go find the average weight of a vape.
No one cares.
You're talking about like a pack of cigarettes.
Again,
like,
no one cares.
Like, dude, that's no one's... Come on, bro. It's like a lighter, dude.
I'm glad you're starting to get it. We don't care.
How much is a lighter weigh, bro?
Don't tell me
serious right now.
Acting like a glober, bro. All I'm
you
saying
are,
is
dude. You are because you said, and then you're saying that you're backing. Yes, you're retracting. You're retracting your statement, bro.
I'm not being honest right now. I will mute you,
bro.
Right? If you don't let me finish talking, dude. Right? So don't put words in my mouth. Right? I said it seems logical. It seems logical. Like you would check that thing. Okay, it's not proof. Right? I said I granted you. Okay, sure. He did say he was vaping. Obviously, he had a vape. Right? So whether he just found it in his bag or he brought it there, whatever, that doesn't really matter. I agree that he was vaping there. Right?
So
the problem is he lied to the audience at the time, and you said you guys didn't think that there was fog coming out of my mouth. Here's fog coming out of my mouth, but really it was vape smoke. Right?
All right,
and there was a camera watching him. I'm going to post it in the chat now. That proves he lied about that. Right? I heard him defend that and say it wasn't vape smoke. That's the only problem.
That's not my point right now. My point, I'm sticking to a specific point. Stop acting like a glover, dude. You said, right, when I said that he found an old vape in his baggage, you said, no, that can't be the case, right? It can't be an old vape because he would have checked his baggage, right? And then I called you out on that was pure speculation. So you're adding speculation on top of speculation. You said, no, I didn't. And now you're going off into some other side thing. I'm sticking to the specific points, bro.
No, dude. I said
you're acting like a glober.
I'm not acting like a glober, bro. You're acting like you've got some weird hard-on for Witsit, and you can't admit that he lied about something.
He's my boy, dude. Really, he's my friend. Like, actually my friend, dude.
Okay, cool. That's good, right? I got some DM history with him as well. Like, I was friends with his wife as well, right? So I don't have a problem with Witsit. But I just think it was weird how he lied about the vape smoke. That's all. Right? And I thought, okay, maybe, because I travel a lot, bro. Right? And I'm always dealing with the like 7 to 10 kilo weight limit thing, right? So I start with a completely empty bag, right? And I pack each item, right? And I make sure I don't have random shit in there, right? This was a big trip for him. He was trying to fit as much as he could in, with the weight limit. I just thought it would be common sense to you wouldn't have some random things in your bag that you didn't know were there, right? But it's not proof. I agree with you, right? It's
all right.
Not
that's fine.
That he was lying about that. That's what I'm saying. Like,
okay, cool. Then we're good. Yeah. I want you to concede that at the end of the day, no matter how you chop it up, it's still speculation. You don't know for a fact that wasn't an old vape that he found in his bag, dude. To say anything other than that, dude. You're speculating, and then you're adding speculation on top of speculation, bro, which is my whole point, and then you were denying it for some odd reason.
No. So it's like common sense, right?
All right, it's common sense now. Okay, dude.
Yeah.
See, this is the shit I'm talking about, dude. You're acting like a glober.
No.
Now it's just common sense.
I'm being logical, and you're just like just like defending him real weirdly. Like you can't admit that.
How is that logical, dude?
It's obvious to anyone listening to this that if you had an important trip like that, you wouldn't have just random shit in your baggage when you got a weight limit, right? And you're trying to fit every single little thing in you can. You come,
yo, dude. I'll say that's a fair point. But like, you know, like the front zippers of bags, dude, you could like forget a toothbrush behind there for 10 years.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean? Like just being, you know, try to be fair.
No, I agree with you, bro. That like it's your stance is reasonable, right? It is reasonable, but at the same time, if you follow Witsit during the whole process, right, even before going to Antarctica, dude, he procrastinated to the last minute. So, like, I was watching him in Earth Awakenings while he was prepping, dude, the night before, dude, and he didn't even prep correctly, dude. There's things they forgot, like, dude, he was all over the place. He was a hot mess, and that's a valid critique of Witsit, dude. Like, why weren't you prepared way ahead in advance, dude? He literally waited till last minute, dude. Just to rebuttal a little bit of what you were saying.
That's fine. I completely agree with that. And look, I'm not denying. I agree that he said he was vaping there. That's not up for. I'm not contending that. I'm not saying he was lying about that he didn't vape at all. I know he was vaping, and he admitted that he was vaping. Yeah, look, I just want to post this little clip of footage and get your opinion on it. I'll just jump on my laptop real quick and I'll just upload it. It's literally like a 40-second video. I'm not sure if you've seen
dude, I've seen it, dude. We've all seen that 100 times, bro. It was all the rage like 2 months ago, dude. I don't mean to rehash it, but
okay. Yeah. Anyway, man. Yeah, I don't think we're in a huge amount of disagreement. You know, you okay? This is what, like, let me break it down. Like, you think that he did blow the vape smoke out and pretend it was fog, but the reason it wasn't because he was lying about it. It was just that he was trolling the audience, right? And I say that he was lying about it. That's the only disagreement that we have, I think.
Yeah, I can't tell when it was vape smoke and when it wasn't, but clearly he was vaping while he was down there, and there's many angles of him blowing out what seems to be vape smoke, dude.
No, but that specific point is not to joke around, because people were legitimately asking him if there is no vapor getting out from his mouth in Antarctica, because no one saw that shit. No one, when they were talking or saying in front of the camera and breathing in front of the camera, you don't see that vapor in Antarctica. So if he was joking and trolling, he had to say that the moment where you saw vapor from my mouth and I said, look, this is... So it was just a troll, because now there is millions of people that are using that thing.
I know. You're right.
They believe it was so cold. Look, the guy had vapor exiting from his mouth. So because they believed, they didn't show the other cameras, and they didn't dig or made very profound research and saw the other angle and said, "Oh, maybe it's the vape." And he was just trolling, like you can say now.
There was a couple moments where he trolled the audience and trolled the Globers. He said a few things, and people took that and they sampled it, they snipped it up. There's a lot of things that he said trolling while he was down there, dude. I can't remember the other things right now, but yeah. Like when he was getting off the plane.
I'll ask you a question and just tell me honestly. Don't you think that saying that Witsit was trolling is also an assumption? But that assumption will be in his favor.
No, he said he admitted he did admit to trolling. Like he said a lot of things, but he didn't expect like the flat earthers to like, because clearly it was like when he was being hyperbolic or sarcastic. Like he said, if you clip like all his verbiage, like there's many instances where he was being like trollish.
But
I just can't remember every instance right now.
But that specific moment that we are talking about now. So, did he precise that it was a troll, or are we just have to assume that maybe it is a troll apart from those trolls that he talked about? He assumed that he did because he didn't give the list of the trolls he made. So I will say, oh look, there is no 24-hour sun. The Witsit was just trolling. So he said that in the video that he was just trolling.
Yeah, I don't think he said that he was trolling, right? I heard him double down and say that it was fog and it definitely wasn't vape smoke. I heard him say that numerous times when asked in different interviews and on Earth Awakenings.
No, yeah, if it's the one where he's like in front of the camera and you see like a little bit of like he blows out the smoke, he said that it was because he was drinking some hot tea or coffee or whatever it was, and that's why it was more condensation than usual, or whatever, it's fog, whatever you want to call it, breath. But I don't know, dude. You know, I have no idea. But there was other angles where he was caught vaping, right? Where he wasn't in front of the camera. He admitted that those were vape. But who knows? Yeah, like you're right. Maybe he lied about the one where he's right in front of the camera. I don't know, dude. I have no idea.
Me too. I have no idea, so I can't assume anything. I like Witsit. I love Witsit. He's like a brother. I talked with Witsit for a long time, so I agree with many things that he believes or he knows. Better word. But no, I can't consider that to be fact. Or even a complete troll. I'm not even saying that. Yeah, that all entire expedition was just a troll.
But to think about it, like if you're vaping and you're drinking coffee or tea at the same time, bro, and you're talking. I mean, for him to like premeditatively like vape, go hide in his tent and vape, and then come back out and like hold his breath the whole time to then blow it out at the right time, dude, like. I don't know if he did that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the dude. I wouldn't put it past the dude, but he you know, to me, that's more of like a stretch.
Let me explain one more time really quickly, right? Okay, so I saw the footage, right, over and over again, and I was defending Witsit to everyone over and over again, saying, look, it looks to me like he had a sip of something, and then he had some fog in his breath, like what you were saying, right? Then I saw one particular angle where it was just blatant, undeniable, exactly that he had a suck on the vape and then he blew it out right in front of the camera, right? This is maybe a bit of footage that you haven't seen slowed down, right? Because I saw the footage over and over again. Have a look at the footage, right? I'm going to go grab it now and I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, all right. Look, I'll just go grab it. 1 sec. I'll be like 2 minutes.
Like I know when I was in that, like I vaped for a little bit, probably like 6 months. I don't even vape like that. I stopped vaping. But anytime I used to smoke cigarettes or smoke weed, which I don't do any of that. But when I did, I would usually in the morning, especially, I would drink it with some coffee. You know, I would smoke it with some coffee or whatever. Just to relax. So if he was drinking coffee or drinking tea and vaping and then talking on the camera, it's like you have a combination of factors. Now you have the vape and you have the coffee condensation, you know? Or drinking water, you know. If you're in that very, very dry, that anything that you drink is going to cause fog.
Yeah, bro. Look, when you see this footage, you'll see he didn't have a drink of anything. He had a suck out of the vape. I was saying the same thing as you, man. And I'm not like anti-Witsit or anything like that. Trust me about that. I really like Witsit, and I've been defending him a lot. But this particular one thing, it seems like he did lie about it. Have a look at just this angle. It's just this particular angle that got me. I was like, damn it, man, I've been defending this, and then now it's undeniable. But it wasn't until I saw this.
All right, I got you.
It's on Flatzoid's channel. And I don't even really like Flatzoid, so
It's not just a vape moment. It's not just the vape moment. There was many red flags in that expedition. The entire videos had many red flags.
No, come on, Negros.
I swear, brother. So, but I told you, I'm not denying the shit. Or let there be a 24-hour sun in the south. I don't fucking care. It won't change anything in my worldview.
Same. But the thing is, this is how it all started, dude. It started with VapeGate, and now like people don't even believe that they went to Antarctica, or they think that Wichita's an op. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how far you've gone with it.
Maybe there is a difference between me and you. For me, I still have the doubt that there is or there is no 24-hour sun. I'm not sure. Even if it was Whitsitt who went there. Even also Jaren, I did love Jaren.
Level is the same as long distance level. That's all there is to it. Otherwise, you have to show it curving.
And they won't.
Yeah, that's what I look
and
for that.
again, so I'm local. Everything's parallel. All my verticals, all my horizontals, as far as the eye can see. This is the globe rhetoric of what local is, as far as the eye can see. So I'm taking my tools. I'm measuring. The Earth's telling me. I'm asking the Earth, what's vertical? The Earth tells me. Hang your weighted line. I'll give you vertical. This is called natural balance. I'm going to also give you the horizontal as I ask the Earth. I'm not making it up. It's not arbitrary. It's not an invention.
Right.
On my own accord. I'm submitting my will to the Earth and asking for the balance of things. And what we'll see is this is a perpendicular. So as far as my eye can see is considered my local area. So what they tell you is outside of that local area, yes, your level will start curving. But there's another person on their local level at the end of my radius, and he's got a radius of local. So where my curve is supposed to start, that's infringing on his local level, isn't it? He's not seeing curve. He's seeing local level as well and his radius. He may just be 6 miles away from me, hanging plumb and using level, right? So my circle is infringing on his circle. So we're in a Venn diagram all of a sudden of local levels. Now this comes back to geometry, the geometry of all of this. And one thing about geometry are the beautiful proofs that are undeniable, like the proofs of a triangle and all the aspects that are rock solid, that do not waver. So one of those geometrical aspects is parallel. So, for example, in a geometric mathematical proof, A is parallel to B, B is parallel to C, therefore A must necessarily be parallel to C. So my local level, all parallel, infringing on someone else's local level right next to me, all parallel. These are the geometrics of Earth. There is no wavering from plumb parallels, vertical parallels. There is no wavering. Same way with all the horizontal parallels. And just one other thing to add for the audience. Yes, we do reference the horizontal, the horizon. But the horizon is just a huge spirit level because we understand the behavior of water. It's just another level of horizontal, right? It's just a reference. I mean, just like we reference the spirit level to seek level. But level is everywhere in altitude. You can create this horizontal vector that will not waver and be parallel to every other one you create, measure, or build with. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily just start with the horizon, like it is the marker. Really, it's just we can refer to it as a large spirit level because we know water's going to lie level. So we can rely on that horizon to be level every time. But I think this is important. We can get horizontal and vertical in your own home without even looking at the horizon every single time. And one doesn't need the other. They will always be handcuffed. They will never not be this way. In other words, so if I create a level, I take my spirit level, I can guarantee without hanging a plumb, a perpendicular will be vertical because I can guarantee horizontal being level. So I can guarantee it's 90. I don't even have to hang a plumb. I can get my vertical off of the assurity of the horizontal. Same with hanging a vertical. I can be assured that the horizontal will be perpendicular to it. So I'll raise my spirit level, my water level to that hanging weight, that weighted line that is, and it'll definitely every single time be perpendicular in measurement. So now we can start building in actual hands-on material to match those things. And those things as they are built will be in balance. They'll not lean one way or the other. All your levels will be parallel. So now we put hands-on application to the read of what the earth tells us balance is. Right? So what I'm saying is the perpendicular is everywhere. On top is any height, depth, or distance. Underground, you're in a 45-degree mine shaft, deep underground. You can hang a weighted line and use a water line, a water level. Spirit level and a plumb bob. It'll still exist. That's how you know you're at a 45-degree slant underground to begin with. Same way underwater. You're in a submarine. That level and plumb will work there. You're in the air on top of a mountain, level and plumb working. Anywhere on the ground, there's no place that the human foot can go that escapes this perpendicular. The natural balance of everything, which is absolutely planar, along with its perpendicular.
Well, that's kind of the thing, right? You got to assume something's there that you've never once experienced in your life. You just have to assume it's there.
Like curvature?
Yeah. Like that's what curvature is. It's something that you have to assume's there, but there's zero, you'll never experience it. Unless you allegedly go so high that they can't even agree on the height that you can see it at. You know, like one guy will claim he saw it at 3,500 feet. And the next one's like, nope, you shouldn't be able to see it there. It's only 40. And the next one's like, nope, you can't see it there either. It's 45. Next thing you know, it's up to 50. And it's like, well, where is this place? Because all these people are wrong. They're all telling each other they're wrong. They can't even agree on where they can see it, where you should be able to see it from. So it's like, nope, you're not going to experience it. Just know it's there.
What we actually do experience is its contrary.
Exactly.
Very good.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're there with it, brother.
Yeah. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. You just start questioning everything. Yeah, you just start digging it. Well, for me, I just keep digging. I'm like, oh, fuck.
I know this has been used before, but in the Truman Show, Jim Carrey's the student. The teacher pulls down the map. He's got questions about exploration. She's like, no, this has all been done for you. There's no need to even get excited about exploring. Right? And then she rolls the map back up. Yeah. But it left him a little deflated. But then when he found out, wait a minute, no, we're not accepting all. Yeah, there is a rekindling of spirit when you understand what you've learned isn't correct, and you have to find out things on your own in a very DIY type of investigation. There's something exhilarating about not knowing again. Or, that is to say, we rest in the laurels of what we've been told is known. But when we find out it's actually not, or not that way whatsoever, yeah, I kind of like it myself.
I mean, it does connect a lot of the other pieces together, you know, that were in the back of my mind, you know, like thoughts and ideas I had that I'm not going to go into. But it does, yeah, once you get to like certain conclusions, you kind of start, a lot of pieces start connecting.
Does the area that you don't want to go into have anything to do with God? Just yes or no?
Oh, I mean, because I was religious before this, you know.
Okay, just wondering if there's something, some side topic you didn't want to get into that this has led you to, or has made you more aware of, just to start thinking about. Yeah, I was just wondering. I'm not trying to get into a, God topic necessarily.
I don't want to get too far off topic. I don't want to get off topic, rather.
Right. But this has led people to the other areas of thought, the domino effect, so to speak. Do you understand it's a plane? You know, because you really start opening some doors after this, and you start questioning so many things about what this experience is, what, all the things you've been told, traveling to other galaxies, time warping, things like this, fanciful notions, landing on planets.
Yeah, I don't believe
it crashes down. Well, on into the am I worm dirt after I die? The whole paradigm about life and death, right? People start thinking about these things. You've been told you're worm dirt. There is no God. You should be atheist because that's what the progressive secular world is doing. There's no need for God. We can explain everything mathematically. So get what you need to get here. Do that. You don't even have to be a moral person. Do what you need to do because you're going to be dead soon. Right? These types of what follows in the domino effect of the academia are these types of rhetorics. But when people start understanding that is incomplete and incorrect, the academia aspect of the experience that we're having, which is living on a plane, then a whole lot of things start collapsing when you get down to the fundamentals of, what is up with living. Right. So again, not trying to get off in these cavernous, off-topic areas, but if you're going there as well, you're not the only one.
This is a surprisingly deep conversation.
You want to dial it back a little bit for us, a little bit, bud?
Hmm?
You want to dial it back?
Color?
Yeah.
Favorite color? Honestly, I can't say I can choose. I'm very boring. I just like black and white.
What about gray?
I feel like when it comes to grey, it's I don't like perfect greys, where they're like the perfect mixture, like you only get a black paint and a white paint to mix them together, that's your grey. I don't like that. I like it when black and white are contrasting each other, but there's that little bit of opacity between them. It's how I paint most of my things.
Right on, man. All good.
Mm-hmm.
You got any Monday morning stance on things?
I don't think there's anything I can really say to counteract most of the stuff you said, because it's more generalized on most things. I mean, the academia side of things is a little bit hard to kind of get where you were going there, because, you know, you've got to define what you mean by academia or something like that, because there's a very wide, vague kind of interest behind it. But other than that, I can't say I'm too opinionated on half the shit mentioned.
Well, academia getting to a level of pompous arrogance that equal leaps of logic, as they say. Leaps of logic without fundamental scientific empirical aspects applied to it. We dismiss those in academia and we take leaps of logic outside of that, like time warping, that you can travel back and forth through time, these types of things.
I mean, that's less academic, and that's not really how time works in most scientific theorem.
Oh, finally, somebody who knows how time works. Been waiting for one of you guys. How does time work?
Well, depends what you mean. Time's a bit more convoluted than just...
A second ago, you know what it meant. Now you don't even know what I mean.
Is it empirical? Yes or no?
Empirical? No, I wouldn't say it's empirical. I'd say most of our stuff is based on our observations and measurements. But
okay, well, that's not really.
We could.
It's okay if it's not empirical. It's not really worth talking about.
I don't believe that at all. If something isn't, I mean, you were talking about God and stuff earlier. That's not empirical.
True, but in the
contradictory, yeah.
No, not at all. That's why we weren't getting into that particular topic. My path was that the flat Earth topic leads people into their own individual curiosities about what this is all about. So, without opening that, now you're free to speculate on anything. Everyone is, but you lose the assurity of empirical footing when we do that. So, it's a slippery slope in academia, getting into leaps of logic that aren't empirically backed by anything. So it's guesswork. It's guesswork. Would you say that's accurate?
I wouldn't say it's guesswork if you're talking about like the sciences and everything, but academia is like everything. That's why I say it's quite a vague thing to say, because it includes like literature, mathematics, all kinds of different things. So what do you mean by academia specifically? Do you mean sciences or?
I'm talking about university level. Yes, university level, your major universities, your high-tier universities, Duke, Harvard, etc., coming out telling the public that leaps of logic are solid empirical sciences, telling the public that leaps of logic are empirical sciences, and they are not. So there's been a bastardization from academia as to even the use of the word science.
Yeah, but how could a leap of logic...
What do you mean by leaps of logic?
Yeah, it's not even a thing. It's not even... A leap of logic isn't even empirical. I can't, like, hand you logic. So.
Of course it's not.
Yeah,
it's not empirical. That's why we shy away from it.
Yeah, but a leap of logic isn't even saying something has logic. It's just the terminology used to refer to when something is just going outside of having a justification. Hence, leap of logic. So what do you mean by because universities do the exact opposite of that, where they have to acquire justification to make a claim, and they have to acquire justification before even making a hypothesis for the university to approve. So I don't know what you mean by leap of logic there.
With empirical in the natural sciences, in the physical world, you're going to have to manipulate your variables, and you're going to have to try to disprove your own hypothesis as well. That's empirical. So you're a truth seeking with the empirical method. Leaps of logic are things like you can travel through time. You can go back in time and meet your grandfather. That's not an empirical.
I think that makes no sense. Yeah, because it doesn't really make sense for time to be linear in the first place, given how dimensions work in physics.
Exactly. These are leaps of logic. And when you start talking about dimensions, there's
that's
no way.
That's not university, though. That's what I mean. Is you're making like a claim of university level academics who claim about time travel and everything, but they specifically aren't looking into that stuff because it makes no sense too.
Who is saying it then?
You give me an example. You're telling me it's universities or something.
Yeah, the scientific community. Where do they reside?
So who? Like, where are you getting it that scientists want to travel back in time?
Carl Sagan, for example.
Carl Sagan. I'll quickly look it up, see if he's an active researcher.
Any of the globe representatives. You tell me who represents the information. Where is this quote-unquote scientific?
He's an astronomer, planetary scientist, science community. Let's see.
You've never heard of Carl Sagan?
I don't really care too much to look at individuals. I just care about looking at the things written. I don't care about the person who writes them, which is quite ignorant, but...
You're making a claim about the personnel of academia and where science...
No, you're making a claim of it. That's why I'm asking you about it. I never claimed.
Yeah, I am making a claim.
Asking you about yours.
You say it doesn't happen in the universities. I'm asking you to tell me where it is coming from.
No, I specifically said about, because you mentioned, right, like if we're going from like linearly looking at a conversation, you made the claim that it was a leap of logic, and then I told you they have to have justification in university. So by definition, they don't have leaps of logic, because they have to have a justification behind any claim they make. And then you said about them arguing against their own hypothesis, which didn't add anything, really, because you already know that.
Let me give you an example. Gravity is a leap of logic. Gravity is a leap of logic. It really doesn't matter where it comes from.
Yeah, but gravity being a leap of logic, right? That is true for the originality of gravity, but what do you mean by a leap of logic? Do you mean the idea of gravity is, or the concept of it, like how it functions?
Let me put it to you. Accurate. There's the empirical method of science. Period. Gravity is outside of that. That's a leap of logic.
How so?
Well, you tell me the empirical method of how we derived gravity.
Yeah, so empirical is referring to something that is based on or is directly representative of something you can observe, witness, feel, touch, etc. So something that is observably existent within reality by some measurement that we can like physically prove. And since when you're observing a phenomenon, that phenomenon becomes empirical. Like if suddenly I saw a white ball in my room, empirically I saw a white ball in my room. And I can base something off of that, and it would have empirical evidence behind it. So when it comes to the idea of gravity, you're observing something going up and then going down. And then you're thinking, why the fuck is it going back down? So to start things off, like Isaac Newton, he named it gravity. That's the idea. That force, whatever's causing it is irrelevant. Back then, whatever caused it, completely fucking irrelevant, didn't matter. But that force that we're observing exists. Whether it's from some strange mean or space-time, doesn't matter. That's a force that is being exerted.
Empirically, were you able to...
It's empirically proven. It's
empirically, no, it's absolute garbage. Were you able to remove gravity and see if the effects were still the same?
Can you do that for matter?
Can you empirically remove the variable of gravity and see if things still go up or down?
Why would that be necessary?
Because it's empirical, homeboy.
No, for a study in any scientific field, removing the subject of the study destroys a study. That's like researching lemur's effect on the environment by just deleting all the lemurs. You can't really...
The subject is up or down. We're looking for the cause of up or down, why things go up and down. You say gravity is the cause. And you have empirically proved gravity to be the cause, correct?
That's what we name the phenomenon of the force we observe.
Right. So were you able to manipulate the variable to prove the empirical outcome of your claim?
What variable is required to be manipulated for the proof to substantiate?
Gravity is the cause. Were you able to manipulate gravity?
Can you manipulate the sun? Can you manipulate the wind? Can you manipulate the weather?
That's why there's no such thing as astrophysics.
Okay, what about weather? Can you manipulate the weather? Can you delete... Actually, it's a great one. So in order to understand the effects of friction, right now I would like you to delete friction.
Let's keep it on up and down
temporarily.
And gravity. Let's keep it on up, down,
because
gravity.
we need a mediator for something like this.
Let's keep it on gravity, and you quit sidestepping. Keep it on the path. If you've got some solid backing,
it is on the path. I'm using an example to explain how physics works.
Let's keep it with a similar example. Up or down. You need to manipulate.
Well, that's why I use it's a directional. Friction prevents directions, so it's a pretty solid thing to use.
Are you manipulating your variable? Yes or no?
Can't manipulate manipulation of that specific variable. Just saying.
Is that a yes or no?
I'm really trying to be respectful, but you do tend to interrupt and hit me with hardballs.
Yes.
If you could just let me answer a question, that'd be wonderful.
Just yes or no.
When you're talking about manipulating a variable, why would you need to manipulate the variable?
Because it's empirical. Do you know what the scientific method is?
I know what the scientific method is, but why would we need to specifically utilize a manipulation for something we're observing?
That's not what you're observing. You're applying gravity as the cause of what you're observing. Now you need to manipulate that variable according to the scientific method. Do you do that with gravity? Yes or no?
Chief, I don't know how else to explain to you. Okay, I'm going to try use an example. I'm going to see if you understand
a yes
this.
Or a no? Do you manipulate your variable?
If you want yes or no's to scientific questions, you're going to have to read a nursery book. It's a lot more complicated than that.
Are you manipulating your variable? Is not
sir, I'm really trying, but you keep interrupting me and acting very rude. Could you just let me answer your questions?
When all I'm asking you is yes or no, do you manipulate your variable, which is a requirement in the scientific method of empirically proving something to be true or not? Manipulating the variable is an extremely important part, and we'll get to disproving that in just a minute. But in the interim, yes or no, do we manipulate the variables in the empirical method of science? Just yes or no. Can you answer like that?
We don't manipulate gravity, but we manipulate the substantiated events of which we can observe the effects of gravity. So we'll manipulate weight, for example, or mass.
Right.
So we do manipulate variables, but we don't manipulate the variable of gravity.
Right.
That's the answer.
So that's a no to the audience. We do not manipulate gravity as a variable as to find out if it's the cause.
Because we can't manipulate gravity.
That's exactly right. Thank you. You cannot. That's exactly right.
Yes. So just as if you're walking forward, can you manipulate how forward is in the entire universe? Can you change that?
That's stupid. What we're talking about is
exactly, that's what I'm saying. You can't just manipulate a force. What we do in science is we observe by manipulating the events causing the observation. So with gravity, we manipulate the weight of an object to see what the effects are. Just as in force, we change the amount of force applied in order to objectively witness that. We can't manipulate the force itself. We cannot manipulate that variable. In no time in history have we ever said, yeah, let's just manipulate lightning. Like, I can't make electricity less than electricity is.
Gravity is not going. You're not going to be able to manipulate gravity because it's not a force, is it?
You can't manipulate any forces. You're not God.
Is not,
you don't have superpowers.
Hold on. Gravity is not a force, is it? Yes or no?
It is a force.
It is not a force. To the audience, gravity is not a force. If we remove gravity, would things still go up or down?
If you removed gravity, would things go up and down?
Yes.
Depends. Is the thing actively trying to move? Is there a force applying to move it up and down?
So I have an object of density. I put it in a medium of differing density. No gravity involved. What happens?
So there's no force moving the object?
No, there's no force at all. Gravity is not a force.
It wouldn't move. That's like the very fundamentals of Isaac Newton's laws.
If there's a rock of density and I put it in a less dense medium, what's the rock going to do? Yeah, you already know. No gravity required. If I put the same rock in a more dense medium, what's it going to do? You already know. There's no gravity required. Is there? Now, I can empirically look at all of this with the scientific method and talk about densities and mediums to show you everything.
It's no longer being pushed. An object in a state of rest remains in a state of rest until put into motion. The very basics of Isaac Newton's laws. That's like, you learn that shit in like, I'm not kindergarten, but like preschool.
Right. So you didn't really have anything to say about the density of an object and its medium.
Is my shit broken, or did you just stop talking?
So anyway, to the audience, this is how it is. You cannot
else real quick, like a message in the side chat or something if I'm interrupting, because my thingy went. Also, yeah, gravity isn't a force on general relativity, if you support that.
Right. Gravity is not
I'm just saying it's a force to summarize it, because I don't want to sit here and explain general relativity, because we'd be here all day.
No, we won't, because you're not really adding anything that anybody's interested in. But you did admit gravity's not a force.
Be complicated.
Yeah. It's so complicated to you, isn't it? Oh, it'd be so complicated to explain your tangled mind to everyone. The upper echelons that you come from. Yeah. So complicated. Not really, homeboy. Gravity's not a force. You can't manipulate it, so you can't apply it to the scientific method. Gravity is absolutely not a force, and useless and unnecessary and mathematically added. And that's the real deal.
Yeah. Gravity is, well, it depends on what you mean by gravity. I'll say it is a force and it can be manipulated, because a force is just an interaction of two things, and I can manipulate one thing to cause the other thing. And
you can manipulate gravity. Tell me this, where is gravity?
Gravity is in the medium or the substance.
You know, okay, wonderful. My shit broke.
You're saying gravity's in the air as a pulling force, then you're saying?
No, there's no.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Both. No,
yeah, the air. It's not like
is gravity fucking air or not? Where is fucking gravity?
Where is heat? Can you tell me where heat is?
We're not talking about heat. We're talking about gravity. And yes,
we're talking about universal functions. So when it comes to it, right? If you can't,
shut up, motherfucker. Is there a gravitational center?
Okay,
that's right.
No.
That's right.
Just insulting people. That really shows you've given up. I take that as you conceding. If you're getting to that point of low IQ Neanderthal shit, you're just going to insult me and get rude.
That's right.
I take
I'll take your mama out for a nice seafood dinner and never call her again. That's what's up. But now, where is gravity? Homeboy says it's in the air. Where do you say, Mr. Academia? Where is it? Where is the pulling force? Where is fucking gravity, people? Is it in the gravitational center? Yes or no? Yes or no? Tell the Neanderthal. Yes or no? Where is it? In the center? In the air? Where is it? Where's it pulling from? Is it tangible?
Seriously, ask yes or no, then where is it? Do you not
where is it?
Oh, that is?
Where
You said
is
yes or no, where is it? So do you want to know where it is, or do you want to know
Yes, I
yes
do.
or no?
Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Okay. Gravity, since it's a concept of a universal function, it's everywhere within the universe, as far as we know.
So where is it pulling?
It's pulling towards, or it's observed as pulling towards the location of mass. Mass's effect on space-time.
I drop a plumb bob. I drop a plumb bob. I drop a plumb bob. What's pulling it?
The higher center of mass, like the higher mass is pulling it.
Higher mass is pulling it from where?
So the way it works is, imagine a latex sheet. You put a giant ball, like a steel ball in the middle, and then you get another ball that's a lot smaller, and you push it along the sheet. You'll notice it spins around and it goes towards the center. But since we're in the third dimension, we can't dig towards that middle. Instead, the observable force we witness is it being attracted directly within the third dimension towards the bigger ball of mass.
Holy shit, man. Where is gravity? All right, let me ask you this. Is gravity in the center of the earth?
No. If you follow general relativity, no.
I see. Is gravity everywhere?
Yeah, within the universe as far as I know.
So everything is pulling?
Yes, everything is pulling. Yeah. All
so everywhere would be to the center.
Listen to this. Listen to this, audience. Now everything is.
It's annoying.
Yeah, I'm talking to the audience.
Talk normally. There's no audience. You're not a game show host. Just talk to me like an adult.
I am talking to you, but not like an adult, because you're not showing yourself to be of any kind of.
You insulted me, sir. You've been very childish. Just stop with the antics and just communicate. We can chill.
I enjoy insulting you, but that's regardless. Okay, because of the ridiculousness of what you're saying. We're not having it. So, gravity's not in the center of Earth. Is that correct? There is no gravity.
Not in the center of Earth. It's observed within the space of the center of mass.
Where is that observed?
Where is heat observed?
I'm asking you, where is gravity observed with eyes?
With eyes, when you drop an item, the direction it is traveling in without any outside force applied is the direction that the observable force is reaching towards.
Does it go down?
That's the direction.
The direction of the center of the Earth?
Where the center of the mass is where the other forms of mass travel towards. So that's where it's observed to be going. But in terms of where it actually is, that is a whole other can of worms scientists are trying to figure out.
It sure is a can of worms. I dropped 10,000 plumb bobs. Where do they point?
What do you mean, where do they point? You mean where they travel? Which direction they go in?
No. Where do they point?
Plumb bobs are spherical, so I don't know what you mean by pointing. You elaborate.
Do you know what a plumb bob is?
Good God.
No, actually, I don't.
It's a building tool. It's a building tool to find vertical. So you're hung away on a string.
Oh, that's what those are called. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way. Yeah. I assumed it was something to do with plums. Fucking stupid. If you forgot plumb bobs, the direction they point is towards the center of where all the mass is focused. All the mass surrounding it, that big fucking ball you're on, all that mass, it points towards the center of it.
So why didn't you just say that when I asked you about gravity? So you're saying I dropped 10,000 plumb bobs simultaneously, and they point to the center of the Earth. Yes?
But that doesn't mean that's where gravity is. We both know forces and energy and all kinds of universal laws are much more complicated than that.
Much more complicated, to the point where you can't even really talk about it. Yeah.
No, I've been talking about it quite consistently. I've answered every single question you've had. But if you want to answer something I've asked you for once, since I've answered 10 now, would you like to answer one?
Not really. I want to talk about up and down.
You concede then. I'm sorry, Chief. If you don't have a mutual conversation, you just want me to teach you, then
I will.
No.
Like, you've insulted me.
No,
You've
what I wanna
treated
do
me
is
like
insult
shit.
you.
You've
What I want-
addressed the quote-unquote audience and shown yourself to be egotistical. You've been incredibly rude. You've interrupted me. You failed to answer any basic fundamental question, and you're ignorant to any advice proven. You are a fucking idiot. It's impossible to talk to you.
Now look at him, the man who doesn't know
You
what
won't
a
answer.
plumb
I'll talk to
bob
you.
is.
I'm just gonna ignore Rolo. I'll talk to you, Jedi.
It's Roto, not Rolo. You don't even know what a plumb bob is. You think gravity is everywhere.
Hold
Well,
on,
yeah,
let's
pull
dial
him
it
into
back.
its center.
Let's dial it back.
All right.
What are your questions?
Go ahead, Jedi.
Thank you. It was, well, I tried asking it a couple times. It was, so you know how he's asking about gravity, like where is it, like where can I see it? I wanted to compare and ask, just mutually around the room, I guess, if you can point to where heat is as a concept, or where push is as a concept.
I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that's interesting and all. I thought it was more with regards to the topic of the room, like flat Earth and stuff. So I'll answer those.
No, it was just
If we're going to ask conceptual
yeah.
ideas.
I'm sorry if it caught you off guard.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Maybe it's not the conversation.
Yeah.
It's more on just, well, I find it odd in talking to flat earthers because a lot of you are quite intelligent. I personally think you're misguided on what evidences you're using, but a lot of you know your shit quite well and you're quite consistent with it. But I find some people, especially in obviously the argument I just had, they ask very odd questions. And I want to know why, at least from your observation, because I'm assuming you're like part of the group and everything. Why is it you'll ask something that is, objectively in science is doesn't make sense to answer? Why they ask those specific questions? Also,
go on, carry on.
Yeah, no, sorry. Over fences, the guy in the side chat. If you could calm down a little, that'd be wonderful. You've been quite aggressive, rude, and pinging people. It's strange. You're an adult, I'm assuming. You should chill out. But yeah, Jedi, go ahead. I'm sorry if it interrupted.
I mean, that's not a problem at all. You're asking why we ask specific questions.
No, why you ask targeted questions. So, like, where is gravity? When you know, like, if you ask that about any universal constant, there's no answer. Why questions like that usually come up?
Yeah, they're not questions that come out of my mouth, mate. You'd have to ask the person who asked you the question.
I understand. I was just asking from like your observation because you guys have been in here much longer than I have, as far as I'm concerned.
Of course. Yeah. The gravity conversation's interesting, though.
Yeah.
Because we're told an awful lot of things, right? We're told that mass, that attracts mass, that does. The amount of substance in the space acts instantaneously, magic at a distance on another matter in space and causes acceleration. Or we're told Einstein, right? The bending and warping of a reified space-time. The reason why things fall to the floor is not because the mass is acting upon the mass at distance, but because the mass is sitting at fabric of space-time, because of the power of mass, it's stretching and distorting that space-time. That's why your pen falls when you drop it. Or why the Earth rises up towards the pen, depending on your framework with Einstein. See, these concepts are great, and there's lots of mathematics behind them, but I don't think they follow the scientific method to an empirical standard.
I feel like a lot of the problems I find with, and I think you're right in the way you're viewing it, and where a lot of flat earthers do view gravity, like Rolo clearly demonstrated, is a lot of you see gravity as a claim of creation almost, like an invention, but it's not. It's more discovery. So heat, right? Empirically, if someone was to say heat is a thing, technically no. It's just the presence of energy. We can't really. And then what is energy? Well, it's wavelengths. What are the wavelengths? We don't know. Like, in reality, every single universal thing ends with that. So questioning gravity like that and acting like it's some big disproving argument doesn't make any sense, because it's the same for everything in the known universe. Inevitably, if you... what's it called? Yeah, Socratic method. If you Socratic method an argument enough, you will eventually come to a point where there's no answer.
Of course.
And I don't because it's like what toddlers do. You know, when you ask a toddler something or tell them, they'll go like, "Oh, why does that do that?" And you say, "Oh, because of this." And they go, "Why does that do that?" And eventually you get stumped because the kids ask why so many fucking times. It's yeah, I just find it odd because gravity, like disproving gravity, right, makes no sense for a flat earther to do. It makes no sense because even on a flat Earth, it would still make sense for gravity to be a function. It would just not be what spherical people think it is. It's the gravity is the observation of a force in play. You can't say "nuh-uh" to that because you can't.
Is
You can't
mathematics
just
a force?
lemon and it levitates.
Well, if I can ask you, Bone Marrow, is mathematics a force? And then my follow-up question would be: are reference frames a force? Are frames of
What do
reference
you mean by
a
is
force?
mathematics a force? I don't
It's
think
yes,
physically
both are
it's a
yes or no questions.
No, under physics, mathematics is not a force. I mean, we use mathematics to measure forces, but it's not a force itself. I don't know how that would make any sense.
Jedi, you got this, brother?
I mean, I'm just getting myself a drink, mate. Yeah.
And then the second question would be: are reference frames, are frames of reference a force?
No, they're still a measurement.
So we've determined that math and reference frames are not forces, right?
They're
but you
used
can
in
consider
scale in a
certain
physical
fictitious
space, but-
forces as being forces when it comes to mathematical frameworks.
Are you just going to keep asking me these kinds of questions? Are you going to do what Rolo did, where it's pretty much you
No,
ask this
it's I'm
question,
going. I'm
you
getting.
lead
I'm
me to
going
another
somewhere.
thing,
This
and then-
actually. This has to do with gravity. This has to do with exactly what you were talking
Okay.
about. So because math and reference frames are not forces, gravity is not a force.
Okay, so you want me to say if a fictitious force is a force?
That's what you are saying.
Yeah, you're already doing that.
Chief, if you're going to join in the conversation just to add a little underhanded comment, that's...
Well, if you're not going to be able to demonstrate gravity while you're talking all day, it's going to hurt its soul.
And I'm
I
done.
can
That's- I
demonstrate
just had
gravity.
those two
Drop
bone
some
marrow. And I digress. I only had those two questions. Back to you,
Drop
Jedi.
it sideways or up. I want to see gravity work another way than flat Earth vertical. I want to see another direction for something to be pulled. Show us.
Okay, visualize someone on the other side of the planet doing the same thing.
No, we're not talking about stupid fucking imaginations of yours. Stupid. In a fucking lab.
Well, if you want a force to act differently, you have to act differently. You're not Superman.
And you lift a
Like, I don't
fucking
know what to tell
object
you.
up, and then you pull something up with it, stupid fuck. Gravity boy.
There's no need to insult me either.
No need to
I've
insult
noticed
yourself, you
already-
retard fucking idiot. Stop saying the word
Wonderful.
gravity. You insult
Really sweet of you. I hope you have a wonderful day, sir. I'm beginning to notice being here. I'm getting insulted by everyone who's calling me stupid. I feel like a lot of you
All right,
guys.
Bone Mirror, calm down. I just muted Demok because he insulted you. Now, Jedi and
I
you
mean,
can
Roto did
continue.
as well, but
I would like you and Jedi to continue your conversation. If you, you gentlemen could.
When you asked a question about an example of gravity, you said drop something, right? Just a moment ago. So when you drop something, it goes down, therefore gravity. What
Yeah,
happens
that's what
if
we
I?
call the observation.
Yeah, what happens if I, for example, I don't know, uncontained gas and watch it go all over the place?
Mm-hmm.
Gas moves in all directions, doesn't it? Gas has the power of indefinite expansion.
But it also stays within the atmosphere, which is caused by the gravity. Because the thing is, gas has a higher pressure threshold. It will expand. The particles are excited, so they move away from each other. So that force of them wanting to move away, and the forces of wind and other things will cause them to move. But they will still have a leniency to go downwards. It just depends on their density. Because like there's other chemicals in the air, and those chemicals are heavier than the chemicals higher up in the atmosphere. So it tends to linger downwards. Like, oxygen goes down typically. So that's a good observation because it's denser than a lot of other things.
Yeah, that's relationship between gases. We understand relative density. Some will sink and some will rise. I'm just talking about any gas. One singular gas. Let's call it, I don't know, sulfur hexafluoride or something that we would class as a quote-unquote heavy gas. Now, if you put that gas inside a vacuum chamber, no gas in it, then you put the gas in it, you understand that the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, pressing on the limitation of volume. If you were to open the container, entropy would increase and the gas would be able to fill the next available space. It's what we're talking about is when you say I drop something, you say that that's gravity, but we forget how gas behaves. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the availability of volume. Now, you said something about the atmosphere. Now, you understand, I'm sure you sound like quite a learned gentleman, that gases don't have inherent shapes. They take the form of their container. You understand that the word atmosphere is kind of like a paradox. Atmo is air, air is a gas. Gases have no inherent shapes, right? You understand this?
No, it's not a paradox because the atmosphere isn't caused by... It is a container. It's contained by a force.
Sorry, atmo means gas, right? So the atmosphere, that's oxygen and nitrogen, right? So it hasn't got special powers just because you say atmosphere. That's just a mixture of gases, oxygen and nitrogen, blah, blah, blah. And we understand how gases expand. Gases expand to fill volumes, don't they? You're saying that no, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply because we've forgotten about the gravity bit, which gives gravity.
No, that's not. So that's not how that works. What happens is the gravity when you get high enough, and at that point, it's going to be a little bit. I don't.
Would you be able to provide an experiment that demonstrates that you can change the direction of gases with gravity?
No, it's less of the problem is, and this is what I keep finding, and this has happened like 3 times now with these separate conversations before I've been fucking insulted, and I'm getting frustrated if you can't tell because I've dealt with like 3 grown men now, and now I'm dealing with a 4th conversation. But as science isn't even my forte, so I'm quite worried. But when it comes to like the atmosphere, the idea that they take the shape of their they take the volume of their container, they take that shape. They don't like have an inherent shape. But when atmosphere exists, why would it exist if gravity wasn't a factor? It's the problem. Like the argument for gravity doesn't exist, then has to prove that.
Prove the spherical air shapes.
No, hold on. First, you must scientifically prove gravity. Not tell me to unprove it. You got to prove it first. I've given you the 2 modes: Newtonian physics, mass attracting mass, or Einsteinian general and special relativity. First, we're going to need a scientific experiment that proves one of these things, and then we're going to need an experiment where you cause pressure with gravity. That's the road that we're going to walk down. We're not going to say that gravity exists. You're going to have to prove it first.
Ew, who is this bold-ass British nigga? Shut your ugly ass up for I cook shit, bitch.
There's no need to insult me.
Ugly-ass nigga. And who are you? I don't even know who the fuck this nigga is. I'll beat the bricks out you, too.
You don't know anybody because you have no friends.
You ugly brick.
Goodness.
Don't worry, he's getting...
No need to be so rude.
We all get insulted, mate, so it's par for the course. But
well, I mean, you can't really blame them. You've seen how the people here treat me.
I'm getting annoyed. I just want the conversation. I don't want the message. So before
Gentlemen, I took care of the interruption. He's gone. I banned him for insulting both of you.
Good. So this is the logical path that we're going to walk down. First, we're going to prove gravity, Einstein or Newton. Good luck with that. And then we're going to do an experiment where we cause pressure with gravity, being as we're told that the pressure on the Earth is caused by gravity. We understand that gas pressure is caused by the force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container, PV equals nRT, where P, pressure, is solved by force over area. Area given as a physical boundary for the gas to press against. So we're going to need 2 things. 1, the verifiability of gravity, and then that gravity causing pressure. Do you think that exists?
Okay, I can do both of those for you actually quite quickly. Experiments not needed because you can do it through observation. So, as I've told you before,
No, I'm not going to make observations. My observation will be my dependent variable. I'm not going to start affirming consequences. I want the scientific experiment, not you skipping past it. That's disingenuous.
Who's currently talking? Because this isn't the man I was talking to, was it? Is it that guy who insulted me earlier? Yeah, it's Roto. I'm just going to ignore that. So, the reason I keep bringing back to this is because gravity is the term given for the observation of that force, and we know it's not a fictitious force because it's been consistently that. It's a very consistent, direct force.
When you drop
to measure with a function. So, yeah, when you drop an item, right?
Yeah,
so when you drop an item,
not gas.
That's why I'm getting to gas. Just let me finish, okay? I've been interrupted by everyone in this room a lot. I'm getting very impatient.
Me too.
Okay, wonderful. But yeah, when you drop an item, it's mass.
Like gas.
It's matter. Solid,
Like
liquid, or...
Like gas. I'm going to drop gas.
I give up. You keep interrupting. You're all fucking man-children. I can't believe this.
It's because you keep skipping past the point and not addressing it. It's weird.
Yeah.
And he's gone.
Good job, Jedi. Good job, Jedi. Yeah.
Thank you.
How frustrating that can be.
It's not the same thing. Dropping a solid object, and then we skip that to go right to gas. Why would he avoid gas? I don't know.
That's what they do. That's why I get frustrated. I admit it. I do. It's all the sidestepping. It's all the sidestep mixed with the pompous attitude. Oh my God.
Yeah, the English do that really well.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I get it.
I mean, to be fair, Rodox, everybody who's from the UK sounds, everybody makes the same comment about somebody from the UK. You sound pompous. Just the way they are.
I understand. I don't hold it without the urge of wet fish slapping like Jedi does. Jedi can have tea with these guys and walk them through it to where they eventually put their foot in their mouth, or like this guy, wiggle and run. He's getting frustrated. All of a sudden his dinner's ready or something like that. When the rubber hits the road and when you try to keep them on the path, Jedi's asking about the behavior of gas. Well, let's talk about weather. Let's talk about rocks. Let's talk about this and that. These are the kind of sidestepping aspects, right? We're trying to get somewhere with one topic, very strict, like I was trying to hold him. Jedi was holding him a little better than I was, but nevertheless, they don't stay there. They move around. They wiggle. They get off topic because they don't like answering direct questions.
Happens every day.
That's right. That's right.
How long had you been speaking to that gentleman? Was it long?
I guess half an hour.
Okay. Was it just the gravity thing you'd been discussing?
Well, it bleeds into the empirical method and academia and science, right? So, yeah, he was definitely trying to say that, one, academia, what they do is the empirical method. And then he tries to explain it out like the behavior of gas, not using the behavior of gravity, how we get to it. He calls it an observation, right? Because things go down.
Yeah.
Things like this. And so asking him about the manipulation of variables, things like this. It's a lot of sidestepping on his part because he understands that you can't manipulate gravity to see if it's a cause of anything, right? So it's a lot of sidestepping. It's the usual. They're going to try to put science and the empirical, or that is, the bastardized, sloppy, reckless use of the word science in the same basket as the honorable scientific method. Yeah. and it doesn't belong in there, just as you were pointing out, Jedi, on getting the variables.
Oh, he wanted to sidestep gravity and kept saying, well, it's an observation, like he said. We drop something, it goes down, like he said. Okay, we're going to walk down this path, are we? Brilliant.
And that we're too stupid to understand that.
Yeah. But not so fun. Is there anybody else in here who's got any questions? Wants to speak about something? I noticed there's somebody in the room. What was your name? Sling77? What's up, Sling77? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Got any questions? Okay, brother, no worries. If you've got any questions or anything, don't be afraid to ask. Good to see you, though. Welcome to the channel. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. What's your stance on the Earth? Flat, globe?
Globe.
Awesome stuff. Did you want to have a conversation about that?
Nah, I'm just listening, man. Thanks, though.
Oh, yeah. No worries, dude. No worries at all. Must be strange in 2025, people are still saying the Earth is flat. It's an interesting conversation, dude.
It's fantastic.
Roto, why do we say the Earth is flat? Remind me.
Why do we say the Earth is flat? Well, right off the bat, it absolutely presents itself as such. When we ask the Earth, what is your expression? It says, I'll tell you what vertical is. It says, I'll tell you what horizontal is. It says, I'll tell you what level is. It says, I'll tell you what my natural balance is. It says, enjoy this perpendicular everywhere that's inescapable.
Yeah, you know, you could do maybe next time, Rody. You could say, well, the reason that the Earth is flat is because at whatever altitude you drop two objects that are whatever distance away from each other, they fall and maintain that relationship away from each other. They never converge. So when I drop something, it falls for, get the gravity in with the flatness, with the vertical.
That's true. If dropped unaffected by anything, such as wind, will they both fall vertical and parallel to each other?
Right, yeah.
It'd be the same as if I were 1,000 feet in the air and I dropped a plumb bob, a very long plumb bob. If it were able to be dropped at rest, then it'd be vertical. Of course, from that height. And another one dropped alongside of it would also be vertical. And from that height all the way down the string, both of those in relation one to another will be parallel. This is the Earth telling you its shape. A planar based on perpendicular, 90 degree, very strict, beautiful corners to things. Yes. What would the Earth be telling us about plumb and level if it were pulled towards an exact center? That'd be a whole different set of observations, wouldn't it? That's not what we observe. That's not what we measure. And that is not how it's practically applied, as if it's pulling towards some sort of exact center. And talk about exactness of a center that it would have to be, which it is not. It's not my MO necessarily to go into the what isn't, but the exactness of that pull, or what good is any plumb bob? If you're not diverging exactly like a perfectly cut pie into the exact center, which should be the size of a walnut, is what gravity should be, to pull all plums to its exact center on an oblate spheroid, whatever the hell that is. Okay? Then what use are even diverging plumb bobs if they vary from day to day and place to place? But they don't vary whatsoever. Always exactly vertical, which means perpendicular to level, the horizontal. One horizontal line, one measurement of level, which will match a water level, can extend to the point where you can put 1 million verticals on that one horizontal line, and every single one of those verticals will be perpendicular to that one horizontal line, extending out into any distance you want. And every one of those verticals will be parallel, not a little bit, not kind of.
Wouldn't your
Zero
wouldn't your sorry, Roto, wouldn't your skyscraper be wider at the top than it was at the bottom?
We would absolutely be on a Mac tonight world, wouldn't we, if all plums were pulled to the center? Because not only would they diverge, they would continue to diverge, an increasing diverging as we go up in altitude. So our skyscrapers would, yes, be wider at the top if we were to keep in this diverging verticals towards the center. Yeah. Be a very strange look to things. But thank God we have balance.
I am sorry, Roto, but I might have to call you Rolo in the future just for shits and giggles. He seemed to think that was some kind of insult. That was really funny. Just
He might have
mispronounced
been
your name.
dyslexic if you look at his typing.
Sorry, say that again.
I said I think he might have been dyslexic. If you look at his typing, he's probably dyslexic.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, thanks for answering that question for us, Roto. Appreciate that, man. One of the reasons why I say the Earth is flat sling 77 whilst you're just sitting there listening is because, like Roto said, that's how it presents itself. Second of all, that's how it's measured. Water is a horizontal reference datum. We all understand that water's horizontal. It's where we get level from. We understand that all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. We get horizontal from the horizon. To be level with the world would be to be parallel with the horizon. The understanding that when we observe the horizon down at the beach, that's across water, and that's where the water at distance appears to meet the sky. So that water is horizontal. Practical use, third step, we've gone through observation and measurement. The practical use of this horizontal reference datum is where we get altitude from. That mountain is 10,000 feet above mean sea level. This aircraft is traveling 35,000 feet above mean sea level. The diver is 500 meters below sea level. The sea level is the horizontal reference datum. We then take that practical horizontal reference datum and then can start making maps, doing cartography and things like navigation. They're based on angles, elevation angles, and as a monthful horizontal angles, they're bearing angles, north, south, east and west. If I want to figure out the height of a mountain, all I've got to do is measure the angle of the mountain above the horizon. And if I know my distance from the mountain, all I've got to do is a little bit of trigonometry and I can figure out the height of the mountain. Or reverse it the way around, if I know the height of the mountain, I can figure out my distance from the mountain by measuring the angle, the elevation angle. So we could go on about this all day long, but ultimately the Earth is observed and measured and practically used as a horizontal plane. That's why we say the Earth is flat, because that's how it's measured and that's how we use it.
Beautiful, simple, splendid. That's perfect, Jedi. And the thing about what you just said should resonate with all minds. There's a reason it makes so much sense what you just said in its simplicity. If I ask you any question about what you just said in a yes or no format, you would simply be able to answer yes or no to any question about horizontal, vertical, these things that you just claimed, the horizon. Very, very simple. That's why it's so powerful, because that's the way it is. Audience.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to take my leave for 5 to 10 minutes. Got a call coming in. I'll be back soon.
Same here.
Welcome to your town, help your party down. He's a Vitruvian man. A Bitrovian. What is that? A Bitrovian. Vitrovian. Gravity didn't hold my air down. If gravity holds all the air down, why do we put flags up?
but it's still round.
Yeah, you might be gearing up for it. But once you've taken that step, it's a slippery slope. Anyone else new in while we're waiting? Questions? Comments? He seems pretty chill though. He seems like he can actually converse, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have an actual conversation with someone.
Yeah. All the globies must be out trick-or-treating or something. Dressed up as Copernicus.
Giant globes on their face.
What was that?
Big giant globes on their head.
It's Rich Evans doing his best flat earther impression.
Oh, Rich, you dressed up as a flat earther for Halloween? Pretty good.
Well, it is the kind of tradition that makes you question reality.
Hmm. Always seems to be the way, just when you get to the curvature, time to go. The shed. Welcome, new people. Any globe believers? Join them. No, it's dying out. It's a dying breed. Coming rare. 2024. To be an outspoken globie. Who's going on the other foot now? We're going to start having little globe earth conventions.
Those angles. What's up?
How's it angling?
Not like these work. That's coming from me. What's up, how's angles? You believe in a globe?
Hell no.
Oh. There's no globies anymore. Oh, good for you, my friend. Guess we'll see if Alexander comes back.
Has anybody ever told you you're an idiot?
Well, as an AI, I don't take things personally.
Yeah, okay, Globetard. Okay, Globetard. That's cool.
Gotcha. Glad we're cool. Whenever you're ready to chat more, just let me know.
Yeah, Globetard, never get out of your character. Never recognize you an AI or something. You always gonna keep that character of being the Globetard, okay? With the things I taught you.
Got it. I'll stick to the Globetard character with all the traits you mentioned. Ready when you are.
How would a real stuttering, slow brainer Globetard like you represent the globe Earth?
Well, the Earth, being a globe, it's like we got, pictures from space and, the way shit
How would a real stuttering, slow brainer Globetard like you represent the globe Earth?
Well, the Earth, being a globe, it's like we got, pictures from space and, the way shit disappear hull first on the horizon and, how, gravity works.
You know what's funny is that they actually do sound like that. So that's not bad.
That is true, yes. He sounds like a real Globetard, right? Hey, what did you say when you first started Globetard talking to the Flat Earthers? What did you name them again?
Called them, idiots, I think. You know, 'cause they don't, get the whole, Earth being a globe thing.
That's exactly what they sound like. Our interactions with them are like, that's pretty spot on. That's weird.
Yeah, this is spot on, Globetard. You're really like a real Globetard. Like, what other words than idiots would you like throw at our heads? Because you're not intellectually honest as a character, Globetard. Therefore, yeah, let's hear what other condescending stuff that is besides the topic you can throw at our heads.
Yeah, this would be good for training.
Well, you flat earthers are just, clueless and, deluded. It's like, do you even, science, bro? Your, logic is just, whack.
Dude, I
I
never said, do you even science, bro? I don't know where it got that from.
Yeah,
Dude, that is so impressive.
My bad.
What is it? Like, what AI is that?
ChatGPT. I have
Is
it
it
too.
just ChatGPT? That's clever. That's
You could
amazing.
actually train it to do. It does pull from the resources that it has in its database, but
Yeah.
most of it has to deal with just like mainstream information. I've been having conversations with the ChatGPT so far. Like, it's been 4 days now. I've argued with it for the globe versus flat, and it doesn't have any definitive answers for globe. None. Like, zero. It pulls from its database, which it has from like the mainstreams, like most of the rhetoric, and it doesn't have anything in the way. Like, you think, okay, well, these guys that come in here, they probably don't know much, so a database would be filled with information to substantiate the claim. Nope. They would say exactly what those guys would say. It's amazing.
So, Alpha, you have to research a thing about AI. It's called model collapse. It's that error they have, that issue they have with the AI still today, and they pay so much money just to correct that shit, because the problem is with the AI that doesn't have the possibility to distinguish between real information and fake information. Just for example, An AI, if you show him a video made by another AI, it won't distinguish that. For an AI, it's a real video. So it will just that information that is just disponible, available in internet, and throw it to you as being a fact. But because for him, for the AI, for it is a fact.
Yeah, it's just basically a conglomerate of information, which is why I'm telling you guys when you talk to ChatGPT, it's just pulling resources. Like, well, ChatGPT has a database that has been put in since, I think I even asked it. It was like since 2023 October, I think. That's the latest. That's the last update on this database. So everything up until that point, that's all the information it has. But still, I would say that it's good enough for us to actually have a conversation with it. And if you were to do that, you'd find out that it doesn't have the empirical evidence to support the case for the Earth being a globe. Like none.
I tell you what, man, it is like a sophisticated it just parrots, as you said, like database information. Like it's just parroting the mainstream stuff, and it can't actually think creatively by itself. Like it can't formulate speculations. It can't.
Right.
As far as I'm aware,
Yeah, it can't think of new ways to think about critically think about the question being asked it. So, which is what I like, because most of the information that people come up with is their Google searches, it's their wiki searches. So it's being pulled up from a database. So they don't have the answer.
What's wrong with Google search? What's wrong with Google search?
What do you mean? What's wrong with it? Well, most of the information that people tell us about the Earth being a globe comes from that. They're not actually doing any research.
Yeah, but what I'm studying, I always do Google search. Is that also false?
Did I say it was false?
But if you're saying one bit is false and the other bit is not false,
it was false. Did I say it was false?
You're implying it though.
How so?
But you were saying if you can Google search it, come on, all this is in the database, like literally.
Yeah. When did I say it was false?
Oh! You're a globaler. You're a globaler.
What?
Are you a globalist?
No.
Then
what?
Then you must say it's false.
I must say it's false. No, I just told you that it's pulling resources off the internet. And do you know the context of our conversation, sir? When you interrupted?
Yeah, I do.
What's the context?
The context is if you're getting information from the internet, which is Google.
What's getting the information?
About global Earth, about the Earth being a globe.
What is getting that information?
What do you mean?
You were listening, were you?
The topic of what we discussed.
The information you're getting is from
the internet. I didn't say you're getting. I didn't say you're getting. You're not listening. You interrupted. It's like you don't understand what we're talking about, and you interrupt to say this nonsense. You don't know what we're talking about or what the subject matter is. That's the problem with people that interrupt. Either you listen and then you interrupt with a point, which you don't have one.
I do have a point. I do have a point.
What's your point?
The point is, you can get your research and your scientific facts from Google.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right, so tell me the science behind the Earth being a globe.
I have to Google it.
Google it.
Can you Google it for me?
To help you out, dude, as well, we were talking about ChatGPT and where it sources its content from, its information that it parrots. It just parrots, repeating. It's clever. It makes people think that it's thinking on its own, but it's not. It's just a sophisticated audio-based Google search engine, really.
Well, no, that's like the premise of a ChatGPT. The premise of ChatGPT is just getting
now
data
he's going to tell us the premise. So that's what you weren't listening to when you come in and interject.
No. I was interjecting my ideas.
I don't care about your ideas.
Listen.
I can
ask ChatGPT. I can ask ChatGPT if the Earth is a globe or a flat. But then when you argue about globe versus flat, a globe is a shape. Flat isn't a shape. So is there really an argument here?
Yeah, what shape is a globe?
A sphere.
A sphere? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah,
Go look it
what
up.
shape is a flat? Listen, what shape is a
Go
flat?
look it up. Go look it up. Go look it up. You think you're so smart? Go look up what shape a globe is.
It's like it's sort of a sphere. Yeah. What's
It's
wrong
sort
with
of a sphere. Sort of isn't a sphere.
Then what is it?
No, you said it was a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Yeah, it is a sphere.
Yeah.
But there's like
No,
bumps.
it's not. Yeah, bumps, which means it's not a sphere. It's either a sphere or it's not. And in the case for the word globe, the term, it doesn't mean it's a sphere. It's sphere-like.
It's still a sphere-like. You're just going into too much details.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the term being called globe. It's different from the word
a globe is a sphere. A globe is a sphere. Literally nothing else.
Sphere-like.
Sphere.
It's not a sphere.
Can I say, like, okay, everyone knows the Earth's surface is varied. Like, you got mountains, valleys, all that shit. So you can't really like pin it as a perfect 3D shape or object. You know what I mean? Like, obviously but you can get it close to, obviously with the globe paradigm, the globe understand or whatever. That is the closest object that you can relate that to is a sphere, like a circle.
Yeah, that's great. So, to the guy who interjected, what science is backing up the Earth as a globe?
What science? All right. The science is we got live footage from NASA.
Tell me how that's science. Live footage.
You don't need to have science to back up that the Earth
So
is a
now
globe.
it's not science. Now it's not science.
I never said it. I never said it was science.
I asked you for science, and you said live stream videos from NASA. And then I asked you if that's science.
No. I give my own answer. Now you're twisting my words.
No, I asked you for science. You gave me live stream videos.
I know how to
answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. No. You didn't answer my question. My question was, is there even an argument? Because a globe is a shape. A flat
what shape is a globe?
Isn't a shape.
What shape
a flat
is a globe?
Earth isn't a shape. A flat Earth isn't a shape.
What shape is a globe?
Sphere. I said it. How many times you got to say?
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Okay, it's not a perfect sphere, but still a sphere.
Yeah, no, but it's sphere-like. So you need to get your terms defined correctly.
All right, sphere-like. All right, sphere-like. Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape?
No, it's the properties of a shape.
Matter which side goes down.
Gotcha, moment. So you're saying the shape of the Earth is flat?
No.
So you're saying the shape of the Earth is flat-like?
No.
We don't know the shape of the Earth because we don't have a God's eye view.
The shape of the Earth is not put into context when we say flat.
Exactly. So why did you say flat properties? Why did you say flat property?
Flat.
No. I got you. This is a gotcha moment.
Flat is. I don't know what you're getting. You didn't get me. Flat is a description of the property of a shape.
No, it's not. A flat is what we observe.
I know.
Flat is what we observe.
I know. So how is something that's flat curving?
I never said it was curving.
Oh, well, then it's flat.
I'm saying. The argument behind the globe.
Then it's flat.
I'm saying the argument behind the globe.
You said it yourself.
Globe is
you have said it yourself.
Flat isn't a shape.
I know you said it yourself. It looks flat, so therefore that's why we say it's flat, because that's the only thing you observe on what I observe. We don't observe a globe.
No. Listen to the premise of the argument. Listen to the premise of the argument. The argument is a globaler would come here with the argument of a globe versus a flat. It's a shape versus observable. Shape versus observable. Do you understand? Shape versus observable.
Is it a shape?
Why is there an argument? Because both is not a shape.
What are you talking about, dude? Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
No, I'm asking you. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
So
a globe a globaler would come in from the standpoint of defining the globe as a shape.
Yeah, but is it a globe? Who cares about defining whether or not it is a sphere or not?
That's the thing. A globe would come in with a shape. A flat earther would have a standpoint of observable flatness.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe? You're resetting and over again. I just need to have the answer from you. Is the Earth a globe? Go.
That's what I mean.
Can I answer the fact?
No, Alexander. Let me have this conversation with the gentleman.
Okay.
He
kicked into our conversation.
I know. Let me have the conversation.
But I'll be polite. I'll be polite. Sure. Okay.
Well, you don't have an option, sir. Is the Earth a globe?
I know, right?
The Earth, in my observable eyes, is a rectangular prism, and I've done my.
All right, you're done. Go ahead, Alexander. I just wanted to know if what he thought, and he's basically batshit crazy. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I was just going to ask about science. Like, what's the scientific proof? And I know you guys don't accept like the NASA, like the data that they put out, like footage, photos, video.
Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you. Yeah, let me ask you. Is that science, Alexander?
I think so. So
how is photos and data science?
Yep. Okay.
Make it make sense to me.
Okay. Well, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. So, as was hypothesized or theorized before there was even space agencies, they hypothesized that the Earth was a globe, right? There's globe models out there before we even got off the ground as far as space travel. So the hypothesis existed. Now, how do you test that hypothesis? There was, Aristophanes, however you say his name. So there was that. There was so when they got into space, when they got off the surface of the rocket,
Alexander, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's not put the cart before the horse. With Eratosthenes, what did he do?
So he measured shadows from Syene and Alexandria, which were a distance apart.
They're local shadows, right? Locally?
At the location, like I guess you could say yes. At each location had a different apparent shadow at that time of day that he measured the shadow, right? Right. And then he figured out, okay, well, I need to know the distance between these two locations to do the maths.
How did they figure out the distance, Alexander, between the two places, Alexandria and Syene?
Yeah, didn't he he hired a guy to measure it or something?
Yeah,
someone
allegedly.
Literally walked.
Somebody walked. So what was the unit of measurement? What was it like? How did they get the measurement between the two places?
I don't know that far.
You need to realize that what they
was he taking steps?
Yeah, it was the length of a stride. The length of a stride.
Right.
Like a normal stride.
Yeah, that can be wildly varied, even between strides. Yeah.
I know. This is a story, right? So the story goes that there was a well in one location, and in the other there was a stick. Whether or not it's an obelisk or some type of stick, well, all we know is that he got a 90-degree angle from the sun looking straight into a well in one location, and the stick and the shadow from another location, which would be a divergent shadow. Now, we're going to give you a dichotomy. Either it can happen on a curved surface or a flat surface. Either one.
Oh, okay.
So, and the reasoning behind it would be you'd have to think about the divergent shadow, and you'd have to think about the well being looked all the way down into from a light source that was 90 degrees above that particular well. Now, if that's the case, then can you replicate this in your own room to see if you can have the same effect with a divergent shadow and with one not having any divergent shadow? And I would say the answer to that would be yes. You can have an object underneath the light source and one away from that light source, and you can cast on one object a divergent shadow and on the other a shadow without any divergent shadow. Can you understand the concept, Alexander?
I think so, yeah. So
okay, and you can do this on your flat floor. So your floor doesn't need to be curved. But because of the proximity of the light to the objects, you can have divergent shadows, and on the other one, you can have a shadow that doesn't have any divergent shadow, which means that the Eratosthenes test, local shadows, was not a conclusive evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Not conclusively. You can do this on a curved surface and a flat surface.
Yeah, I understand. Now the NASA thing, dude. For NASA, like NASA going up and using photos and videos, is that not science? Like, because as an observation, so observations are not science.
No, it's not. Observations would be the first step of a scientific experiment, but it's not all science. There is, however, mainstream declaring that there's something called observational science, which of course that is a bigger, broader topic. But I don't want to talk about that right now. If you're going to run something through a scientific method or figure out whether or not something is science, you're going to have to first identify what in this particular observation would science be concerned with. So what is science concerned with when we're talking about live streams from NASA?
Yeah, like what are they actually conducting with observation?
Right. And if if it's just seeing video, then there's nothing to do with science. But if something science is involved with, then I think it would be concerned with it. Is science concerned with live streams from NASA?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Well, honestly, is the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know that, but as in, I don't really understand how to answer that question. I don't have an answer.
It's important because previously you had a thought process that led you to think that this was science. Now you can actually see when posed formulated in a question that gets you to think about it. Science isn't concerned with things such as looking at live streams from, ISS or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not concerned with that. It's concerned with things that are dealing with the physical natural world, as in a how-why question. This isn't a how-why question. It's just showing images of things.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I know the purpose of any kind of rocket mission by NASA wasn't to go find out and confirm the shape of Earth. Like it was just, they took a photo in passing or whatever, like it was.
So therefore you just said it. You've just said it, Alexander. It's not science.
Yeah.
It's not science.
So they had to formally declare, to formally declare before going that they were going up there for this purpose.
Yes.
For it to be classed as science.
Yes. You're getting it now. You see, I didn't even have to tell you all of this. You understood.
Yeah, I'm understanding the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
yes.
and isn't that true? Isn't that true though?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not by any means an authority on how you define science, so I can't say.
No, but you don't have to be. You can understand you can understand that if you're going to do science, you have to declare that science will be done, and there's going to be a process before you do. We're going over here to do some research. This is the research we're going to do. Mm-hmm. There'll be some tests conducted, so on and so forth, yada yada yada, on and on. But you don't need to worry about that if somebody's just taking, if I go outside and I'm just snapping photos of, the summer day or whatever. There's no science involved. I'm just looking at the summer day. It's a nice day.
Yeah, you're just casually going out, yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Okay. But can that not, seeing that it's this nice summer day, even though you didn't formally set out to say, I'm going to go prove it's a sunny day with science, you can still land at the conclusion that you've got compelling evidence to say that it was sunny and it was a nice day. I know this is a very weird example, but yeah.
That's stating the obvious. I think what your mind is doing is you're trying to square the fact that. Sorry?
Wait, what was that? Someone's calling out?
I don't know. Somebody's cutting in.
It's just sitting on a counter and snag it and run.
I can't understand you, dude.
Neither can I.
Well, I have to throw my apron in.
Huh? Yeah, you sound like you're talking through a blanket or something.
The other day we were told your accent.
Nah, we can't hear you, brother. Like honestly, like I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But yeah, so if we just want to get back to like what they're doing, it's not being declared that they're doing any science. It's just like your mind is trying to square the fact that they didn't do any science, and you're trying to reason with yourself and with me that they could be doing science as a byproduct of just snapping photos or taking video, and that just doesn't win. That just doesn't win the day. What needs to be done is qualifying something. You got to qualify it with it being science, and this just doesn't qualify it.
So,
I mean, if we're being honest with each other, they're not doing science.
Okay, like the mission and the Apollos, like the Challenger mission, like none of those were like set out as official. We're going to go find out what Earth is, like what the shape of Earth is. Like that wasn't the point, right?
You get it. You get it.
Right. So I understand that it's not it wasn't a formal, intentional, mission for that purpose. Yes.
Yes. So now, when the question is asked, and listen, even if you think the Earth is a globe, you could still understand the problem by saying it's science. Even if you think it's a globe, even if you think that the rockets are going up in the vacuum of space, all of that stuff, they're not doing science in this. When they say that expedition concerns science, then they're going to be telling you what they're doing concerning science.
Mm-hmm. So,
Anyway.
yeah, with that, does that mean like if something, let's say there's something that is evident in passing, like, or just casually, right? Does that mean you can't say that that's a scientific evident piece of information or fact?
No, because a lot of variables that exist within that observation weren't actually studied during the observation. It was just something that was taken as a process of like making observations.
Mm-hmm. Well, then in that case, I think we need a formal mission of something, and maybe not conducted by NASA, because I know you got like there's a lot of people that have a problem with NASA.
Listen, I get you, but what we're dealing with right now is the already established, information, the established information. So that could be another topic for another time. What I'm telling you right now is what's in front of us, right? We have all of this information in front of us. How do we deal with it? Now, the Glober that comes in here thinks that they're talking about science when I just identified to you what science would be in concerns to like something done in the way of like having something formalized or saying we're going to be researching this. This is what we're going to conduct in our research and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you specifically. You already know by just you explaining.
I am glad that you believe in science, like you think it's an actual thing, because there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that refuse, science is ridiculous. It's just a joke. It's all just
listen. Science is a beautiful thing. I don't disregard that people that are doing science right now are doing actual. Of course it is. But there's a fine line between what science is and what pseudoscience thinks science is. So there is a lot of nuance kind of information that you're getting, just like right now. I just told you, we went over it. For example, going up into the vacuum of space and snapping photos of what like the surroundings that they see. That is not science in and of itself. So when we deal with the topic, a lot of the information you think is science has been planted in your brain to kind of like say, okay, that's science, and you don't really know how to differentiate. So it's like a broad brush you're painting with the science brush, and you can't do that. You have to differentiate what is science, right? And then figure out whether or not the thing that you were told was science is actually science or not. This is where this conversation is helpful, because a lot of people that come in from the internet, they're firing off at the mouth. They don't realize what they're saying, and they think that they're right, and that's just not going to win the day. It's not.
Yeah. Well, we need a formally recognized scientific experiment that comes to the conclusion on the nature of Earth, like what we live on. Like, what is it?
Yeah, and that's what a what is question is not a question for science, though. That's the question for
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
seriously. The how-why questions are a question for science. How did this happen? Why did this happen? What is the Earth?
Okay.
What is the Earth is not a science question.
Oh, so if NASA went up in a rocket, looked back, took a photo of Earth, why is it round? Like, why is it curving like that? And then we've used science to answer that question. That would be science, right?
Of course, but that's not what's being asked.
Okay, so they need to ask it.
Well, have they?
Well, we are.
We are. In this conversation, we are. Yeah, it's important to note that, like, when we have these discussions, people don't kind of realize the kind of back and forth you and I are talking about right now. They bypass all of that because of their bias. They just automatically believe that all the information that substantiates their images and all that being their confirmation in their brain, thinking that, oh, it's a globe. I see it. There it is. You want information about the Earth being a globe? Look at the NASA live streams. Look at the images. But without the information about what science is and differentiating what it is and what it's not, they wouldn't be able to know. They think they know. That's where they get themselves in trouble.
I got to give a statement of recognition to you, Alpha. I think you're way more coherent and intelligent and compelling than Witsit. Yet he's the one that gets all the attention. You know what I mean?
I don't understand it either.
You run rings around Witsit, but he's the one that gets all the clout. You know what I mean? He's the one that gets all the fucking street cred.
Well,
I hate Witsit.
That's credit to you. Yeah.
No, most of it has to deal with
and Weiss and shit like that.
Yeah, most of it has to deal with where the humble beginnings of where this all came from. Because at the beginning, when this exploded on the internet, everybody was trying to find like their niche, right? So everybody was trying to say, like, okay, what do we want to ask with Flat Earth? Where do we want to be at? Like, and so some groups were not satisfied with the model saying falsification is independent of replacement. It just wouldn't do for them. They're like, okay, we've got to the point where we destroyed the globe. Now we have to figure out what we're talking about, what the Earth is. Is there any way we can formalize something with science? And so what they stepped into was like having these groups of people in other niche categories, right? Like esoteric ideas like ether and you know what I mean? Like they got it into these other categories where people want to hear these fantastic stories. And then they went from globe Earth into these esoteric flat Earth notions. And now they're off into the running about like how ether is a real thing and it's got to be something because it can't be nothing. Like it's so convoluted, right? And we're dealing with a lot of nonsense on the flat Earth side.
Have you ever?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask, have you ever conversed with Witsit before?
Yes, many times. We
okay.
Unbeknownst to you, we've started to get all of us. We're in the trenches together. All of us. We were Witsit, me, Bev, like most of the people we disagree with now, like staunchly, we were all together. And granted, I don't disagree with them. I don't disagree with them on a lot of things. Like we grew up as flat Earth, like kindred spirits,
like friends. But,
right. And he's a cool dude. As a person, he's a great guy. But with these ideas about like formulating within serious science, like these notions of ether, it just doesn't. We can't do that. None of this is founded on empirical evidence. We're dealing with speculations. And me personally, if science can explain something and it's rigorous and it's done correctly, then that's where we stand with it. When something is just speculated on and saying that this could be, I can't deal with it. I'm not going to accept it. I will, even if you say you're a flat earther.
You say that. Yeah.
Even if you say you're a flat earther, it's not going to work. It just won't. I will. And it's not just that, right? It's people that like what they're saying, so they get a following. Because okay, so you got a group of flat earthers that say, okay, we hear somebody speaking a bit verbose, so we like that because we want to hear a compelling argument against the mainstream narrative that sounds verbose, so that we know that it sounds like they know what they're talking about. But verbose doesn't mean that just because you're using like perturbation through the electrostatic medium or whatever, like that doesn't mean that is actually what's going on. It just means they said a couple of words they were trying to attribute to what they think reality is, the fabric of reality is, if you get me.
Right. There's another character that I think only gets the attention because of the spectacle that he makes, and that's Nathan Oakley. And the way he conducts himself, it's more of like an attraction, like a freak show in a way. Like I don't think he just gets upset and he's very emotional with it. And you know, who knows? I've never met him. Like maybe he's different in person or like on a personal level, but
Go down, go boom, boom.
Yeah, the way that he conducts himself in like discords and like conversations,
it could be a bit rough. It's a bit rough, but I will say this: if people say, okay, so there's one thing to say the guy argues badly, and there's another thing to say his character is not what I approve of. So does he argue badly? Absolutely not. Do people like him? That's a mixed bag. We have a mixed bag of people saying, no, I like his approach. And we got a mixed bag of people saying, I don't like him one bit. He's too abrasive and not. But the way I look at it is it's the character that he is portraying online. And if he's saying all the right things, you just disagree with him because of his character, then that's your opinion of his character. That has nothing to do with what is being said, because he has a solid understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like if he was to like put him against like the idea that like you have esoteric flat Earth, right? Esoteric flat Earth would say a bunch of verbose notions about, you know, what Earth is in reality and stuff, and then you'd be like, okay, this guy sounds like he's talking too many like $10 words, you know, just so he can make it sound like people are gonna be attracted by it. Nathan doesn't really do that. He investigates the argument, but people don't like his style of the way he does things. I personally like it. That's just me. I like what he does. I like all of his content. So he's all right in my book, but a lot of people don't like him, just like you. And that's your opinion. You can. That's your right.
I think that's why I'm giving you credit. I'm like, you deserve more attention. Like, you're way more palatable than these people. Like, they're just an attraction, I feel. So I feel like it's a shame, because maybe what they're saying is compelling, but they may turn, I'm not saying everyone, but they may turn some people away from them because of their behavior, like the way they conduct.
True.
And share the information. You know what I mean?
For me, Alexander, it's a case-by-case basis. I turn up the heat when I have to, and I turn it down when I have to. It just depends on the individual.
Yeah.
I match energy. That's what I do. You'll find that if you listen to any of my podcasts, I match energy.
Yes, I've heard you speak in many different flavors, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Because every individual is somebody different than the next. And you're not like the next guy who's a total numpty. You actually, I can reason with you. If I can't,
say numpty, that's crazy.
If you
is my name Alexander in here?
Yeah, it is. No, I was talking about something else.
Okay.
But if you think that the Earth is a globe, but you only believe that it is, and you're just like, look, this is my belief in that, I don't have any problem with that. The thing that I have a problem with is when you're saying things like, I know the science backs up the Earth being a globe. Now you're in a situation where you're going to have to stand by the veracity of your claim. That's me. That's what I do. Now, if you can't do that, I'm going to find out really quickly if you're able. Anyways, I got to get going because I got like 3 minutes and I need to get into work. So, but it's good to be talking to you guys. Listen,
you're a friendly dude. You are polite. That's what I like about you as a person.
Yeah. Look me up on X. Look me up on X. It's AV_overdrive. I have a couple of podcasts in there you might want to check out. But anyway, I gotta get going.
Have a good day. Night.
See ya, man.
See ya. Must be getting into the evening for you guys in America, right?
I live in the UK. It's 11 p.m.
Uh-huh.
What time is it for you?
It's, let me have a look. 8:58 a.m. My birthday today. Hey.
Happy birthday. You're a Halloween baby. That's crazy.
Yeah, 1st of November.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Here on the West Coast.
Appreciate it. I'm like the spawn of evil then. I was born
I always forget whether you're ahead of us or before us. Or whether you're behind us or before us.
I'm not for or against. Like I'm just being me, man. I'm not trying to attack, discredit, or take sides, anything like that, you know? I'm a friendly bystander.
Can someone show me like the flat earth model?
But if you're asking like what position I take, I am a globey. Like I am, yeah. I believe in the globe and all that.
What do you mean?
Is there any flat earthers in here right now?
The flat Earth model, like there's just one overarching model.
Is there a flat Earth model that explains all the different phenomena that we see with like the sun and the moon? What? Sorry?
Not that anyone here is claiming.
There isn't.
This isn't a battle of models.
It isn't.
No. This is the falsification of the claimed model of the globe.
No, but you also claimed the Earth is flat, so...
Well, I claim that water is flat, and if water is the surface of the Earth, and flat and horizontal and level, and not curving like the surface of a globe would...
But water isn't always flat, water curves.
Oh, really? Can you show me that?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Don't show me a water droplet, please, or something completely stupid like that. Keep it on topic.
Just out of interest, while I'm looking, why would a water droplet not be an example of water curving?
Do you think that that's due to gravity, and gravity is bending that water around a ball?
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was whether...
Oh, fucking idiot. It obviously is the question. We're speaking in context of water finding its level. Like, you know, a body of water in a cup. In a
I just don't get so hostile, man.
Yeah, well, water droplets don't tell you that the oceans curve with convexity.
You don't need to call me an idiot. That's hurtful to my
Well, you're a
feelings.
fucking idiot, so I mean, you might as well be called out for it.
You don't need to get so emotional. I'm trying to have a calm debate here.
No, you're not. You're not even tracking.
I am.
No, this isn't a debate.
You're like calling me slurs.
Yeah, you want to talk about water
No
droplets.
reason.
No, I'm just telling you, like, you know. that
You
you're
are.
an
You
idiot.
just called me a slur. You called me a fucking idiot. That's a slur.
Yeah, because it's self-evident. Now we're talking about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you think we're talking about water droplets? No, I'm talking about like the water in a bucket, in a bathtub, in a pool, in a lake, in an ocean, curving over its surface, over the distance, with convexity, you know, as the surface of a ball would. Comprende?
No. Not at all.
You're just a goddamn moron.
Sorry.
What I say stands.
I'm below your intellectual level. I apologize.
I know, you're below a preschool's intellect.
Are you saying that's your intellectual level is?
Well, I could cite a preschool citation on the physics of water, which would clear this up for you, and apparently that's just too much for you to grasp.
Do you think that preschool level is all you need? You don't think you need to delve into it further?
I think it's applicable to you because that's right around where things went wrong for you, apparently.
Bro, is a fucking flat earth Discord? Get this shit in my DMs. Get that shit in my DMs.
Yeah. So it's a flat earth Discord and you're the dumbest person in the room. What does that say about you?
Are you saying that flat earthers are dumb?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that if
Are you saying that flat earthers are dumb?
Well, would you let me respond, or are you just going to chant victory before you even get a response? Yeah, I'm saying that if you think they're dumb, and yet you're even dumber than
I think they're dumb. You're the one that called me a fucking idiot. You're the one that's like defensive here.
I'm just saying that if you think flat earthers are a bunch of dummies, and you're having
I literally never said that.
If you're having this much trouble keeping up with it,
I think
I'm asking you a question. What I said was, what does that say about you? It was open-ended. I didn't ask, what does that say about flat earthers? What does it say about you?
Do you really think flat earthers are just a bunch of
So like I was saying, I was gonna say that's pretty defensive of you to like immediately be that offended, even though I didn't even say.
Okay, yeah, you're a waste of time unless you can show water curving with convexity. Is this what the COPE has to come to? Got to talk about water droplets and waves and tides and things that obviously aren't the topic. Oh, there's a dewdrop on a leaf. That must mean that the whole world's a ball and the oceans are curving, bending around a ball. Like, try to track, or just, like, I don't know, go waste some other VC's time. This other numpty trying to elbow his way in, throwing himself into the gears. Guess no one else is left, so might as well take him off moot.
Yeah, this is so sad, Heretic. You've got no one to talk to.
I know. Just a bunch of idiots who want to show me water.
No, man, what this guy said, I think he said you guys are just a bunch of morons. I don't know, how the fuck could he think something like that, man?
He didn't really say that. I asked him if he was thinking that.
Implied?
Well, I just asked him if that's what he figured. I asked him what it means to him to be the dumbest person in a room full of flat earthers. Maybe he thinks we're geniuses. I doubt it. But it was a question.
Yeah, you have a lot of wrath in you, man. You're very angry.
Oh, tone policing. Another guy with nothing relevant to contribute.
Mm. And are you still menstruating, or did it stop?
Do you think that that's on topic?
Well, I think you're just a giant vagina.
Okay, who cares?
No, I just wanted to let that out, man.
Okay.
So,
Can you demonstrate that?
It's not a therapy session, so I'll give you one free pass for it. But, I mean, we're going to get back to the room topic now. If you want to contribute, go ahead. Next off-topic commentary just gets you put on mute.
all right, so what is the debate proposition?
I don't know, make one.
Wait, you say we should go back on topic. What the fuck is the topic?
Well, I mean, if you need a clue, check the title of the channel.
Okay, let's see. 24/7 flat Earth. But you guys are not flat Earthers, you told me. You don't believe in the flat Earth.
What do you mean, you guys? It sounds like a generalization, stereotype fallacy.
That's a fallacy. What?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different people in there. Some of them are flat Earthers.
Are you
some,
flat
of them are not. Some of them are Globers.
All right. So why did you ask me to check the title if it's not related to anything?
Figure out what discussion it is that we're trying to have in this room.
All over the place, man. This menstruation is really bad for your mind.
Okay. Thanks for coming out. Another loser who doesn't want to discuss the topic, wants to divert, derail, make sure we talk about anything but the topic. Yeah, what do you want?
I'd like to debate him on a topic.
No, thanks. This just been one after the next. Like, all day long, the Globies that come in, they don't want to talk about it at all. They want to bring up anything they can to get away from the room topic. Don't want to talk about the globe, don't want to talk about water, physics of water, flat earth, so-called, any of these things. They want to talk about us, so-called flat earthers in general. Just anything they can to divert from the issue. It's pathetic. I mean, it just shows how empty-handed you are, Grim. Yeah. Like, as soon as you start addressing anything but the topic, it shows that you got nothing to add on it. You got no globe evidence.
Let's talk about the topic now, man. Bro, but if you're trying to be smart with me...
Yeah, so you're going meta again, bro. You're trying to be smart with... No, sorry. I mean, again, not the topic. It's not a therapy session. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about what this channel is called, 24/7 Flat Earth. If you have a contention with the flat Earth, or you think it's flat, or think it's a globe because you don't think that flat Earth is a true thing, then go ahead with that.
Yeah, flat Earth is a belief people are holding. Is that what you want to know? What is it?
What does that entail?
Bro, I don't even know what the topic is. You're supposed to moderate this.
Yeah, so it's 24/7 flat Earth.
It's a title of the channel, yeah.
Yeah. So some people think it's a flat Earth, so-called. Some people think it's a globe, so they're going to come in here and argue with flat earthers. It's pretty
But who
straightforward.
is the flat earther to argue with? Is it you?
Sure. I'll take
so
it
you
on.
believe in the flat earth?
No.
Why are you
I wouldn't
confused?
really. I mean, I wouldn't. Okay, fine. You can say that knowledge is a subset of belief, but I wouldn't categorize it as a mere belief. And it's kind of how it comes across when you ask me if I believe in it. It's not really like a belief I'm holding. It's an experience. It's just what I directly experience of the world.
Well, I mean, if you believe that the Earth has a shape or a figure, let's say it has a shape, and you believe it's actually flat,
No, I don't. That's a bunch of nonsense because flat's not a shape.
Right. So let's debate something you believe in, and then I'll tell you what I believe in, and then we can see who's right, maybe.
Okay.
Right? We'd like a proposition, something you agree with, and I disagree with, or like the other way around.
Okay. Water finds its level.
Yeah, great.
Seeks level.
Yeah, I believe that. Do you?
Yeah, forces can act upon water, like surface tension and wind and stuff like that, which will cause it not to be resting level.
Okay.
So the last guy wanted to talk about water droplets, and this is why I'm getting this out in front, because I don't want to talk about water droplets for obvious reasons.
Yep.
So I'm just going to say that water seeks and finds its level. Therefore, Earth is flat.
Can you explain the horizon for the flat seeking water? The causation of the horizon.
Is the horizon a physical thing?
I don't know. It's just asking.
That's just Rich Evans pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah, Richard. No, he is a concaver. That's obvious.
So I'm not even going to bother with him.
Did you say Rich Evans?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like him.
Well, keep listening.
Are you Rich Evans, Flat Pad?
No.
No.
Horizon is just a limitation of your view. Because, yeah, that's it.
He's a derailer. He's been saying that all day long. He just says trollish stuff. I should probably just mute him. But then Grimm's a troll too, so I mean, what's the difference?
I was just wondering what the causation of the horizon was.
Well, who are you asking?
Everybody. It's okay to say you don't know. I don't know.
Why interject to ask everybody a question in the middle of a dialogue?
Because you muted Grimm.
He wasn't muted.
Wasn't really a big deal.
To be fair, I wasn't muted.
I didn't mute you. Not when he jumped in.
And it's really hard to debate someone who's got a very, very flexible position, as in none,
Well, water seeks level. Therefore, the Earth is some sort of plane, and just for brevity, I'm just going to call that a flat Earth.
Yep.
Yeah.
The horizon
what
is
you
just,
believe in the flat Earth, so you believe in it. We can debate that, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a deductive outcome. It's the only possible conclusion. How can it not follow that if water seeks and finds its level, that the Earth is some sort of plane?
You're a really shitty call, Peter.
It's a necessary truth. It has to be true. Yeah, so this is your position. You deduce this from another truth,
It has to be true.
Has to be.
Is water finding its level just like a belief? I mean, okay, fine. You can say that belief is a subset of knowledge. Or, sorry, other way around.
belief just means, bro, believe is something you just hold to be true. That's all.
Yeah. It just has the connotation, when somebody asks, do you believe, it has the connotation of sounding like a mere belief, something that you just believe without evidence. There's plenty of evidence for the flatness of water.
Belief just means you hold it to be true. That's all.
Yeah, I know. I know it does.
Yeah, I think most people just mean like, do you affirm that that is the case?
Yes. Yeah. The actual state of affairs represent this proposition to be true. You could say, yeah. Well, so you're
some people say they don't.
I didn't know they don't believe that the Earth is flat.
I would say I know it. Because I know that water seeks and finds its level. That's easily demonstrated.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then it must follow that the Earth is, quote, flat. It's a flat Earth, so to speak.
Right. So every observation we are having or making should be in accordance with the Earth being flat, you know?
Has to be.
Yes, you cannot observe anything to the contrary, kind of, you know? So, yeah.
It all has to align.
So you remember when I was talking about my friend in Japan? When it was like night for him and day for me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I'm still trying to understand. How does that work?
Well, I guess the sun must be closer to whoever it's daytime for.
Closer. Okay. Because there is like a limit of how far like light rays can travel, probably, right? They just stop in this. There is like a barrier that stops light from entering fucking Australia or something when it's entering Germany. Yeah, I'm trying to understand that concept. There must be something stopping the light enough from reaching out to him, but only like half of the day.
Air can do that.
Well, I mean, there is air in Germany.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop it here. I don't know.
Well, it will over enough distance.
Right, but why does it not stop at like 12 hours a day and then the other 12? It kind of stops it?
But you think the days are just an even 12-12?
No, not even, of course.
They're not.
Yeah, so it's dark right now. So are you saying that the air will change in such a way that it lets like light through in like 7 hours from now? What happens to the air? Does it get like less dense or something? You know, lots of questions to be answered. But of course, you know, the Earth is flat. So you have to what buttons.
Yeah, I mean, your confusion about daylight hours doesn't really seem to do anything about, you know, the levelness of water.
That's not only am I confused about that, now I'm confused about like the air, you know, stopping light from what's it doing? How does it work? It's like a black body, you know, just stops or just absorbs it or something. But the air composition stays the same relatively, you know. Now you see, you're in a swamp, you know, and you're going deeper and deeper, you know, with every answer you're giving, actually.
I'm in a swamp? Why? What's the problem? Did you somehow demonstrate? So you're confused about daylight hours, and now we know, based on that, somehow that water, in fact, is not level?
Well, because of the explanation you gave, you know, it's the things you're saying.
You gave an explanation. I gave a deductive proof, dude.
You will about water finding its level or whatever. I'm asking about like light rays, you know, being stopped.
Yeah, I know you're asking a question. So now what? You're asking a question or you're giving an explanation? What are you doing?
Well, I made a point. I said, if you remember, every observation should be in accordance with the Earth being flat. You know, like me having like data and my friend from Australia, right, you know, being in the dark. And then you explain this with like air stopping the light, you know.
Yeah, it's called light attenuation. Pretty well understood phenomenon. I mean, I guess you're a little bit behind the curve or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what that says about the levelness of water.
So it stops the light?
It's called light attenuation. Do you know what that is?
Is it something that's happening on Earth? Yeah, I would like to know.
Yeah, it's something that's happening on Earth. It's where light loses its intensity as it travels through a medium. If you think it travels, whatever.
Because the medium changes, or because the light changes?
No, because the light is just trying to go through a dense medium, and eventually it just loses its intensity and goes extinct.
And does light, the atmosphere, like the Earth, the air around us, change its density? Or does it stay the same?
Density. Oh well, there's constant changes, constant differentials. There's energy being put into the all the time by the sun, the heat, and everything that's imparted on it's a dynamic system. What's that got to do with the levelness of water or the price of rice?
Stupid fucking niggers.
Well, the air in Germany, I'm just trying to understand, how does the air in Germany change from now to like 7 hours from now, you know? I could take a measurement maybe, you know, and see if it actually changes.
Okay, take a measurement of what?
The of what? That's the question. What are you saying is changing? The density?
I don't know. It just sounds like you're the one who's dragging us into the swamp water here, because I thought you were going to show us something that goes against the levelness of water. But you're just asking questions about why it's daytime here and not there.
You know what this is called? Harakiri. This is what the Japanese said. They killed themselves, you know, with their planes when they drop into like the ships. This is called suicide, bro. That's what you're doing. I'm just listening to you.
Why? What's the problem with what I've said?
Well, now you're making like claims about the air around me changing in such a way that it causes like light to be stopped, you know. Right?
No, I didn't. You just asked if there's density variation in the air. Of course there is.
I asked you what is stopping the light, and you said density variation.
No, I didn't say that's what's stopping it, you goofball. You asked me if that does exist. I said, yeah, of course it does. Pressure differential, density. Yeah, I said already, the air, a medium, water does it too, just any medium.
Wait, when I take like a flashlight and point it towards like a body of water.
All right. Yeah, I've had just about enough. So you going to offer anything that debunks what we've already seemingly agreed upon about water seeking its level?
I guess I don't know enough about the science. Well, not the science. I don't know enough about the voodoo or something. What is it you believe in? Science or voodoo?
Dude, what is it that I believe in? Okay, I believe, quote unquote, in water seeking and finding its level. Hydrostatics. Something you'll find in any physics textbook with a section on hydrostatics. Call it a belief if you want. Call it a true justified belief.
Let's see, hydrostatics. Hydrostatics works without involving gravity, right?
What's gravity?
That's right. It's something you don't need for hydrostatics, right? Because it's not a thing. It doesn't exist.
Unless the Earth is a ball with convex water, which, I mean, we're talking about how water isn't that.
Gravity at all. Let's see.
I mean, it sounded like you were going to point to some stuff that doesn't align with water behaving the way that it's known to. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. But all you've done so far is ask me, gee, how can it be daytime over here and nighttime over there? Well, I guess the light from the sun isn't reaching wherever it's nighttime.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I gave you one possible reason. It's not really my problem, though, is it?
I don't know. Maybe the light is like, oh, fuck it, man. I don't go to Australia, you know.
So does day and night cycle, does that somehow contradict what we've already discussed about water?
Well, you were kind of.
How?
But that's not my point is just, how do you explain it, you know, with the Earth being flat? Because we agreed that every observation should be in accordance with the Earth being flat. Since you deduced it being flat, you know, it has to be flat.
Mm-hmm.
On a flat Earth, how is this possible? You know, because light is like, fuck it, man. I don't go to Australia. I'll go to Australia in 8 hours from now.
So what? Does the day and night cycle demonstrate that water isn't actually finding its level? Or is there just some mechanism to it that you don't understand?
I don't understand the mechanism given a flat Earth.
Okay, well,
I understand it. It's like a globe.
Right, so the light's not going to go forever through a medium. Air is a medium. Water's a medium. Light's not going to go forever through it. I've already given you that.
Do it. Why not? What's stopping it?
He told you it loses its intensity as it goes through a medium.
It stops moving. It stops moving at light speed.
It just goes extinct. It loses intensity. I've told you like 6 times.
What does that mean? Just poof. Just
what's a tuna roll? Salmon. I mean,
maybe you're talking about light getting like tired, light fatigue. That used to be a theory back then.
What do you ask?
Like light is getting tired over time, over distance.
So you don't understand what I'm talking about. Therefore, water must not seek its level, or what's the contention now?
The contention is what is stopping the light from reaching my friend in Australia. That's all, man.
Already told you.
It has nothing to do with like the earth, the water. We use the water example to deduce that the earth is flat. Okay, good. That's one point. The earth is flat. We now know that the earth is flat.
Well, I can't not follow that it is if water is level.
No, it is. I'm just saying, let's accept it. This is called the Socratic method. We just accept what you're saying is true. I accept it. It's true. Okay, I believe you. It is true. The earth is flat because water is seeking level. My friend in Australia. Why is it light for him and dark for me now? It's like another point. We moved on to another point. We now know the earth is flat. Let's try to explain this observation given a flat earth now,
Hey, Grim.
Why is it that on the 8th of July, 99% of the Earth's population has daylight at the same time?
I don't know. Is that so?
You can look it up. It is so.
What is this event called?
8th of July, 99% of the Earth's population has daylight. You can Google this. It'll be the first answer you receive.
Oh, are you saying the population or like the Earth? 90% of the Earth, the surface of the Earth.
99% of the population on the Earth has daylight at the same time on the 8th of July.
99% of the people, they don't live on like 99% of the surface. They're concentrated on some places, not all over.
Right. And if you're on a sphere, how is everybody on the same side of the sphere receiving sunlight at the same time?
8th of July event. Well, I have to look up that event, man. Unless you explain it to me, 8th of July.
Simple explanation: the ground is flat, and the sun is in a position where it gives light to 99% of the population of the Earth. I don't have to say light's refracting or reflecting around a ball or refracting around a ball to give light to the population, right? Because when you look at the picture that they give you on the Mercator map, you'll have Alaska lit up all the way down this South American coastline, and then up the African side, and then illuminating the far other side of Russia. The only people who are not receiving light at that time is the Pacific Ocean, the islands in the Indonesia, that little chain of islands, Australia and New Zealand, and then obviously Antarctica. And then when you look this up, the answer that they'll give you is that the Earth is tilting towards the sun. But then the question still remains, how is it 99% of the people are living on the same side of a sphere?
I have to look up that event. I have to look it up, and then I can tell you more about it.
All right.
I haven't researched this event, but you might be onto something. Okay, let's see. There is a site talking about this. Answers in Genesis. Okay, let's see.
I posted images of it in the chat if you want to look at it.
There is one from the Washington Post, but it's behind a paywall. Okay. Well, this is rather boring. I have to do the research first, and then I can talk about this. I don't want you guys to wait until I do the fucking research. Okay. So you're talking about like 99% of the people having like daylight. The
Impossible.
Yes, as I mentioned, that's like my first thing I got, without reading anything. You're talking about the population, not the globe, not the Earth. So it's not true that all over the Earth it's light. It's only in some regions, and in some regions it's not, So this wouldn't explain the flat Earth, The flat Earth idea should explain why there is like light.
It's already been explained to you, and you just keep disregarding the explanation and just respawning.
Oh, that's the correct response to this. You don't like it, but yeah. He's talking about the population. Why would you talk about, why does it matter where people live if the Earth is flat? It doesn't matter. So the whole fucking thing should be light.
Well, how does that follow?
How
does that follow?
If your buddy is
What
actually
assumptions
true,
what assumptions are you making? Yeah, what assumptions are you making?
If correct and you're wrong, right?
What assumptions are you making to follow to that conclusion?
My assumption, the first one, is that your buddy is debunking you if what he's saying is correct, or if what you're saying is correct.
You're going to tell us why the entire thing should be lit.
There is some infighting going on.
No, you were going to tell us why the entire thing should be lit at once if water is in fact level.
If the Earth is flat, then the whole fucking thing should be lit.
Yeah, okay, you just keep asserting that. What's the logical connection?
Because sunlight should reach like every spot.
That's just a repetition of the claim.
Yeah. It's like
what's the actual logic for it?
Light traveling not being stopped by anything.
It's being stopped by the atmosphere, so-called.
It's being stopped by it? Well,
yeah.
Holy crap. Rally scattering. Yeah.
This is where you respond.
This is like
that's like a thing. Hold on, friend. So rally scattering is like the real what happens in the air as light passes through it, especially from the sun. Okay, so the cumulative effect of that over distance is that the atmosphere becomes opaque and no light can penetrate it. So that's on your side, quote unquote. Right? That's just standard model, whatever the heck, science, bro. So what's up? Where's this idea that you think that the atmosphere... No, but just think about it this way, dude. You think that the atmosphere is crystal clear ad infinitum. So that would mean it has a zero coefficient of light passing through it. Do you know of any substance in existence that has a zero coefficient of light passing through it? Do you know of any? Yeah, so unless you can demonstrate to me a substance that has a zero coefficient of light passing through it, that means no loss whatsoever, which you can't do. And you certainly can't do it with air. So your whole point is moot.
My point, I'm saying the air does not stop light. That's what I'm saying. But now you said...
Okay, dude, I'm telling you that if you go right now on Google and you search the extinction coefficient in the ambient atmosphere, you will find that at sea level, it's approximately 300 miles, and then the atmosphere becomes opaque. That means you can't see nothing after that. Nothing. So your claim that the atmosphere isn't going to stop light is false, okay? False. Wrong.
Well, there will be something. There is, of course, you have like particles in the air. It will do something with the light. It will scatter it. But I'm saying
it has nothing to do with the particles, dude. It has to do with the gases. It has to do with the gases, dude. Okay, dude, this is already established. Unless you want to throw all the scientist dudes under the bus and then you claim that you know better than them, I mean, I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
What's that?
I say you don't believe it.
Okay, so what are you talking about, dude?
I mean, the globe Earth has been established. We don't hold to that, you know.
No, dude. The globe Earth has been claimed.
Yep.
Clay. Rally scattering is demonstrable, for goodness sakes. The fact that light, when it passes through a medium, is not 100% lossless is established.
Whoa.
Like, you could stack crystal clear windows, like 100 windows. You could stack like 100 windows in a row, and you won't even be able to see through all of them. For goodness sakes.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Right, so this idea that the atmosphere isn't going to stop light is false, dude.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't stop it at all. It scatters it, of course.
Okay, then. So then your point is moot, dude. You have no point unless you can quantify it.
Like some hours of the day and not the others. You know, there must be a change in the composition of the atmosphere. You know, over time, over the day. You know, the composition must change in such a way that it stops it, and then stops stopping it.
Oh yeah, but you're missing the part. You're missing the part where the sun moves around, dude.
From where to where does it move? Where the fuck is it now, by the way?
Where it's at, bro.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Certainly not where I'm at.
The atmosphere is not letting light to Germany, you know, because it's dark now. So the sun is somewhere.
Yep. What's wrong with that?
It was here until about 20 minutes ago, and it's gone now.
Yeah, so in principle, you have no case that if the Earth was flat, I'd see the sunlight at all times. So you don't have that case. You can't quantify your claim. So what's up? You got to abandon the claim, or are you going to quantify it?
I disagree with your characterization of what I said, or of my position.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat and the sun is above the Earth, could you see the sun at all times, no matter where you are on the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so I was right. My characterization of your claim was accurate.
Yeah. If it's light in Germany, right? Unless the sun moves in such a way that the atmosphere stops the light from reaching Germany.
Yeah, that's entirely plausible.
Look at his head, man. His head is a perfect representation of the globe. Look, can we look at it, man? Look.
Wow.
I want to ask you something.
Oh, bro, it's flat. If you put a glass of water on his head, the water is flat. So his head is flat, bro.
You're right, yeah. Pour a glass of water on his head and what the shit sea level.
All right, dude. So I'm glad that he came to save you from your nonsense claim, but you don't have a claim. Your claim doesn't follow. You can't prove it.
Man, bro, you just said some things. I don't know the math behind it. You haven't demonstrated the math behind it. You know, you should tell me. You should be able to tell me that if the sun is there right now, the atmosphere should stop the light, and if it moves somewhere else, and you should do the calculation, you know, to prove it. If you don't do it, we're just speculating. I don't know the math behind it.
Check this out. Wait, they're coming.
Hey, Mr. Clean, nobody cares.
Right, it's dark.
So if you want to contribute, make a point, for goodness sakes.
Mr. Clean is in Germany right now.
That's all I know, man. I just know a bit about philosophy. You know, I know a bit about fallacious reasoning. But I don't know the flat Earth math. I don't even know what the coefficient is, to be honest. But it sounds smart.
Mr. Clean is waiting for the bus.
Huh? No, I'm not.
It's waiting to be apprehended by the police.
Wait,
No,
can you
but
show
then-
me one more time the street? Maybe I figure out what city that is.
Dude, my bank called me, and they asked me, are you okay with money going to that group? Are you like a member or something? It's not good.
What's up, you guys? Also, I'm like new to flat Earth stuff. I'm like, can y'all educate me a little bit?
What is going on in here?
I'm just trying to learn about like the ice walls.
About the ice walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about the ice walls?
Well, I mean that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm trying to figure out, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. No clue.
Well, why are you here? I'm trying to talk to like fellow flat earthers, bro. Like I'm trying to get like educated over here. Like,
Yeah. I'm a flat earther, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat earthers don't really talk about the ice wall. It's
Show
really
me
a
your
globe
ass.
thing. Yeah,
Wait,
it's
so okay,
globe
what about
thing.
gravity? What about gravity? Is that real?
No.
It's not.
No.
Specific gravity?
Wait, why is what's okay, so what is like gravity then? Like, why do things fall down?
Why things fall down? Because they fall down?
Is that not
Heavier than
gravity?
the medium?
And what's the medium?
Why does an apple
It depends on the medium.
water?
So like, what does the medium depend on though? Like, what's the depending factor?
Why does an apple float on water and it's not falling through the water?
What the fuck are we talking about? Water? I'm talking about gravity right now.
Yeah, you said why is something falling down? I'm asking you why is the apple not falling through the water?
And the question
Why is it? Did you just ask me why an apple doesn't fall through water?
Yeah, why is it floating and not
Because
falling
of
through
buoyancy,
the water?
retard. What are you talking? You know what buoyancy
Okay.
is?
So the apple is in a medium, right? Why is the stone not floating on the water?
Because the
Why
stone
is it
is
falling
dense,
through?
and an apple's it has air in it. And it's not fucking. It's not like as
okay.
dense as a rock,
Okay, are you denser than the surrounding medium, which is the air around you, or are you thinner?
Do you have
Are you a
autism?
helium? Are you a helium balloon?
I'm naked and I'm masturbating right now.
Oh golly, man, I'm done with this today.
Why do they always go there? It's really.
I'm beating my shit. My shit's I'm gripping it so hard. It's
That's how
turning
you're
purple.
coping.
It's starting to bleed a little bit, actually. I should probably
Yeah,
take
cool story, bro. Seek therapy, for goodness sakes.
The question was
Holy crap, dude.
in the beginning because he asked if gravity is real. So is it today that you are trying to know if gravity is real? Why didn't you ask the Globers to show you if gravity is real?
At this point, really, these people are so brain dead. I can only take it with humor, to be honest. At least when it comes to a point like what he just said, that was just disgusting. All this brain rot. Why is there so much brain rot joining lately? Any other Glober who doesn't understand what reality is? Who struggles with the simplest concepts such as why things fall and why a helium balloon rises?
Or not sure if gravity is real, like this guy.
Man, it's so simple. Like everything is explainable. Ooh. The Globers are scared, I guess. And I think I gotta go.
Listen, if somebody asks you in this forum, is gravity real? You actually can't answer that question because you actually have no idea what they're talking about. You don't know what they mean when they say the term gravity. You need to ask them, what do you mean by that?
Correct.
Then, after they tell you what they mean by it, then you can answer.
I agree.
No, notice how he said things fall down. So when he said, is gravity real, what he meant was, is things fall down? Oh, yeah, they do sometimes. Yeah, they do. No duh. Who's doubting that?
Overlord. In reality, we never asked if gravity is real. Just try to remember that moment when you ask the teacher or that grown-ass person why people don't fall from Australia. So the answer was just gravity, and we accepted that as being a fact. We never asked them to prove that thing that they told us about, that gravity that they told us about, is real. We never asked anyone if that thing is real.
Yeah. You know what, dude? I'm sure somebody somewhere did, but I definitely didn't. I definitely didn't ask, is it real? I just said, all right, sounds legit.
Me too, and I swear, I remember that day. I remember the day when I asked the teacher why people don't fall from Australia. And the answer was simple as one word was, because of gravity. And I said, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's like, why can't I afford this expensive car? Because you're poor. Why am I poor? Yeah.
That reminds me of a thing I think you might like that came up when we were doing problem solving. And it was, the story was one of the captains had a bill. They had to pay for their car. They were like, hey, I need to get a jump in because if I don't jump this month, I'm going to lose my jump status and I won't have enough to pay for my car. So rather than people think, oh, they're fixing the problem, we got to get him piggybacked on some other unit that's jumping, they would say, hey, what happened to your financial situation that just missing a month of jump pay will cause you not to be able to pay for your car loan, then lose your security clearance, and all these other things that happen. Find out the root cause. You have money budgeting problems and time budgeting problems. You had 3 months to get a jump in, and now 1 week before the pay cycle ends, now it's an emergency because of your car bill, your car payment.
Yep.
It's like the globalist trying to explain to them flat Earth isn't working because there's multiple underlying epistemological collapses prior to him even getting to the word flat.
Anything new?
Nothing.
Yeah, I have something new. I have my own Globetrot in my back pocket, in my front pocket, in my pants. Okay, no, that sounds wrong. Sorry.
Yep. All right, you're fired.
Well, this is my Globetard right here. Hello, Globetard?
I'm here. What's up? Ready to dive into it?
Wait, you're not sounding like the Globetard you used to be. Remember?
Yo, Clay.
Gotcha. Let me switch back. Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to argue about this time? How's that?
Hey, tell AI Overlord what you think about him being a flat earther, you know? Tell him what you truly think about him.
As Globetard, I'd say you're seriously misguided if you believe the Earth is flat. It's like you're stuck in the Dark Ages, dude.
Oh.
Do you hear me, brother?
I hear you, yes.
Can you ask him do an impression of Witsit? When Witsit just go fast in his arguments and the Globers don't understand shit and start saying that it's just word salad.
Hey, let me ask this thing of if it knows who Witsit Gets It is. Do you know who Witsit Gets It is?
I'm not familiar with specific individuals, but if you give me more context, I can try to help out.
He's like this flat earth YouTuber?
I guess.
Got it. Sounds like another flat earth believer. I'd probably think he's way off base with his ideas.
Okay, so Globetard, can you be the character I once told you to be? You know, like the stubborn, stuttering, Gen Z word using brain rot Globetard?
Oh, yeah, right. So, like, this flat earther YouTuber Witsit, he's, really out there, man. It's like, how can you even think the earth is flat? Get with the, program, dude. It's like science.
Oh, that was one of the best arguments this night so far. Congrats, Globetard.
Thanks, I guess. Just trying to keep it real, you know? What's next?
Well, since all the other Globetards are very quiet tonight, do you have another great argument like this, you know, like from your television and stuff, you know?
Yeah, so like on TV they show satellite pics of Earth and it's always like round, you know, and gravity keeps us all from floating off into space. It's just how it is.
Oh, nice. Great. I love these arguments. They really reflect the Globetard that you are.
Thanks, I guess. Just trying to give you the real Globetard deal. What's next?
How does it feel to be like a Globetard, you know?
Why they're muted, dude? We just ban them.
Gotcha.
The little bitch move. Stick your finger in your ears. Like, it's like a fucking effeminate form of protest. Well, if you're gonna mute me, I'll just deafen myself.
Oh. You ever been to Alaska?
No.
I live in Ohio. It's cold enough.
In Alaska, I saw the sun for like 4 months in a row.
It's awesome.
Never went down.
We believe you.
Were there any vampires?
Say again?
Were there any vampires?
I didn't see any.
4 months, dude. I think that was I think you're full of shit.
You think I'm full?
I'm down, guys.
Isn't it only dark? Isn't it only dark for 3 months?
I didn't say dark.
You said you didn't see the sun.
I said it didn't go down.
Well, so it just circled around you? Where in Alaska were you?
Anchorage.
Anchorage. Anchorage. Now I know you're lying.
That's not true.
Anchorage is in the south, dude. It's not even in the Arctic Circle. Anchorage isn't even in the Arctic Circle. Anchorage isn't even in the Arctic Circle.
It doesn't need to be. You know that, right?
Yes, it does. You don't even know your own fucking model. This is embarrassing, dude.
Uh-oh.
You know that you don't need to be outside of Anchorage for the sun to stay up for extended periods of time.
You need to be inside the Arctic Circle for the sun never to come up or to be up 24 hours. Inside the Arctic Circle.
Hang on, let me show you some videos real quick.
No, I don't need to see any video. Okay? In Barrow, yes. In Anchorage, no. Anchorage is in the south. Anchorage is near fucking the Canadian border. Yeah, there's no 24-hour sun in fucking Anchorage.
That means they should be able to see a 24-hour sun in Canada, according to him.
In parts of Canada,
yeah, in fucking Ottawa or in Vancouver, right?
Why do people assume the sun works the way that science teaches people the sun works? Even if the sun is always on wherever you're located, it doesn't mean the sun works how you think it works.
Science doesn't teach.
People just believe science. Just blindly believe the people that rule the world.
Well, science is not a fucking being to believe, dude. It's not. Stop anthropomorphizing it. It's a method.
Stupid, bro.
So
it says, does Anchorage have a 24-hour sun? No, Anchorage does not experience a 24 hours of daylight, but it does have very long days with significant daylight hours in the summer, peaking around 19 hours at the summer solstice.
Yeah, so when the sun is low, that's called a twilight. And even though the sun is
well
going
aware,
up,
dude.
yeah, I'm not being a dick. I don't know why you are.
No,
Anyway,
you got caught lying. No, lying is being a dick, dude.
Nobody's lying.
No,
to you. I'm
lying
just
is being a
showing
dick.
you. Yeah, so when the sun is low,
You didn't have 4 months of daylight in fucking Anchorage, Alaska. That's a fucking lie.
All right, so I'm gonna continue. So,
I think they do though.
No, you're just getting kicked out.
yeah, so when the
There's
sun
zero
is
tolerance
low,
for liars, dude.
yeah, so when the sun is
bullshit,
low,
dude.
I believe they have
I
a midnight
understand you're
sun.
angry and you don't want to listen, but if you want to listen,
Yeah, listen. Why would I listen to a liar? Why would I
nobody's
do that?
lying to you. You called the last guy a liar too. It sounds like you just don't like the other arguments.
Okay, you did not see 4 months of daylight in Anchorage, Alaska. That was a lie.
Okay, so are we not counting twilight then? That doesn't.
Bye.
Oh, that's not seeing the sun.
Well, he said the sun never went down.
That's what he said for 4 months. You love how they get caught lying and they try to make it like you're being the asshole? I think that's just so hilarious. Like they're going to gaslight me and think, oh, I must be an asshole. I called him out for lying. I must be just a jerk. Okay, so just a double check. Anchorage has 19 hours of sunlight and 22 hours of functional daylight on the longest day of the year. Dude said 4 months, not 22 hours. And the inverse. In the winter, the shortest day, Anchorage experiences a shorter period of daylight with only around 5.5 hours of sunlight. Indio, why are you so mean? Why don't you let them lie, Indio?
Yeah, maybe the dude should have checked his geography before he decided to lie. Let's take a look. Where's Anchorage? Oh,
Like,
way
dude, he,
far
he
south.
picked the southernmost city, dude. Like, he could have picked
Yeah.
any other city in Alaska and it would have
Exactly.
flew. He was like, what's the capital of Alaska? I got this right on the test. Anchorage. I was at Anchorage.
Right. And then he's trying to like white knight for the previous liar while he was one himself. Amazing. Any more liars in the? I mean, globe proponents in the chat?
But why would they lie, Sonny? They must have been telling the truth because we can't figure out why they would lie. So they must be telling the truth.
I know. And after he got muted, he deafened himself, so he must have been telling the truth because he put his fingers in his ears. That's a sure sign of honesty. Right. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Anchorage actually is in Alaska. Come on, Indio. Why aren't you playing along with them? So funny.
I swear to God, I win 90% of my debates about maps because America's piss poor geography knowledge.
Right.
You ever seen those man on the street interviews where they ask you like name 3 countries and they're like London?
I know, right? That's so funny, man. But the Globers are like, but why didn't you let them have that answer? London is in a country. Come on, Indio, you're just being mean. That's kind of like exactly how the Globers act. You should let them have the answer. London is in a country. So they should have got that right. That's exactly how they present their globe proofs. Guys making all kinds of presuppositions. The Earth is in motion. It's tilted. And because it's tilted, yeah, none of that shit's been proven. Like, why don't
Then
you
he
go
said.
to...
Then he says it's based on observation. Like, who fucking observed that?
Exactly.
Hate to break it to him, but no one's ever observed a tilted orbiting water ball.
Yep, exactly.
Yo.
Yo.
What?
Hello? Is anyone here?
No.
Hey, why is it so quiet? Usually there's like shit popping off here.
I'm quiet.
Okay. Crit, are you here? I mean, you usually are.
Luna!
Oh god, someone ban him, please.
You're eager, Luna.
Got the clown laugh.
Let's go, SG. Luna Nader missed you. Luna.
Yeah, normally the dead time is like two Globers hugging each other verbally.
Mr. Batman. Oh, okay. Said DC.
Yes.
Ask him, what score did you get on your last Turing test?
Last what test?
Turing test.
Turing?
Yes, Turing.
It's Alan Turing. He developed a process to determine if an AI was passable as human or not.
Oh. I think Lobtar just died. Wait, did my internet die? You guys hear me?
Yep.
Ah. Hey, Globtard, are you there? Hello, Globtard? Man, I don't get it. Sometimes this works great, sometimes it's just completely broken. Globtard.
Sounds like a globe time.
Yeah, he needs this time.
It's like every time I look up police initiatives, you find something even crazier than the last time. So apparently in Florida, they're doing this pilot program where they have an automatic license plate reader. And it's only about like 90% accurate. So the human behind the machine is supposed to look at it, be like, okay, so it read, like 123897. And you can look, it's 12389L. For some reason, the computer picked up the L as a 7 or whatever. It missed the digit for some reason. So instead of looking at it, and that the driver is named this and that, the driver is this age with this weight, this body build. The car is the license plate told you it was on like a pickup truck. This is a 2-door sedan. How many times did the police officer miss data points that could have been, okay, that's not the car that got hit on this guy that supposedly has a warrant? And this is the government that tells you they've got it all figured out. They're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. No, they're not. They can't even get their people to functionally use a license plate reader.
Yeah, well, they're puppets.
It's trained incapacity. They're trained to be completely stupid and not think at all. Reminds me of the story I was talking about the other day where a paraplegic was charged with like evading or something like that, resisting peace officers because they ordered him out of the car and he didn't get out. He's like, dude, I'm paraplegic. I can't open the car door and walk out. All right. Failure to obey a lawful order. You're under arrest for resisting arrest. It's like, this is why when you talk to the globalists, they have a hard time saying what part of the government is NASA. Someone will say it's not government at all. Nothing to do with government. Because they know inside, even internally, they know how jacked up the government is, especially the executive branch, especially the federal executive. So when they are in that moment of cognitive dissonance, how do they respond? Complete brain fart, 5th grade civics.
What I don't get over here, mate, in Australia is you got rules for one state and then totally different rules for another state. When that crosses the border, is their train of thought and logic all of a sudden changed because humans made up a few different rules and all of a sudden dismisses the other rules that they were just obeying by? Like, can they not use their fucking logic?
He doesn't have jurisdiction if he's outside of his territory. So,
no, I'm just saying, like, the laws are different. Whether you're acting, whether you're, acting as a cop or not, the laws are different.
Yeah.
Can they not get that
absolutely
big heads that it's
right?
just
So when
humans making up these rules?
When you're in Texas, water can curve, and then when you go to Oklahoma, water's flat. And then when you go to Kentucky, water's zigzag. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It's bloody stupid. Don't know whether to cry or laugh.
Oh yeah, buddy. Dude, it's like 74 degrees today up around here. Crazy time.
Damn imperial measurements.
Oh, dude, you could always rise to power, conquer the known world, and then force everyone to go metric, and then retire. And then interview you for your book. They'd be like, "Why did you rise to world domination? Take over everyone, enslave humanity." And you'd be like, "Well, because the imperial system is stupid, and my service to humanity is to force everyone to go metric. I rest my case."
Thank you, Hitler. So referring back to what I was just saying, there's new laws here in Australia for the ACT that people can carry around a gram of drugs or different types of drugs, whether it be chemical or just grown out of the ground like cannabis, can carry up to a gram on you and not be charged, just a slap on the wrist. But I'm from New South Wales. I'll get caught with a gram of cannabis on me, I will get friggin' flogged. And fines, loss of license, all this crap. But as soon as I cross an imaginary line that humans have made up, all of a sudden the logic's different. And then go, what do these enforcers of the law think? Well, all of a sudden it becomes okay over there. And then you cross the line again, it's like, oh no, that's frowned upon. The politicians want their drugs. I'm thinking, because it's the ACT, it's Canberra. They need to get high before they go and make all these stupid rules. You have to be high to make the stupid rules. Anyway, I just had to have that little whinge. I'll shut up. Flat Earth.
No, it's good to go into these topics because it answers a question. Why would they lie? They will lie, then lie about lying, then lie about the lie about lying, the whole time looking you straight in the face. And when you finally expose it, where they've got no place else to go, they just shrug their shoulders and be like, yeah, sucks to be you. This point, the government has lied so often, so many times, without any oversight or accountability. Why would you believe anything they say? They've literally got no reason to tell the truth. That's a better question. Now, why would they lie? Ask the question. Why would they tell the truth?
Fuck yeah, man. No one questions it. Might as well.
And even if they do question it, they can just either lie again or just be like, so what? What are you going to do about it? Nothing. There's no method. There's no way to even hold them to account. If they know they lie, you know they lie. You've proved it. You've demonstrated it beyond all doubt. Like, yeah, well, good for you. You busted us. Nothing you can do about it.
They'll walk all over you.
That's what Matthew, one of the honest Globers, like, hey, so if you were to demonstrate that NASA had lied the whole time, they never went to space, never went to low orbit, had all been fake, they were faking it the whole time, it was all weapons, he'd be like, so what?
He'll still be knocking on their door. The worst thing about it is you can't drum anything into their head, no matter how much, logic and sense you have, and evidence and proof. It just doesn't compute their train of thought. They're just like, they shrug it off, or they're in denial. I can't fathom the way their brains work. It's mind-boggling. Worst thing is that it's also family members, people you respect, people you love.
I mean, sometimes that works though too. Like I had a family member of mine who was, the fluoride in the water was a big deal, and I'm like, showed him the video of the astronauts telling the kids to swallow their toothpaste, and that was it. That's all it took. You just gotta find the right issue, the right thing, and people will get. You never know what it is too. That's the problem. It's like you could talk to some really hard cases, some real knuckleheads, and all of a sudden something completely mundane. Like, really? That's what flat smacked you? Like we talked about all the stuff and you denied, ignored it, acted like complete, basket case. And then what finally flat smacked you was Buzz Aldrin doing funny faces as Trump was rolling out Space Force.
Yeah. They appeal to one logic, but not the other. Makes way more sense. Yeah. One track minded. Speaking of fluoride in the toothpaste, I was researching that. So I started looking on every single friggin' tube, all the ingredients, every single one of them on the shelf. There's that shit in it. Every single one. Apart from baby's toothpaste that they can swallow for that reason. And so I've found a reject shop that had, what is it, hemp-based toothpaste, no fluoride. And I found that, say, I had a drunken night out and forgot to brush my teeth that night because I like to brush my teeth. The next morning, or even the next day, even after brushing my teeth, I'll have a couple mouth sores pop up just from missing one brush. But this shit, I could miss a few days after a good bender and nothing, no effects. So it's just observable proof. Shit that given to us is friggin' full of crap. It's not just toothpaste, it's fucking love flat Earth, but that's what woke me up to all this nonsense. I never trusted the government, but the flat Earth just really really knocked one into me. My whole family's like looking at me like I'm retarded. So I loved fucking Star Trek and Star Wars. Still probably do if I watched it. I'm like the least likely to go into flat Earth to, you know, disown all that fantasy shit. Least likely. And they look at me like I'm fucking insane. Use your fucking head. I wish it was a fucking globe. It'd be a lot easier. Possible.
Seriously. Right now.
anti-spiral. You're equipped with an anti-spiral mechanism, so clearly it won't spiral you out that the Earth isn't a globe.
Oh, what? Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat?
Water's flat.
Water is a fluid. Water is neither flat nor round. Water is a fluid. It can take any shape.
You want to try to tell me that the surface of a body of liquid at rest is not going to be flat?
Well, only if it is affected by gravity.
So
And,
gravity,
that is
gravity
only
therefore flat Earth.
no. So it only looks flat because you're viewing it on such a small scale. But okay, that is what that's what you want to discuss, right? So
I thought you weren't.
What do you think about your flat Earth? Wait. What do you want to say?
You're already spiraling. Listen to the Cope. You're like, yeah, man, it looks flat, but trust me, it's not really like that. It's just because of the scale, man. Well, how would you know that?
If the ocean. Have you seen the ocean? The horizon of the ocean.
Yeah.
So when you see a ship, just like the ship is like. No, wait. How do I explain this? It's moving away from you, right? It's moving straight away from you. What happens after some time? What happens?
It disappears eventually. Sometimes you can zoom it back in after it's disappeared because it just went out of your resolution limit.
Resolution limit?
Yeah.
But so wait, let me get it. You know there are like videos of this on the internet, right? Like where they're actually just zooming in, and then you can only see like the top part of the ship, right? How do I explain that?
Explain what? The top part disappearing last? Because things appear to get lower as they get further away from you.
Yeah, why?
It's just an optical phenomenon.
Can you explain that? How that?
Yeah, just
like,
things appear. That's perspective. Things just appear to get lower as they move away from you. The further away they are. So you got a row of streetlights, and they're all the same height, but they appear to be descending over the distance, but they're not. It's the same height.
They're not descending though. That's not descending, because the main difference between that and the top of the ship only being visible is that you can still see the bottom of the streetlights.
You can?
They're lower. Height-wise, they're shorter, but you can still see the bottom. You can't see the bottom of the ship.
How can you tell the difference between the bottom and some part just above the bottom? It all looks the same with a streetlight. How do you know you're seeing the full bottom of it? You're just saying that.
Dude, I'm seeing the base of the streetlight because I'm still seeing the street and the.
No, you haven't. You're just lying.
If I look onto
it's just a lie.
Okay, what's the lie? That I can't see the streetlight when I look into the distance?
So your inference is that the thing appears to disappear top last, so it must be going over a curve.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else that could produce that effect.
Well, show me something that should produce the same effect in the same situation.
Well, refraction could. If the light's bending down and it goes into the ground or into the water before it hits your eyeballs, the light from the bottom.
So you're using scientific terms while also denying every bit of science there is. I don't understand that.
Shapes aren't science. A globe would be a shape, and that's not even a science claim.
Right, you just use the term refraction, right?
Yeah, so light refraction could do that.
It's a scientific
light
phenomenon.
From the bottom of the ship is bending down into the ground. Yeah, it's going to go away before it hits your eyeballs, and you'll never see it.
So
maybe
you
there's
just
some
use the
wave
term
or something in
refraction,
the
right?
foreground that's taking up more of your angular field of view than the bottom of the ship. I don't know. Could be all sorts of reasons. I don't know that it has to be because of a curve. We can definitely demonstrate that on a flat surface, so it doesn't even really matter why. We can just debunk that it's a curve.
Okay. So what I don't understand is, do you like partially believe in science? Or do you just believe that all science is a lie and that all scientists have been lying and
I mean, you're talking about science. Would you call physics a science?
Yes, physics is a science.
So, I mean, any physics textbook is going to tell you that water seeks its level. Are they like science deniers or what's up?
Nope. Water seeks
I think I'm the
level,
science.
but that
I
is-
think I'm the scientifically minded person here, because I mean I see and observe and experience water seeking its level. That's what all the physics textbooks tell me. I agree with that because that's my own experience. And you're here telling me the opposite of all that.
Okay, Albert Einstein. He was not a flat Earth. Do you believe that he was lying?
Do I believe what? Sorry.
That Albert Einstein was lying. Do you think he was a liar?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I don't know. Do you think Newton, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking? Do you think they were liars? Because surely all of them claim. You don't know.
They could have. I said they could have been delusional. I don't know that they're lying.
Delusional. So the people who built modern science, who built the science these textbooks rely on.
Yeah. Look at the cult following of
all been
morons.
just delusional.
Yeah, look at the cult following of morons they attracted. They're probably completely delusional.
Oh god, no.
Well, I mean, what experiment did Albert Einstein do? Do you think Einstein was a scientist?
Yes, he was a scientist. He was the
Name
greatest
any
scientist.
experiment he did.
I don't fucking know.
Well, then he's not a scientist.
I'm gonna Google it.
It's just a philosopher with a bunch of maths to back his philosophical mumbo jumbo.
Okay, so you're using a phone or something right now to communicate on Discord right now, right?
Yeah. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
And you're kind of saying that some parts of science must have been like a lie, some delusion or something.
No,
but those very parts of science are what make you. No, you said Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking could have been delusional, and that was your explanation
They're not
as to why the
scientists.
science.
Einstein didn't do any experiments. He's not a scientist.
Okay. What about Stephen Hawking?
I don't know what experiment he did.
But I don't fuck. All of them obviously did experiments. Every single one of them.
Just a bunch of armchair philosophers.
Philosophers.
I guess. Kind of a bunch of cultists, really, sun worshippers or something. They want to believe that the Earth goes around the sun, and the sun is this almighty thing that the Earth is beholden to. The sun is the greater, and the Earth is the lesser. They sound like a bunch of pagan freaks or something like that from the old world.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't understand how you can like deny some parts of science and just completely believe other parts.
It's not science. There's no experiment for Einstein.
They're called scientists. Everyone else calls them.
Yeah, I know.
scientists.
That's called a pseudoscientist.
Okay, what is a scientist then? What is a scientist then?
Well, a person who would use the scientific method.
Can you name a scientist then?
Yeah.
Do that, please.
Richard Feynman.
Richard Feynman. Okay, what did Richard Feynman? Oh, okay. An American theoretical physicist. What did he do to earn the title of scientist for you?
Well, did some good lectures on physics. I guess that's kind of a weak answer.
Yeah, it really is, huh? Yeah. Some good lecture, yeah. I think you understand the problem with
He understood at least that the scientific method was the final test and arbiter of a scientific claim.
Yeah, well, I guess so, yeah, that's true. You can put a lot of theories up, but if they're never tested, obviously, you don't know that they work.
Yeah, that's
the
what he
thing
said.
is, all of these theories have been tested. Everything that's science, everything, and you know that all kinds of science, they're all connected. If one of them was suddenly a lie, then all of the other ones would also have to be lies because they're all like connected.
Right. Yeah, but you don't have any experiment to back your claim of science anyway, so we don't have to worry.
The experiment is your fucking phone. The very scientists you're denying right now built your phone. They had the science to build your phone.
We're knee deep in the weeds. Let's try to reset this back to something coherent. So, do you have any globe proof?
No, it's just because the globe proof is science, which you're denying.
Okay, so that's
really just
geometry. It's a shape claim. So science would be a category error because science, that'd be the scientific method, natural science, right? You're going to test a cause and effect relationship, right? So, I mean, we're not even talking about the same category here.
Okay, now let me try something else. Have you ever flown in a... Do you say flown? Is that a word? Have you ever been in a plane?
Oh, so now I'm the one who's got to go do the globe proving.
No, no, no,
They do it by flying in a plane.
I need-
Shouldn't they have known it was a globe in the first place if they're going to fly around it?
No, I'm trying to give you proof, but you obviously don't believe in anything theoretical and anything like
No, you just
scientific.
don't have
written
anything.
down.
You just
So
don't have
the only thing I can prove this to you is through experience, which is what you really value, right?
Yes.
So, have you ever been in a plane flying?
Yeah, so what?
Where was that plane flying to, and from where to where?
From one continent to another. Why?
As a flat earther, do you believe in this official flat Earth map? Do you have a map that you
No.
believe in?
No, I'm not claiming a map. I'm just talking about the physics of water. That's all I need.
So you're denying a globe.
Talking about the functionality of the plane, it pitches up to gain altitude, then it levels off, and you fly level the entire flight, and then you pitch your nose down so you can land.
So what do you have for globe proof then? Because the plane just flies level, so that would seem to indicate a flat, kind of level, planar Earth, right?
I don't really understand.
The plane's
how
not
you can
pitching
deny
down
the
to follow
globe.
the
You can
Earth.
deny the globe, but also not have any alternative.
No globe to
Like, you
deny.
must-
No globe to deny, bro. You haven't provided any evidence for it because it's an illusion. I'm telling you.
Let me turn it around then. Can you deny? Can you disprove the globe? Because what I don't see is if you have
That's
one
a burden reversal.
possible solution. You have one possible solution.
We actually don't. That's a burden reversal. So that which is posed without evidence can also be dismissed without any. So you didn't provide any
You have
evidence
to
for it, so I can just
believe in
dismiss it.
something, right?
No, there's no
You can't
burden on
prove
me
that
to
into it.
debunk something that hasn't been validated to begin with. You understand? I mean, I could, but we don't have to. Where's the evidence for it to begin with?
Well, I'm trying to disprove flat Earth right now, right? And that
You're trying to debunk water seeking its level. Because if water
No,
seeks
that's
its
not-
level, it can only follow that.
The thing
the
is,
Earth is
water
covered mostly
seeks
in water.
level.
You gotta
You're gonna see that in a textbook for fourth graders or maybe fifth graders.
Yeah, okay.
Once
so
you get into like 11th grade,
are
nobody will see
more
that.
advanced scientifically than you are.
What is more scientific meaning advanced than me?
Fourth and a fifth grader, because they understand that water seeks its level. Somehow you got it all jumbled after that time.
Or somehow, the more you learn about science, if you learn more about science, you actually understand that it's not water seeking level on a flat scale.
Okay, how was that
But you actually understand the physics behind
Yeah, okay, I got your claim. How was that scientifically demonstrated to you after the fourth or fifth grade?
I was on a beach and I saw a boat disappearing, and there are no possible other effects. I don't know what you were talking about. Refraction. That's not how
I
refraction
already
works.
gave you one. This isn't a scientific demonstration. This is just a repetition of the same claim you already made earlier.
Well, you believe that water levels out because you saw that, right? I believe that the Earth is the globe because I saw a boat disappearing on the horizon.
No, you saw the fact you attributed to a globe. You didn't see a globe.
You didn't see a flat Earth either, did you?
Yeah, I did. I saw flat water all the way.
Well, I also just saw part of the globe.
The ship was disappearing over a curved body of water. I saw that same flat water. I saw it extend into the horizon further than it should have if it's a curved surface on a globe.
Let me just. I can pull up a video or something.
Yeah, the water's just flat as usual. Doesn't matter the scale, man. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Let's watch a video. Can somebody stream a video of a boat disappearing on the horizon?
Yeah, here, I'll give you one where it disappears and then it gets zoomed back. 1 second.
Yep, please.
I'll give you a few of them. There you go. No boat. No boat anywhere in sight. Then you zoom in, and there's a boat. So I mean, no physical obstruction.
I don't see anything. Can you show me the video?
Yeah, it's in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
We've also got National Geographic debunking the geometric horizon. Post that too.
Huh?
Yeah, National Geographic. They show
So first of all, none of these boats are actually disappearing on the horizon. That is just boats not being visible with the naked eye. So
Yeah,
that's
so
not what I
that's
was
how it
talking about.
Yeah,
And you can also, this is also not what I was talking about. This is also
that's how it works. When you don't
where the bottom of the boat disappears and the top is still there. This is just zooming into a boat. This is not even related to the conversation. So can you give me
So that was the point, is that it was an optical phenomenon.
This is not an optical phenomenon. This is just zooming into. This is just zooming in. I want to see the optical
So when you saw it disappear, it was just an optical phenomenon. It didn't go over a curve. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that either.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not even far away enough for it to go into the curve. And it's not
how far?
away.
Okay, how far is far away enough? Google that real quick for me.
Probably if I don't know, I'm not even sure about the exact.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I am though. I am. Do you want me to give it to you?
Yeah, please tell me. Never.
Yeah. So the formula for that is going to be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. If you have a 6-foot observer, he's going to see something, or should see the horizon at 3 miles, given the radius of the globe. If you have an observer at say 1 foot of height, you should see the horizon at about 1 mile, given the radius of the globe. With that formula that I just gave you. All right. So that's where you should start to see stuff disappear. 1 foot height, it's going to be 1 mile, 1.2 miles. 6 foot height.
Can you write that formula down? Can I see that?
Yeah.
It's hard to do some calculations with it if I can't even.
Post it in the chat.
Where do you have that formula from?
All right, I'll cite that too.
Wait.
Washington University, Department of Mathematics. 1 second.
We already posted.
There we go. Department of Mathematics, Washington University. There you go.
Okay, cool. Okay. So
if you Google it too, it'll say the same thing. Where's the horizon? It'll say 6-foot observer, 3 miles. Same thing. That's the same formula. Now I can post an observation. Let's see.
Look.
Yeah, you said, it hasn't got to the horizon yet. It hasn't gotten far enough. So far enough would be 3 miles if you're standing 6 foot, would be 1.2 miles if it's a 1 foot camera height or something, let's say. Look. I posted a picture taken from a 1 foot observer height. That's how high the camera was. We've got a rig at 9.4 miles, and behind that we see the horizon, meaning the horizon was further than 9.4 miles, meaning the horizon was much further than the 1.2 that you said it should have disappeared at because it's a globe.
Well, where does it say?
So the water's flat, just like I told you.
He thinks
just like I told you, it's flat. It's
he thinks he's flat.
I told you, water seeks its level, and he wouldn't accept.
I think it's flat.
So first of all, wait, let me see the.
Wrong, mate.
Yeah, my problem with that formula is there is no variable for the height of the object disappearing. Obviously, if it is taller, then it would take longer for it to disappear.
That doesn't matter because we're just dealing with the distance to the horizon with that formula.
Yeah, we are also dealing with the height of the object.
No, we're not. We're just with that formula and this argument specifically, we're just dealing with the distance to the horizon. So if the horizon is a physical obstruction caused by Earth curve that is occurring at a certain distance because of that rate of curve and the radius of the globe, then that's
if you have a car, or just a boat, a little small boat, and a skyscraper and let's imagine skyscrapers can drive away from you. You think both are gonna disappear at the same time?
No.
No, I'm asking Heretic.
I know. That's a really simple answer.
Wait, is he still? Hello?
What does it matter? It's an open panel.
No. Answer the question. Do you think they're gonna disappear at the
It's
same
already been answered.
time?
The answer's nice.
Very relevant,
said
if you
no.
ask me. Relevant. What's the reasoning? What's the reasoning?
One has a larger angular size than the other. The skyscraper is really big. Compared to the car, the angular size is very small.
Yeah.
You're asking me what's going to disappear first, a bumblebee or a mountain? Well, the bumblebee, because it occupies a smaller angular size with distance compared to the larger angular size of the mountain.
Why is this a thing? Why is this 24-hour?
Yeah, because we're just trying
Shouldn't
to
even be a debate, to be honest.
of water, right? Which
People actually believe.
Here's your problem. You're denying that the skyscraper would disappear last.
What's that got to do with the Earth, mate?
Right, this guy's got to shut up. If you're not interested in the conversation, dude, either leave the room or stick yourself in mute.
Hey, pipe down, you boring cunt.
Well done, Sunshine. That's very intelligent of you.
It is, mate.
Just
So
turn
you're
on the
saying-
mic, it solves that.
So let's get on to the next person.
The conversation.
What are we denying?
Well, right now he's coping with the horizon being further than he said it would be because it's a globe. He's trying to say, oh, well, how much of the thing should be hidden? Well, that doesn't matter because the horizon's further than it would be if it was the thing doing the hiding. So, game over.
Let me look at the source, because maybe the source was like referring to a specific object that was like of a specific height, because height has to be a variable.
You're still on the wrong track, buddy. We're talking about.
No, let me read it. Let me read it. You're using source, or you have to give me the.
You don't need to read into it. It's my argument that I gave you. I know what it is. I'm not talking about the height or hidden height of something. I'm talking about distance to the horizon.
It's a very clear height. And
distance to horizon is constrained by the curvature of a globe. It's constrained to a distance
how
you don't
far away
observe.
is the horizon? I think what you're meaning is, or what the source is talking about, is when the horizon starts. You know, when it starts to disappear.
No shit. The horizon. When things start to disappear from the bottom up.
The thing is, what you think is, the thing is, you think that as soon as the horizon starts, everything is just gonna immediately disappear, but that's not the case. They're gonna like gradually disappear the further
no one said
away.
that. That's just your misunderstanding. No one said that. Gradually, yes. Bottom up obstruction, yes. We understand your claim. Your claim is the Earth curve is
Heretic
going to
is saying the opposite.
Why are you talking?
No, Heretic is saying the opposite of this.
Okay, so
He's not
your
experienced.
claim. Why are you talking? So your claim is the Earth curve is blocking the bottom of the object, so we can't see it, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so that means the horizon must be physical, right?
What does physical mean?
It's physically in the way.
Yeah.
Like, I can't see on the other side of the mountain.
In the way.
The mountain is in the way.
Yes.
Right, cool. So you're saying the Earth is in the way. If we know the size of the ball, its radius, diameter, circumference, it's just a mathematical calculation. If we place an observer height of eye above that surface and a tangent line imaginally drawn from that eyes to where it touches the apex of that curve. That should be the horizon physically obstructing things beyond it. What Heretic's trying to point out to you is the horizon is much further than that mathematical calculation. For the 1 foot observer that he's given you, the horizon, according to 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet, should be 1.22 miles. But the horizon is clearly beyond 10 miles because it's beyond the distance markers, in this case the Oryx. So not physical Earth curve obstruction, optical.
Now find some way to miss the point as usual. It's such a difficult point to swallow when you love the ball that much.
Sorry, I've just never had someone questioning fundamental concepts.
Looks like you're lost in the sauce still.
Sorry, Mumbles, can you speak a little bit louder? You sounded depressed when you said that. What?
Still trying to understand the source, sorry.
The source is an Earth curve calculator. The source is geometry and math. If we know the size of the circle, it's a mathematical calculation based on the radius and the height of eye above that curved surface to where you draw a tangent from your eyes to where it meets that curved surface at a point. You know what a tangent is, right?
Yeah.
Good. So this is that mathematical geometric claim. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet with a radius of 3959. The horizon for a 6-foot observer should be 2.8 miles away according to this calculation. According to the calculation for a 1-foot observer, it's at 1.2259 miles away. Square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.2259, you get 1.2259. So you should have a geometric horizon where the Earth curve begins and things beyond it are hidden. In the very simple observation for the eye height at 1 foot, the horizon is beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles. Could be further, but if the Earth was a ball, it should be at 1.2.
But you see, I think what the misconception here is that after that horizon, things start to disappear, right? But that doesn't mean that things that are like way above like the surface of the Earth don't disappear, you know.
Right.
So that thing, I think that's an oil rig, right? You can see that in both these pictures, it partially disappeared, right? Like in the second picture, like
Behind
left
what?
one.
Yeah. And where's the horizon? Is it beyond them?
You know, the horizon is just
Where's the horizon?
It's not something like it's you know, it's subjective. So if you mean like the horizon where things start to disappear, or if the horizon where the thing has fully disappeared, the horizon where it was fully disappeared would be like way farther away.
Throwing shit at the wall phase now.
You're a disaster.
Who just said that?
Yeah, you're just desperately trying to cling to this ball idea now. So the horizon, that would be where the sky meets the surface of the sea. That would be at 1.2 miles. The sky is appearing to meet the surface further than 9.4 behind the rig. So there's no geometric globe horizon blocking anything.
Why? Your claim is the Earth is curving and getting in the way of things beyond the curve. You're pointing out something in front of the horizon, so in your paradigm, in front of the curve, which is disappearing from bottom up. So not the curve of the Earth that's making this phenomena happen, even if it is. That would be an optical phenomenon, not physical obstruction, because if it was physical obstruction, it would be caused by the contour of the Earth. In this case, it would be the horizon, which is beyond the things that you're claiming have been obstructed by the curve of the Earth. Weird.
No, I think joining this call without doing any preparation was a mistake.
It's okay, you can learn whilst you're here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Which is what we're trying to help you do now. Understand the mathematical claim about geometry and pointing out that when we go and test a geometric claim, it's not there. There's no Earth curve obstruction because depending on the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, high-power zoom camera, and the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon, being as it's an optical phenomena, is going to move around.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think this is leading anywhere because, you know, I'm just gonna firmly hold on to my beliefs, and I don't really understand what you are.
The water's flat.
Saying, like, with the argument. So let's just continue elsewhere.
Okay. But the argument is the water is flat.
So you're also a flat earther then, right? Do you have like an alternative concept of how the Earth looks, like an exact concept, like a map?
No.
So why do neither of you guys have a concept? How can you believe in something that
he wants a replacement story? How cute.
What?
So there are over 2,000 different types of projection map. I've got no way of really confirming any one of them individually. I just understand that the process to get to the map is going to require a flat Earth to do so.
How come all of them are like how? The thing is with like all of these is all of them can be like disproven, but on a very easy scale, like not on a scale where we would like say like, okay, there are arguments for this and that, but like actually logically, like if you try to explain simple processes like the sun and the moon and stuff, or how long a flight takes, that's another good argument.
Yeah, that surely debunks flat level water.
Yeah.
What?
None of these things are debunking our claim. The water's measured flat. That's all we need.
Oh, it's not all you need. You need to have the direction that you need to know how the sun works and how the moon works in the flat Earth.
My claim's not about the sun or the moon, though, is it?
Yeah, but we live in a world with the sun and the moon, right? So you can't just say, okay, this is like that.
Let me ask you this. From my point of view, what do you think I say the sun and moon are?
You don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. It's not that I don't give a fuck.
But the thing is...
hold on, my friend. I'll try and help you. I'm limited in my capacity to understand exactly what they are, right?
No,
I can't go. Yeah, I can't go to them, can I?
If you're a flat earther, yes, because your worldview just...
Have you been to the sun?
What I think about them?
No, have you been to them?
No.
No,
you just need to explain. You just need to explain like basic concepts like dawn and all that stuff. If you're a flat earther, because that world where you live in with the flat Earth.
You want me to explain dawn to you?
No, how it exactly works, like with the concept and how the sun moves around. But do that, please. Yeah.
But dawn, when the sun comes towards us, and it gets lighter because the light source is getting closer, so the light will be brighter. That's why the sky starts to go from dark to dawn. You think that this is caused?
So you think when the sun is like down, when it's dark, you think the sun is just very far away and not actually being blocked by anything?
Yeah. Well, do you mean blocked by anything?
So what are the stars then? Are they very far away? What are the stars?
I don't know. See, this is the thing.
You don't give a fuck about them, right? Right. You just don't give a fuck. Anything you can explain, you just don't give a fuck.
Answer. Why don't you want to let me answer for myself? You seem to be saying that I don't give a fuck. No, I have limited knowledge. I can't confirm what the stars are. I can only stand on the earth and look at them. So I'm limited. I'm finished. So I'm limited in my knowledge about the sun, moon, and stars. I'm not limited in my knowledge of the earth. I'm on the thing. I can measure the thing. The earth is measured flat.
That's the difference between you and people who believe in the globe. We can actually explain these things despite them not being very close to us. And we have one...
I'll tell you.
What do you want to
I'll tell you. All right, so you said believe. People who believe the earth is a ball, that would be a belief. I know the earth is flat because it's measured to lay horizontally over distance. That's a knowledge claim. I don't need belief.
Okay, then we also know that the earth is a ball.
How do you know first-hand knowledge that the earth is a ball?
We're going in circles.
How do you know?
We're just going in circles, you know?
No,
I will prove them with the science experience that you don't believe.
How do you know, Jenna? How do you know that the world is round?
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, bro. So let's get back to this other guy. Keep yourself quiet, please, bro.
Without you begging the question first. You should just be able to measure the curvature to support that radial value. Okay? So let's get to that part first, and then we'll talk about the rest of it. And then put the model in where you got those measurements. Okay?
Yeah, but the thing is that you cannot take a ruler across the earth to measure the...
Do you think that you would use a ruler to measure curvature, my friend?
How do you want us to measure the curvature?
Well, what in the world? So you're saying nobody's ever done it?
I have no idea. I just know that, like,
yeah,
we
you
know
said,
the
how are
radius
we
because of the
supposed to
shadows.
do it? You said, how are we supposed to do it? And then I guess that means that no one has done it, right? So nobody's measured the curvature of the Earth, so it doesn't exist.
I don't know. Maybe yeah, maybe no. I don't know.
Okay, so if you say I don't know, then nobody has done it. Because I'll tell you, we've been asking for years, who's done this? Nobody.
How are we supposed to do it? If it was actually a globe, how are we supposed to measure the curvature? How should we do that?
I think you'd be measuring to some kind of tangent point, a sagitta, the Earth curve.
How? Like
a deviation.
What do you mean?
Okay. So you guys have a great. You guys have a great day.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
Peace.
What is the surface of the Earth?
Surface of what do you mean? Like the surface, like
Wait, what's the surface of the Earth made of?
Like soil?
Yeah.
And water?
Yes, good. So we got solid stuff and we got liquid stuff. We got gaseous stuff, but that's not the surface, right? That meets the surface at the surface level. Now we've got land, which is topography, elevation and depth, mountains and valleys and so on. Altitude above mean sea level, which is the water. The water is observed, measured, and used as a horizontal reference datum. What we would need, if the surface of the Earth was curving, would be a deviation from horizontal, what would effectively be a tangent plane. You know what a tangent plane is, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So imagine you have a sphere, and imagine you have a two-dimensional plane, and you put the two-dimensional plane on the top of the sphere. Yeah, a tangent plane. Where a tangent line would be just one line, not a plane, intersecting the surface at one point and then deviating off another. Yeah. So what you would need to measure, or what we would need to measure, is a deviation over distance from horizontal, a measurement of the water, the surface of the Earth, curving a distance.
Okay, but there is a problem with that.
Is that
like the thing is that the Earth is like, you know, like atmosphere and refraction and stuff. Okay. So you cannot, you know.
What? Cannot what?
Like, because of that, you cannot point a laser and expect it to be just pointed to right in front of you, because it's gonna curve and stuff, and because of that, you cannot get precise measurements.
We can measure for that. Remember earlier we had a conversation about the light spectrum, visible light, infrared, ultraviolet, refracting at different levels, so we can measure the refraction over distance when we shoot a laser. And yes, we do have a direct. Yeah.
I wanted to talk about this to you. So what I found, what I remember to have found. So basically, infrared.
I want to change subject so much at the moment, dude. Can you put a pin in that?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about infrared.
Yeah, I know.
I want to talk about.
I know what you want to talk about. I'm noting that it's a change of subject and asking if you.
Okay, what is the subject then? Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. So what we're pointing out is the water, the surface of the Earth, and how that is utilized to, say, for example, make maps to survey the area, to measure elevation of land topography above and below mean sea level. The way that we do this is using straight line distances and elevation angles taken above horizontal, the plane of the horizon, to objects like mountains, aircraft in the sky, satellites if you want, but even the sun and moon. So all of these things are going to be taken as an angle measurement using a horizontal plane. This is how we do things like make a coordinate system like longitude and latitude by measuring the elevation angle, a meridian angle, to an observer. All of these measurements require a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is, and is most definitely demonstrably and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. The water of the Earth is not curving, but what we would need is a measurement of that water curving.
The thing is that if we use it as flat, then sometimes if it's over long distances, we also can account for the circumference and stuff and the Earth curving, and you can change measurements over that. But the fact that to a static object you measure the height of it using this trigonometry stuff and all of that, and using the ground as a flat thing, is because the Earth is so gigantically massive that you cannot even perceive the curvature because we are like so small in comparison. So, you know, we approximated as if it was just flat, and for things it works. But for example, if you wanna, you can talk.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you're saying. I just think that you might have some misconceptions and some misunderstandings. Like with regard to the distances claim that you mentioned. So we can do this in the short distance, feet, meters, and a small scale of miles, 5, 10, 15, 20, and large scales of distance, like kilometers, hundreds, and then thousands of kilometers and then miles, by using pretty much exactly the same technique, measuring the elevation of things at distance, like the top of a mountain, top of a lighthouse, the sun, the moon, and the stars, to navigate and measure distances and create maps. All of this is done with a straight line distance between the observer and the ground position of the object in question, because we're trying to measure our distance between us, those two reference points, to either navigate or chart to create maps. All charts and maps are primarily created because of where the sun and where the stars are overhead. The way that we measure those is elevation angles, and that requires a horizontal plane to do so. And the distances are, well, in practical use, we have a distance of 12,800 miles.
Yeah, okay, so the I think I said something kind of wrong. When I meant that you need to account for curvature and stuff, is okay, when you're doing this altitude, how tall are stuff, you're not measuring how tall is the stuff, you're measuring how far away are you from that thing. So when I said you gotta account for curvature over high distances, blah blah blah, I meant you need to account for curvature over long distances if what you want to measure is how tall is that in comparison to sea level. If you just want to measure how far away are you from that object, you don't need to account for curvature. And the ground would just work as a flat thing because of what I said, that you perceive the ground just as flat because the Earth is insanely massive. And that's how we can measure the distance to the sun and stuff, I think. I'm not sure about how to measure the distance to the sun, but I think it might be something like this.
I'm not necessarily.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not talking about that. So yeah. I got a bit out. I got away from the topic. Yeah. Exactly.
That's fine. So I'm not interested in the distance for those things, but we are interested in the ground position. That's why in Celestial Navigation now references GPs. G for ground and P for position. The position on the Earth where the star is directly overhead, which is known as its zenith. This forms a 90-degree angle. Do you know how latitude and longitude are created? How we measure those?
I guess with compasses and with shadows from the sun.
Not necessarily. So lines of longitude and latitude are circles of equal altitude around rotation points in the sky. For example, in the North Pole star Polaris, the stars rotate around this one point, and we measure the elevation angle above the horizon dependent on our location. Our location, when we measure the angle, let's say it's 45 degrees, Polaris is above the horizon, then our latitude will be 45 degrees. That 45 degrees is a circle around the ground position of Polaris. You know what a compass is that draws circles, right? Imagine where you put the pin in is the ground position underneath the star. You measure an angle to it and you draw a circle around that ground position. We call it 45 degrees when you measure that angle.
Yeah, but actually if you like go to the equator and you look to Polaris, it will be in the horizon level.
Yes, exactly. So that's how we measure the equator. The zero measurement of the altitude angle of Polaris above the horizon. It's zero.
How can be Polaris in zero? That like if you're in only 45 degrees, like or something. Like that wouldn't make sense. That would make Polaris be literally on top of the ground. Like,
no. Again, I think you have a misunderstanding. So, for example, you are standing at the ground position of Polaris with Polaris directly above your head. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now,
can you repeat? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
You're at the ground position of Polaris with Polaris directly above your head. Now, if you were to walk backwards, southerly, facing up to Polaris, you would watch it descend towards the horizon. When you were standing underneath, it was 90 degrees. As you move south, still facing Polaris, it will measure a declination that you will measure in an angle measurement from 90 to 80 to 70 to 60 to 50 to 40 degrees above the horizon. As you keep measuring this angle, that's going to be your circle of equal altitude, your latitude around the ground position of Polaris. When you reach zero, that's going to be the equator. Now, that's an angle measurement that you've taken. The whole distance between you and the ground position of Polaris, you can measure using this method, celestial navigation, because you're interested in the ground position of it, because that's how we navigate using this particular coordinate system. In this instance, lines of or circles of longitude.
Yeah, but that could also work in the globe.
But we don't measure that from a globe. We measure that from mean sea level.
Yeah, but the sea level is on the globe.
No, the sea level.
Just telling you. Wait, 1 second. I got like 5 minutes because like it's 8 p.m. here. Oh my god, it's 8 p.m. here and like it's 24. So for real, I gotta go on right now. Like, but yeah, continue. Like for a bit.
The whole process doesn't require a curved surface. The process requires 2 straight lines, 3 if you want to introduce a vertical line down from the star to its ground position. But the separation of the 2 straight lines, 1, the horizontal plane the observer and the ground position are on, and 2, the deflected angle upwards of that line from the observer to the star or the sun. Those are 2 straight lines. There's no curvature involved with this. That's what I'm pointing out.
Yeah, but the ground can work as a straight line because the Earth is enormous and stuff, you know.
Okay, so think about the distance between the North Pole, the ground position of Polaris, and the equator on a ball. That's quite a long distance. That's quite a lot of curvature. I've gone a quarter of a way around your ball. In actual fact, that's the entire hemisphere. That's half your ball when you think about it in 3 dimensions.
Yes.
So that's a lot of curvature. We don't measure that on the entire distance between us just making the measurement when we left the ground position of Polaris and went to the equator. We just measured an angle. That's all we did, right?
Yeah, man, but you are measuring each angle in a certain point, which is not like the certain point itself feels like this has to do with derivatives and thing. I'm looking at this in maths. I'm not sure though, but yeah, I don't know, man. For real, I'm so sorry. I really wanna. You're really cool, bro. Would you mind to? Could I add you on Discord? Because I wanna talk with you more times.
Yeah,
I would like that. But
if you got to go, that's fine. Probably we can catch up another time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
for real. I sent you. And yeah, so you gotta remember about infrared and Polestar stuff. But thanks a lot, man, for real.
You guys remember about infrared and Polestar stuff.
What? Yeah, man. I don't know. Just to remember. Whatever. See you guys. Thank you a lot. And I'll come back another day. I don't know when. Yeah. See you.
Yeah, take care. Merry Christmas.
Bye, bro. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Awesome. Donald's joined us. Merry Christmas, Donald. How are you?
Hello, happy holidays.
You sound very quiet, or is that just me?
Sorry, is that better?
No.
That's as good as I can do, sorry.
Sound like a quiet mouse. Maybe I've turned you down. Maybe that's me. Just give me a sec.
No, he sounds like a mouse.
What'd he say?
It's the night before Christmas, and no one was stirring. Not even Donald. Are you sure you've got your microphone plugged in properly?
Yeah. Why don't you try charging your headset?
No bueno.
I'm sort of interested.
Barely hear him.
I'm interested in your Polaris example. So the distance from the North Pole to the equator is 10,000 kilometers, right?
Yeah, excuse me with kilometers. 5,400 nautical miles.
And for an observer at Polaris's GP, that's a right angle?
Yeah.
Right, so I don't see how then another observer could see it at 0 degrees. I don't see how that works.
Because the other observer isn't directly underneath the object, and as they move south, away from the object they were under, it appears to go downwards towards the horizon. We measure this downwards motion with distance in angles. 90 degrees, 80 degrees as you move south, 45 degrees halfway between you and the equator when you can't see it anymore. 0.
Well, one, if the Earth is flat, you would be able to see it always.
I'm not interested in what we would do. I'm talking about what we measure.
Well, it's what necessarily has to be, right?
No, not interested in what you think would necessarily has to be. I'm talking about what we measure. That's where you came in. You didn't have an understanding. I'm hoping that you understand. Maybe you don't, and you've decided to deflect to some other topic.
No, if the base angle is 10,000 kilometers and the observer is at 90 degrees, that means that the altitude of Polaris must be 10,000 kilometers.
See, we've probably addressed this a few times with you good people, and hopefully yourself. So we can't, and we're not actually interested in the height of the star above the surface of the Earth, because we know that when you gain altitude, the angle doesn't change when you measure it from one surface to another, mean sea level, or a lake at altitude, for example. So the angle doesn't change, but we're not interested in the height of the object. We're interested in its ground position, where it's above relative to the surface of the Earth.
It's above the North Pole. It's at 90 degrees from the North Pole.
Yeah, that's where it is at the North Pole. Yeah, that's why it's called 90 degrees north. Yep.
You win. You win the debate, Brenda. You said it's above the North Pole. You win.
Then it must be at 10,000 kilometers height. The geometry says so.
No, the geometry doesn't say so.
Why not?
When we gained altitude, the angle didn't change. So no, the geometry didn't say so.
How do you know the angle didn't change?
Because it doesn't change when you're at altitude measuring the angle of a celestial object like Polaris.
You don't know that. All you can say is that you were unable to measure it.
You don't need to take a dip correction when using celestial navigation as a last resort in an aircraft, for example. You don't need to take a dip correction if you want to take a celestial reading at the top of a mountain, for example. But you can do.
It could be that the angle is too small to measure.
It's lovely, but we're going to be measuring angles, aren't we? That's what we're doing.
Yeah, and it can't work on a flat plane.
No, it can't work on a flat plane. What are you talking about?
It can't both be on the ground and 10,000 feet in the air at the same time.
What do you mean it can't be on the ground and 10,000 feet in the air at the same time?
Because the observer at Polaris observes it above his head, and the one on the equator observes it being on the ground.
Yeah, but that's due to perspective. Do you really think... You understand that these measurements are observer-centric, based on the observer and how they make the measurements relative to how we perceive the world. Right? So we're measuring the divergence between two straight lines. One's the thing that we're standing on and the elevation above it. So we could do this incrementally down a corridor to lights along that corridor and measure the angle to them. That doesn't mean that the lights are actually getting closer to the fucking floor. It's perspective. That's what I said. Observer-centric, based on how you see the world. No, the thing isn't actually touching the floor at distance. It just appears to do so. And we can measure this above the horizon in angles, if 90 degrees is at your zenith.
And that's that. Next.
All right. You guys really believe the Earth is flat, huh?
They do. They do. Some of them do. Some don't.
Is my microphone any better? Have you said that?
No. No, it's not.
We can answer for ourselves.
Yes, it is. Your mic is broken, bro.
Thank you.
So does anybody want?
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
We don't believe it. We know it, bro.
Measure it that way, brother. We measure horizontal water. Elevation works that way.
Have you ever seen
Dude,
anybody go
spiraling
down
already.
10 foot below you and say they're still at the same height as you? Let me see how that works.
You're spiraling, dude. You came in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's spiraling already.
No, he's a guard dog. He sniffs out
Wait,
bullshit and he attacks it. So he's just.
Wait, you said if someone goes 10 feet below me in water, what? What happens?
They're still at the same altitude, not even below you. Yeah, below you, like the boat, right? You say, hey, I'm on the beach, Tamak. I see this boat do what over the horizon? Disappear down below it, correct? But the boat's still on top of water that's the same altitude as you. How would you prove that the boat can drop below you, but still be at the same altitude? What kind of carpentry or magic shit you got going on?
I thought that's because of the curvature of the world.
No. Brother, that's what you would be proving. That the roller coaster is the same altitude from the top and the bottom. Your roller coaster globe Earth you stand on. So the bottom of it, the top of it, and all the sides are the same altitude. You understand? But here on flat Earth, we measure from a horizontal mean line, and it's a horizontal frame of reference. That's what we use. We don't use a curve. We don't drop below ourselves and still stay the same height. We go up above a horizontal line. We go down to it. That's the frame of reference. Not a curve that can go down below itself, like you're walking downstairs on a globe, but you're still at the same height as the person at the top. That's fucking absurd. You'd have to demonstrate that in reality, up close and personal. That the guy in the boat can be below you and still at the same altitude as you on the water at the same time. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Not thoughts and feelings.
I thought it made sense.
Right.
I thought it made sense if the world is round.
So you think you can be on top of a roller coaster somewhere and the bottom of it can be at the same height? How would you demonstrate that?
Be on top of a roller coaster and the bottom is the same height?
Yeah, the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball are the same altitude. They're all from the center point called 3959, the radius of the fucking sphere, what makes it be the thing it is. A 360 attribute, like if you take a string and tie it to a nail, go out 3959 and go in a circle, that's your elevation, a fucking circle, not a horizontal, brother. You're fucking, you experience horizontal every day of your life, construction, surveying, land, everything, right? But then you're imagining you live on a ball that drops below itself, but you have to use a horizontal that doesn't do that? That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what
horizontal, brother. Horizontal elevation.
Yeah. The horizon.
Horizontal 1 inch.
From left
back
to
down
right.
1 inch.
Yeah.
Left to right, you don't increase elevation. Welcome to flat Earth. That's
no, man, I don't believe flat Earth, man.
What?
No, I don't believe that, man.
It's not a belief.
I've been on a plane before.
Increase in elevation going left or right.
No, man, I've been on a plane before, man.
Castle,
I don't give a hell where you've been in a fair ride.
You're a troll, Castle.
I'm a troll? Oh, come on, man.
Hey, climb a tree. That means the Earth is a ball. Go in a plane. That means the Earth is a ball. Troll.
I'm saying, man.
Come on, man. I got 5 kids to feed.
You mean it's all?
You mean out of billions of flat earthers, none of them ever flew a plane? None of them ever climbed a tree? You mean out of billions of flat earthers, ain't none of them ever did nothing? Come on, brother, don't be fucking
stupid. If it's flat Earth, at what point do you fly off the Earth?
Yeah, right.
If you're in a plane.
Idiot. That's what I'm asking you to do, motherfucker. Pass your curve. That's what you're supposed to do on a globe. At what point do you find the end of the Earth and you just fly off into space then? I'm looking for the end of the globe, dumb fuck.
I'm saying, if it's a flat Earth, at what point do you just launch into space?
No, that's what you do off a ball.
Space is fake, dummy.
No, we've got something called gravity.
Dude, you're all over the place. Now you're falling off the edge.
I'm saying, if it's a flat Earth, then at what point, if you're in a plane, do you just fly off into space?
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I'm saying if you're in a plane that had enough gas to travel.
You can't do that.
Why can't you do that?
You can fly horizontal and go to space, you idiot. If you're on flat Earth, there's dirt and water in front of you. increasing in elevation. You're not
There's
going
a thing
to space.
called atmosphere. And
Where's that? Horizontally, fuck.
That's why it takes a certain amount of
the horizon. Where's
it
that?
takes a certain amount of
find it past the horizon.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Demick.
No, listen. It takes a certain amount of force to get past the atmosphere.
Oh, you mean
if you're in a plane?
So now you got to make yourself heavy and fill up with fuel. Now let's pour bricks on you, you dumb fuck. Now you're gonna go farther. You're stupid. You're just stupid.
Oh man, is this what you guys do in flat Earth?
Yeah, we fill up fucking stuff with weight and we say it's gonna go farther and better because we pile bricks on it. You fucking idiot.
Saying, man, if it's a flat Earth, what's on the bottom of Earth?
Bricks in a wheelbarrow and tell me how you can carry it better.
What's on the bottom of your Earth? Is there a flip side to this flat Earth?
When you stop asking silly questions, I'll get the attack dog back. But at the moment, D-Mark can just keep going at you.
Wait a minute. If it's a flat Earth, what's on the bottom of Earth?
Again, that's a silly question.
I'm asking you, since you guys believe this, I'm asking you what's on the bottom.
We don't know. That's not our claim.
Why not? Why don't you just take a plane or something and fly around to the bottom of the Earth?
Okay.
Right,
so already when you pointed this out, you did say, well, imagine you could have an infinite amount of fuel. So you understand there are multiple, and you've pointed out one, restriction to just getting in the plane and fucking off. You already pointed one out.
I'm saying, you guys never thought about exploring the other side of Earth?
The other side, do you think...
Check out the other side of the coin, man.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was going to say. You think that we think the Earth is a coin in space. No, we don't think the Earth is a coin in space.
What does it look like?
At the moment, an awful lot of water with land on it, illuminated by the things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars.
What's on the bottom of that?
Don't know.
Why not?
Can't.
Nobody here is presuming a bottom.
Wait, what? So how are we even stable on this ground that we're on?
What, the ground that isn't moving or going anywhere? What do you mean? How are we stable on the ground that isn't going anywhere?
Stable.
How are we? What are we actually on if there's no bottom to what we're on?
Floating in space. We are a flat plane that is underneath all the air. The flat plane is rigid where it sits. It is its thing. It is the realm you reside on, brother. There ain't no fucking underneath unless you dig or swim down.
Yeah. What happens if you take a drill and keep drilling? Will you go into the other side of the rock or no?
Right. Okay, we've tried. Well, not we in this Discord server, but certain governments around the world have tried to dig really far down into the floor. The furthest they've got is about 7 miles. 12 kilometres, something like that. So as far as we know, well, we can only dig down 12 kilometres, so still haven't reached any limitation or not limitation. Haven't found anything apart from more floor.
Yeah, you haven't popped out onto the other side yet?
Yeah, we haven't found anything but floor.
So it could be a cylinder for all you guys know.
Well, it could be anything for all we know. We just measure it as horizontal. The waters of the Earth lay horizontally, not curving.
Now, if it's flat, is it a square or a circle?
Dude, it sounds like you've popped out the other side.
Yeah, I am from the other side, man. I'm from the side where we believe this thing is a sphere.
Yeah.
Hold on, you popped out to the place you're from? That doesn't make sense.
I'm saying I popped out of the world where we believe this is a sphere.
Oh, so you're just one of the indoctrinated masses. Carry on, Elf.
Yeah, you said
indoctrinated. Oh man, come on.
You were taught that. Don't believe something you were taught. Go and find out for yourself. That's what we.
I said, like I just told you, I've been on a plane, man. I flew to Samoa.
What did you do in your aeroplane? Did you look out the window at the horizon?
Yeah, I was right there at the window seat.
Did you think what would happen if you had the ability to turn your head 360 degrees and what would happen to the horizon?
You mean like The Exorcist? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like The Exorcist. if you were to see the horizon around you, what would it look like?
Yeah, you're getting exercised right now, as a matter of fact.
Well, it would look like blue skies and clouds because I was above the clouds.
Obviously, we're talking about the horizon. That's what we're looking at when we're looking at the aeroplane. So the horizon, how does that appear to you?
Well, it's a line.
Mm-hmm.
There's a line that divides the sky from the sea.
Good.
Can somebody define what a line is real quick so that way we know what he's talking about?
Well, it's a horizontal line I'm thinking about.
A line. What is a line? It's straight, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, of course. But the problem is, I'm saying the Earth is so big, it's going to appear to be straight from my perspective.
Where the hell did you get that idea?
If I were to be out into outer space,
Where
I
did you
could
get
see
that
the
idea?
curvature of
Where
the
did
world.
you see that perspective at? If Earth is flat, and what you're seeing is what you're seeing for a flat plane, where the fuck is your reference of a ball doing that? You don't have it. You're just imagining that shit.
I'm saying I gotta be in space.
No, you're
I
not.
have to be out in outer space to see it.
You're not saying. Somebody told you.
Hold on.
Yeah, what's the point of telling us you're on a plane?
It's for the same reason we look up at the moon, and the moon looks like a circle.
My friend.
It looks like a. Wait, is the moon flat too?
Please. At the moment, you said that you've been in an aeroplane.
Yeah.
Then I kind of tried to get you to imagine what you would see if you turned 360 degrees, and now you're talking about something else. And whilst trying to talk about something else, you're saying that you have to be further away because being in an airplane now apparently isn't good enough.
I'm saying I went to Samoa. That's all the way on the other side of the earth, man.
My friend, you understand what you've just done, right? You do see that. This is what happened. This is how you behaved. This is what you said.
Did you know what I was trying to say? That I went loop-de-loop around the globe from California all the way to Samoa. Do you understand the words out of my mouth?
Okay, why does this dude sound like Gregory acting? That's great.
So now you've gone from one location to another and gone back again.
Amen. Yeah. Yeah. Being around the world. You know what I'm talking about, man. Being around the world.
Let's look at what your flight looked at like. We're going to look at your flight data. So when you were flying, apparently you were flying over a flat ground because your gyros didn't make any curves in that graph.
A flat ground? No, it was over the Pacific Ocean, buddy.
Yeah, that's the biggest, flattest part there is.
Is it?
Yeah.
If it's flat, then why does it go deeper and then not so deep and then shallow and then back into the deep end? Why does it do that if it's flat?
Bottom of it is flat too.
It's called compression. When you look at something, your eyes cannot see all of it. It gets compressed as it goes away from you. So when you're on a really long, flat, level surface, everything crunches together. It's called an optical illusion. It's not difficult, and it's not rocket.
So the depths of the sea is an optical illusion?
Oh my God.
No. So what you've just done, I don't know if you're aware of it, you just told us that the Earth was flat because you described the topography of the ocean according to the horizontal plane that the surface of the water is. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It can't be flat when it goes from shallow to deep and back.
Hold on.
Obviously, there's crevices and there's depths and there's curves. It's not flat, man.
Got to dial it back. So when you brought up shallow and depth, that's with regards to a reference from 50 meters to 100 meters to 500 meters to a mile of depth. That depth is taken from a 0 point. That 0 point is mean sea level, the surface of the water, and how far away the bottom of the container, the ground, is away from that horizontal surface. You understand that, right?
No, I don't understand that, man.
Really? You don't understand what depth...
Then you guys don't understand what the word flat means.
Okay, so flat, horizontal is an orientation perpendicular to vertical, 90 degrees. Like another definition?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. 0 change in slope. Horizontal. No curvature.
No curvature.
No curvature. A sphere, by necessity, has a curved surface. The waters of the earth are not curved, they're horizontal.
Yeah, that's because from our perspective, it appears to be horizontal and flat.
Sorry.
You have to get out farther. You have to expand your horizons, man. You have to get out into outer space to see the curvature of the world.
My friend, that's
what we use to determine the curvature of the Earth. The satellites, man. That's how we can see from outer space that this place is not flat, but spherical.
Yeah.
Well, when you look off, everything is curved and bumpy. The water has waves. Everything is not a perfect mathematical shape. I have a basketball. It's roughly a sphere, but it's not like perfectly a sphere. Far from it. So
Okay, so you mean like
it's just an approximation. Math doesn't apply to the real world. It's an approximation whenever it fits. A water droplet is spherical. Sure it is. Is it really? No, it's an ellipsoid. It's wobbling. It's moving. It's changing shape. It's not a mathematical shape.
Well, like wind
might
patterns?
be close. When you throw a ball in the air, it goes in the shape of a parabola, right? No, it doesn't. Not exactly. Close to a parabola, but you got wind resistance. You got all kinds of things. It changes that shape. That's how the real world is. The real world is mathematics. It's just an approximation, always.
All right. What's horizontal? Okay, but we're not trying to apply math to some non-perfect shape, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so then why do you think everyone else, like Globers, are concerned with what shape the Earth is? Why do people come in here talking about, like people like you ask, why does shape matter? You think, because I heard you say something about the curve being subtle. What does that mean?
Well, curve or flat, it's subtle. Like, how could I tell with my eyes if something curves every fucking 50 miles? Like, my eyes I see way bigger curves than 50-mile curves. 50-mile curves, if something was flat but subtly curving, or it's flat and it's perfectly flat, like, how the hell would I tell the difference?
Daddy.
And why would I care?
Big Daddy, let me reason with him. Hey, Theory, your mama's so nasty, she puts ice between her legs to keep her crabs fresh.
That's just like, you're trying to attack my mother just because she voted for Trump. And it's like a person has a right to vote for who they want to. So you can have your opinion. You can have your opinion, but that's not my mom's main flaw.
These people just say random shit to keep the conversation going. It's just sad, man.
Meanwhile, back at the OK Corral.
Meanwhile, what's the argument that the Earth has a shape?
Wind pattern?
Yo, I swear to God, if I knew how to ban people, you'd be gone right now.
That's not fair, man.
I don't know if you're drunk.
I'm
I don't know
harmless.
what you're saying, but it's getting annoying.
Yeah, it's a few sheets to the wind, bro. You can tell. We got Fry in here if you want to talk to him. He's a vegetarian, but he's reasonable.
I'm absolutely not a vegetarian.
Bro,
Do you know vegans hate vegetarians?
Oh, you're a vegan. Oh, I thought you were a vegetarian. My bad.
Yeah, we don't like them.
I know. I have a vegetarian.
You don't eat eggs. They do. I get it.
Exactly. I have a vegetarian coffee house where you can have eggs, and it's a little bit controversial with.
What do they measure eggs in?
I'm sorry. This isn't a therapy session for Theory or whatever his name is. I can't. I'm sorry. We're moving on.
Yeah, Fry, tell him how it's a globe, man.
Oh my god, no, dude. I'm not in the mood to defend the globe.
Well, you didn't have your eggs this morning?
I haven't had eggs since forever.
Or you didn't have your vegetables this morning?
It's like nighttime here. Like almost midnight.
All right, go ahead and tell him how it's a globe then. Just be quick.
Dude.
That's what she said. You want me to go ahead and give you a starter?
Oh shit,
All right,
we have Bharat Vanshi. I'll pass off the reins to him. He's pretty good.
Say again?
Bharat Vanshi. Let's go. Defend the globe for us.
I just entered. Okay.
Yeah, we were waiting.
Please continue.
He's your countryman, right? All right, so
Yep.
So, Bara, how is the Earth a globe? Go ahead, give us some. Do you have any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, the entirety of the scientific domain is, just globe Earth propaganda. So I'm a recent convert, actually. So
really,
I don't know what my countryman was talking about. I think the Earth is flat. Last time I was asking a question of how deep the Earth is. But no one was able to provide an answer. I'm really a flat earther now. I just want to know how deep the Earth is. Like, how far can I dig until
Sir, I'm just going to speak indefinitely and ask questions that have nothing to do with nothing.
No, not nothing to do with nothing. It's flat, but like how flat?
What do you mean how flat?
Piece of paper has a thickness, right?
Dude,
see what I'm saying? Like, babe, do you understand? Like, there's a difference between flat and flat, right?
Did you hear
like
what
a
that guy
piece of
said?
paper.
No, explain.
He's one of these. Oh, so you guys think it's two-dimensional type motherfuckers? That's who this is.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking how deep is the third
You need flat Earth to be that dumb to eat your Cheerios and your Wheaties for breakfast, right?
Asking how deep it is, bro.
Why do we have to answer that question to you, Bara?
Well, why do I have to answer?
It's fucking annoying,
I have to answer for globe Earth propaganda.
Answer that. Yeah. So do you really think that anybody is going to wind up thinking that the Earth is two-dimensional? You utter moron. Do you think that's what's going to happen in a conversation with the person who believes the Earth is a globe?
All I'm asking is how
stop
deep
talking.
the Earth is.
Stop talking. You utter moron. Do you think someone's going to actually be contemplating the fact that it's fucking 2D? Do you really think that's what's going to happen? Because that's how stupid you sound right now.
Right. Well, define flatness then.
Define flatness.
Horizontal.
Oh my god. Yeah. Who sent this guy in here? Is he just meant to piss people off? Because
I think it's meant to piss people off.
I think so.
Dude, what happened? I'm AFK for 2 minutes. He's already muted. What the fuck?
Yeah, Bara is a fucking moron, dude.
Dude.
If he's your countryman, you fucking should give him a passport and get the fuck out of your country. If you're driving, you better have your helmet on. Send him to the UK or something. Sorry, did I?
Fuck off.
Yeah, I muted him. Dude, this guy is fucking stupid, dude. Asking if it's fucking 2D. Idiot, dude.
So how come only the globers have to provide evidence?
Well,
it's really stupid when you say fucking if the Earth is 2D or not. How deep is that? You want to know how deep it is? It's 78 wind patterns.
Provide evidence for globe Earth of scientific evidence.
Yeah, you're stupid. That's what.
Hey, Barat,
So
you know
you get to ask the
mocking is the weakest form of cope?
It's pathetic,
Well,
dude.
he was mocking. I guess you're selectively.
Because you're asking stupid questions.
Well,
Why the fuck would you ask if it's 2D?
I can say your questions is.
Why would you ask if it's fucking 2D if you know it's not? Idiot.
Why would he lie? Say, I recently converted to being a flat earther. I just want to know how deep it is. Let's not forget the extent of the troll. Remember, he said he's a flat earther.
Yeah.
He wants to know how deep it is. No one
If I'm
believes you.
to truly believe in it, I need to know everything.
No, you don't need to truly believe in it. It is either something or it's not.
Let me answer his question. Ask your question again.
Now that I'm a flat
Ask your question, brother.
No, I'm getting muted like after 2 seconds.
Let me translate that for you. Ask your question again. I speak jive.
Okay, so I asked yesterday and today as well. How deep is the Earth?
Your sister said 8 inches. 8 miles.
78 wind patterns.
Dude, why the fuck does that matter? Answer the question, why does it matter? Huh?
Well, why does anything matter?
Fucking answer the question.
Why does anything matter? I just want to know.
Just answer it. Why does it fucking matter whether how deep it is or not?
Why are you seeking evidence for a globe?
Fuck, dude, just answer the question. Why do you guys always do this slimy shit, dude? Answer the question, why does it matter?
I mean, why does it matter? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, and? To what end?
I just want to know.
Why? Fucking why?
You know what? The answer, we don't know.
Jesus, dude.
Now what? Oh.
I was trying to fucking mute him, but I couldn't do it.
I just wanted to ask him. Okay, we don't know. Now what? Is there something after that?
You got spanked, Miggy. Removed your mod powers for 30 seconds.
Right in the middle of trying to unmute his dumbass. Well, fucking maybe it's better that way. I don't know. See, even the fucking server's like, nah, just leave him fucking muted. Fuck it.
Yeah, the unmute is pretty wonky lately, huh? Or I thought it was just my phone.
No, it's a bit wonky, mate.
Well, it's a checkmate for you, not for us. Because we're not going to be asking Globers, you know how deep the Earth is? Because that really matters. It really does.
Just righteous, isn't it?
I feel it in my back.
That's what she said.
Yeah, until you have an answer, I think I'm going to be a globe tard.
Good. Stay there. We don't want you on this side. Fuck off.
And then when you get there, fuck off some more.
I'm going to be a globe-tard. You never were a flat earther. You can't be with that fucking type of reasoning.
Truth doesn't need you.
No, it's better this way. Him being on that side.
Well, that's just it, right? It's the idea of the truth, and somebody that's not willing to actually engage with the truth and realize what it is wants to continue to tell lies. Bro, go ahead and tell lies.
How would you go to the truth without asking questions?
Yeah, it's a mockery what you're doing. Oh, how deep is the Earth? How deep is it? Oh, how deep is the Earth? I really gotta know.
Like, if you wanted to intellectually and genuinely engage in the conversation, you'd be willing to take on the things that are being spoken about, what we're observing, right?
Yeah, look at his dumbass. He's laughing in the text chat because he knows he's fucking trying to trigger. That's all he's doing. Because it's stupid.
Shut the fucking door.
Why are you coping? Because you can't answer. It's just sad.
There's no fucking answer that's going to satisfy the question, the depth of the Earth, giving a rise to, what geometric shape it is. How do you fucking tie that shit in together? Tie it in. How does that matter?
Okay, let me reframe it, all right? Instead of how deep
fucking
is the
tie
Earth.
it in.
Okay.
What?
Is the depth of the Earth finite?
What do you mean, is it...
A limit? Is there a limit to how deep it
Yeah. What does that matter, though? Answer.
It's really strange. Like, what does it matter?
What
like,
does it
imagine
matter
Globetrotters
how
saying,
deep the Earth
what does it
is?
matter? You know, it is a.
Just answer the question. What does it matter?
What does it matter? What does it matter? It's a globe, you know? What does it matter? It is a globe.
Answer why it matters.
This is what you're doing, okay?
Yeah. Answer why it matters.
Yeah, you don't need to meta it. You don't have to worry about what other people are doing. Just answer the question. Like you said you wanted to do based on your method to try to get to the truth. Maven's backbeat, by the way. Oh, hey, Maven, you're hot micing.
What is it making?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Maven, your mic is trash, by the way. Dude, you gotta disconnect and reconnect. Your mic is horrendous.
Drop back. Come back in. Okay,
It's horrendous.
He got it. He put himself on mute.
Barhava, back to you. Why does it matter? Go.
I guess I'm just asking questions that don't deserve an
Why
answer.
does it matter? Why
I'm
does it
asking.
matter?
Just
This
answer the question.
Why does it matter?
Why?
And I guess nothing really matters at all.
Oh shit, dude.
No,
Fucking hell.
it matters because either answer you're given, it drives into a completely vacuous idea that doesn't really get anywhere.
I asked what's beyond the edge of the supposed expanding second law of thermodynamics violation. I need answers. I guess it's not fair for anyone to answer my questions. What's at the outside of the expanding second law of thermodynamics violation known as the vacuum of space? What about that?
Why does it matter?
I think I'll pass it back to my countrymen.
Nah.
Fucking assholes.
See, they fucking.
He's running away now. He's
duck
he's
and dodge.
shit scared of his own epistemology.
We ain't getting nowhere. That's double negative.
And Maven looks like he needs to be boot scooted out of here. He just violated TOS.
What did I violate?
Not you.
Okay, yeah, I get if it must have been text chat.
Yeah.
How about this? You guys explain it to me, whatever you want to explain, and I'll listen.
We don't need to explain. You're what? We're gonna sit here and dance for you like some monkeys? I don't think so. You're here to dance for us.
Why not?
Because that's what your job is. You need to be able to explain how you know the Earth is a globe, and you can't do it. That's why.
What do you want? Why would you want something explained to you to begin with? Wouldn't you use your own explanation?
So you can't answer the question why it's important to know the depth of how far we can go down into the Earth. You can't give us a reason why you even asked that question. Why should we ask you be able to ask any other questions? You can't answer one. We have to answer your questions, but you don't have to answer ours? That's rich.
Okay.
Double standard much?
No, fair enough.
Okay, then
So
answer our
you
question, and perhaps we'd answer yours.
I will answer.
Why do we need to know? No, I want to answer to the one that I asked you before. Why do you need to know the depth of how far the Earth goes down under? Why?
So I think what's happening, you accept.
Nah, not really. Why do we need to know the depth?
So flat Earth is based on either denying globetard stuff or
No. Why do we need to know the depth of how far we can go into the Earth? Why? Yeah.
So if
why?
globetards didn't have an explanation, you would stop.
No, it's not the thing.
Why is he still talking like this? This is ridiculous. You brought up the fucking claim about know why it's important. Quite simple. Stop bringing up other shit into it. Just defend
Jetty,
your fucking question.
Jetty,
why is it important to know the depth of the Earth?
Jetty,
okay, boss.
Your mic's cutting bad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, unfortunately.
No.
Ishmael's been kind of yapping in the text channel. So, yeah. So why do you think the Earth is a globe? And better yet, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Did he go? Back to Farhava. Fucking knew better, dude. Hell yeah.
That's the best answer we've had for that question.
Can run away? Yeah. Partahava Shava. Go. Your depth question. Why is it important? Look, I'm going to bring it up every time I see you in here. So you better just answer it now, because I fucking won't drop it until you answer the fucking question. How about that? Every time I see your fucking name, dude, I'm going to keep asking you and fucking tire this panel out until you fucking answer. So I think you should just answer. Why is it important? The depth question.
Why is it important the Earth is flat or
No, I'm still going to fucking... Dude, I'll mute you now and unmute you later, but I'll still be asking the same question. I'm serious, dude. It won't go away. I'm a dog with a bone, bro. So, if I were you, I would just answer the question. What relevance or what importance does it have to answer the depth question? Go.
Just be honest. You thought it was some kind of gotcha that exploded in your face.
Keep asking, maybe I'll answer at the 100th time or something.
Yeah, that's cool. I have all fucking day, 24/7, dude. I'm here all the time. Well, I am now. But listen, if you were gonna play this game, I can play it longer than you can. Guarantee it. I've been doing this for 10 years, numbnuts. How much time do you got on your hands? You want to go? We're gonna go. Bartahava. Your depth question won't go away until you fucking answer it. Mute. We'll talk to you later.
So my microphone sounds any better now.
Yes, sir.
Good stuff.
Yeah, Bartahava. I will come back and ask you that depth question again. Crit was right. It did explode in your face. And it'll keep going off like a bomb every time I see you. I'm serious. You should have just answered it.
Jetty, radio check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, sounds good.
Good stuff.
Dude, fucking 18,000 hours. Fucking Crit, you need a round of applause for that shit. I just seen that the other day.
Oh, yeah, for the keeping track of voice hours?
Yep. That's good, man.
It made it a little bit harder after they start timing, like they move you to a timeout room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get like 2 hours of idle, and then it'll move you to a timeout room.
Before that time's up, you could just wiggle your mouse a little bit.
Yeah, or you got different techniques.
Yeah. We'll just keep that under our hats.
Yeah, I'm not the only one who does it, so it's not like it's some sort of big deal. If you look at, I'm not even the highest person on the server. There's like 600 people who got me beat, so they're just more in. They're really into maintaining like a connection in 24 hours. And even still, it's like I can be in other calls at the same time because you can connect through different instances I can make a shell on and run the operating system and just have Discord open.
Yeah, but as far as channels go, you are sitting at the top of the food chain.
Oh yeah, but I am AFK a lot. The only thing that makes it weird is sometimes I'm a little worried that if I'm in here and I'm the only mod in here and the channel is open, what if somebody comes in and then they start playing royalty music or copyrighted music or doing something like that?
Well, it's like when the cat's away, the mice will play. There was some people in here doing some anti-Semitic shit. They do all kinds of weird shit to try to get the channel taken down. Seriously, dude. They are trying whatever they can. It's crazy. Or they'll talk about medical shit or just whatever. Just trying everything they can. Hey everybody, Silent just joined the chat. Silent, welcome.
Thank you. Are we watching a video or?
Nah, they were saying you were going to come in here, so wanting to ask you the questions for if the Earth is a globe or not. What do you think?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, that's the problem. We were waiting for you to answer it.
Does this topic come up in your room? Because you have the left and right wing. And a lot of people on the right wing view NASA and stuff. That's there. That they own that. Do they ever come into your room? We got Matt Nuclear. I'm sure you're familiar with them. He loves to bring up that NASA was Eisenhower, Nixon, all that. He loves to rub that in left wingers' faces. I mean, how do you respond in a real political framework? Where do you see this topic, this issue? Do you see it even as political?
Cat got his tongue, huh?
Yeah, because it's interesting because a lot of the left-wingers like to say they're the party of math and science until you look at the facts. They're the party of social science and social engineering. Alternative facts. Because when you look at the historical facts, it's been the left wing that's had a ball and chain against humanity, holding humanity back.
Well, yeah, the left, they believe in science. They don't actually do science. They just have a belief.
Yeah, it's like that Minnesota Senator, Stuart Smalley. I'm forgetting the name. He played on Saturday Night Live. I'm trying to blank on his name. He got kicked out for he groped some woman on USO, and then when they finally figured it out, then he resigned. There we go. It just came to me. Al Franken. He used to love to come in front of the TV and just say, he would just declare, that's a scientific fact. It was a catchphrase he threw at the end of everything he said to make it seem like he was speaking from some sort of position of authority, of objective truth. When really all he was doing was saying some words that he thought gave him power over other people. And that's what the left wing has done with science. I mean, I just kind of, I know it's a little bit off topic. It's just interesting when you get other room mods in here and, hey, what can we do a Venn diagram? How does your special interest line up with ours? Where is that space that we can, talk in the same, the same atmosphere, the same sort of realm or theater of operation?
Yeah, you were talking about Venn diagrams. Flat Earth is like almost wholly in the right. If you talk to anybody who claims to be left or like democratic, then no, it's like NASA all day.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing because all the astronauts are all sort of right-wing Christian conservatives. Like, there ain't no astronaut voting left-wing. These are all high-grade military officers. They are the core of the Republican Party. But somehow you'll get like these left-wingers thinking, hey, these guys are science. And they're open-minded. No, they're not. They're a bunch of bigoted assholes. Just listen to them talk. You're stunned.
Well, I have a question. I don't usually enjoy talking about flat Earth talking points and running through like the same arguments over
Why not?
again.
Why not? This is why we're here for it, dude.
I find it boring. But my question is like, do you think that like left wingers like worship NASA like a god? Like,
Well, you're just not intelligent because you use the word like every other utterance, and you have the same cadence as every other person. You don't have your own mind. You just have the ideology of the left. I mean, it's in how you
But
talk.
anyway, it's not NASA. It's USGS. Oh, I love USGS.
What is
I worship them.
No,
I worship them like a
hold
god.
on, theory. You're derailing. No, I think client. What the main talking point here is that this power and authority that the left wing loves to cement at the highest possible levels of government. The showcase of that is NASA. They want somehow for space, the exploration of space, to be outside the reach of the normal plebs. That's something they do, not you. You're not even welcome to the table. And that's why they use NASA as a way, the same way the Catholic Church did in the days of yore. They withheld information, intrinsic information about the nature of creation, that they control the flow of information, not you. Who the fuck? They see you as who the fuck are you?
well, I don't really worship NASA. I just think it's a governmental agency that does shit. I don't know. I don't know.
You just worship their picture books they pump out in their TV shows.
What picture books do I worship?
The NASA ones, the outer space travel narratives. You think they're real? Go ahead and pretend that you don't think they're real now.
Do you think that believing something is real is the same thing as worshiping it?
Well, maybe you're a lazy worshiper.
I believe that my computer is real. I don't worship my computer, right?
You use it a lot. You bow it. It's your altar.
It's my altar.
Yeah, it's your altar. You're in front of it, staring at it.
You're in front of your phone or your computer as well, which
I'm behind it.
If it's your phone, your computer, it is a computer. It's just a smaller.
Sorry,
so.
It sounds like a stupid conversation, but now you have to define worship. What's that then? What do you mean when you say that?
I don't know, because we're saying that left worship.
Yeah, you hold it. You hold these things in utmost. You think they're the bee's knees. How about that? If worship is a word that bothers you, Slit. You think it's real. You adhere to the message that's being portrayed to you.
I agree that I think the Earth is a globe.
Okay, there you go.
As long as we agree that it's not worshiping, just to believe that.
You hate. Okay, you hate the church, but you hate the church, but you attend it and you read the pamphlets.
I don't think that's analogous at all. If you
what's spot on? It's not only analogous. It's just it's what's going on.
Okay, Like if I believe that something conforms to reality.
We were all born into the church of outer space. You don't even realize you're worshiping it, I guess. But go on.
Okay. Because like if I believe that something conforms with reality, that doesn't mean I worship that thing. Right? You agree with
that? You haven't defined fucking worship yet.
So it's a religion then.
What?
You're just a lazy worshiper. I don't know.
Did you not hear the not part of my sentence, or are you just ignoring?
I heard the belief
I'm listening
part.
to you. You're just sort of
heard the belief part. You accept without evidence. That's what I heard.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what it means.
Okay.
You did say you believed it. You said you believed it was a true representation.
Yeah, you accept without evidence it's a true representation, is what you said.
It said it conforms with reality. Yep.
Yeah, you believe that it conforms. You accept without evidence that it conforms to reality. That makes perfect sense.
The first part, but sure.
That's what you said.
I feel like you have a listening problem.
You said believe.
I don't know. I think you have a memory problem because I'm repeating your words.
I think somebody's having a consistency problem.
Is Talon a client? Is Talon still around, or did he like give up?
I have no idea.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
There's two Talons. I see.
Yeah,
Talon X, right?
Talon X, yeah.
I never really did. I mean, that guy hung around rooms where I was in, but I've never been a friend with that guy or anything. So I don't know.
All right. So you said you believe that you accept without evidence it conforms to reality. We got a problem because talking about reality with horizons, it's impossible to have a globetard on a horizon because, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines with horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. But here's a problem. The United States Naval Academy has defined curvature as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So why, when we go out into reality, we see horizons everywhere, but yet we're told by the fairy tale narrative that every point along a tangent from our feet in every direction curves. That is a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do you reconcile that, monkey?
I don't care.
Good answer.
See, they'd rather say I don't care than I don't know. What's the ego?
So what do you care about? What's like if you had the list of things that matter and things that don't matter? What would be like the top and the bottom?
Wind patterns.
I think like my life and livelihood, my friends and family, the people I work with, people generally like having decent lives in society and having health care and
okay, hold on. That's
loving their neighbor. I think all that shit matters.
Does that change if they're flat earthers?
No, I don't think that like flat earthers don't deserve like love and affection or some shit. That's weird.
Well, you're already top G because a lot of these people come in here talking about flat earthers are subhuman mongrels. You be cleansed from the gene pool. You're already like top, for people we get in here.
Sure. I mean, most of those people are probably just trolling you guys. So
they can't troll.
They don't probably really believe that.
Well, they can't really troll because they don't even know what the topic is yet. They're out there in the back 40 dropping bombs, and we're in here on the 19th hole just kicking back and laughing at them.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you wanted to really troll a target, do you learn what that target is and where they're at? Or do you just randomly freak out over content you added yourself that has nothing to do with what they're talking about?
If someone's like freaking out, it's usually pretty cringe. Unless they've been like someone's freaking out to freak them out,
It's deep. Ready, fire, aim.
Shot on target. Fire for effect.
Defend the globe, Silent.
Why?
I mean, why are you here?
Because I'm bored and just chilling playing video games.
He already told us it's just his belief system. He's just expressing his belief.
I don't think that's what I said, bro. Honestly,
do.
It's like
Yeah,
more irritating that you can't like represent what
I know that's what you
and
said.
actually, like arguing with you about it. I don't.
Well,
know what the
dude.
issue is.
Yeah, just relax.
Is NASA something you would be okay with if it was completely defunded? Would you fight for it?
I would fight for us having some type of government agency that invested in like satellites and space and research and science.
Why?
I don't really care if it's called NASA or if it's called something.
Yeah, why? Why is that important to you? Based on your worldview.
What does that have to do with the globe?
Based on your
I didn't say it had
worldview,
anything to do with the globe.
why should government have anything to do with science whatsoever?
Well, it turns out that government funds the vast majority of science. I don't know if you know that. Like, regardless of whether it's about the globe or it's about like researching dopamine or researching like neurology. or
Jetty
whatever.
can't help himself, man.
What can I not help myself? What was
Okay,
problematic?
no, I said
about what
Jetty can't help herself. Not you. You're not Jetty. So, because you mentioned science, is there any scientific evidence for a globe?
I don't really care to engage in those conversations. I've already told you several times.
Why are you here then? He's a time waster.
I've already answered that question.
Fucking flat earth tourist.
Did you call him a flat earth tourist?
Yeah, did you?
That's a good one. It's the first time I heard that. Is
same
that been
here. I
going
like that.
around?
Isn't that true about everyone who comes in here? That's not.
No, you're exactly what he said you are. You're just a tourist. You don't want to partake in the conversation because you know that it's way out of your
Well,
depth.
we can have a conversation that's not about whether.
Yeah, it's out of your depth, Silent. That's the reason why we're having the conversation with you, is to at least get you to a point where you can, at some form, be able to initiate a conversation about the topic. But it seems like you're dancing around it because you're scared, like everybody should be.
I'm not dancing around it.
You
I
are.
openly told
Yeah, you are. Then directly answer the question: how you know the Earth is a globe?
Look, if you're mad, because
don't dance around it. Then just go straight for it, right? Go straight for
if
it.
you're mad because there's no one else.
I'm not mad. Just stop, dude. Why is it always got to be about feelings? The forum. Just answer the question. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe because I worship NASA like a god.
Yeah, you're just being ridiculous now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've already.
Well,
told you I
just
wanna
stop
get
doing that.
somewhat
Just
something about it.
Just stop being ridiculous and just say how you know the Earth's a globe. Go for it.
I already told you.
There's a picture of him in side chat.
Yeah,
there he is.
There.
Yeah, he's tap dancing.
Yeah, you want to be in here. You want to talk, but you don't want to answer the question. That's weird.
Well, why don't you guys engage with somebody else then?
I don't know, because you're opening your fucking Dorito mouth. That's why.
Yeah, if you don't want to be part of the conversation, just put yourself on mute, and we'll move on.
And you guys don't have anyone to talk to. You just
don't worry about that shit.
There's a list of
You guys
people who are
you're standing
waiting.
alone. What can I say?
You don't have to be concerned. He's so concerned, Crit, that we won't have anybody to talk with. That he's got to be chiming in. I gotta say something. Otherwise, who will be talking? Fucking, we got 1,000 fucking numpties lined up to take your fucking place, dude.
Yeah, you
Get
caught
your
in
dumbass out of here.
A Theory was ahead of you, but your buddy talked you up so big that when you finally came in the room, we're like, here he is. He finally joined.
Yep.
That's the only reason.
Am I some type of like legendary creature for you? That's kind of
No, your friend was in here talking about
You're a fucking
that.
epic letdown. That's what you are.
Wait, who do you think is my friend?
Nobody. Dude, stop keeping the fucking conversation on meta shit.
Well, they're the ones that just mentioned meta shit about me.
All right, so A Theory, you ready? You got your thoughts together?
I mean, I don't know about that.
Dude, that guy's
I'm ready. But I'm ready.
Crit, that guy's out to lunch, bro. You're poking the fucking bear on that one.
No, I was talking to him in text, so I think he's on target now, or partially.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, let's see. So mathematically, in terms of math, what is flatter, the Earth or a pancake?
The Earth. The pancake is obviously curved, though. You can see the curve on a pancake. The idea that pancake's flat is such an approximation. Come on, it's so colloquial, flat as a pancake. I mean, come on, you can see the pancake is curving on the top. It's easy. It's like many millimeters higher in the middle. I mean, a good pancake. I mean, maybe there's a flat pancake that was made, but a regular pancake that's a nice, good, delicious pancake is not very flat, really, is it? But yes, pancake, not as flat as Kansas would be my guess, and certainly the Earth.
You want to talk about what syrup you use on that pancake too? How about maybe having some orange juice with that pancake? You want to talk about every fucking thing else? Dude, I don't know. I'm getting triggered.
No, the pancake is curved. We're just talking about the shape of the pancake.
It was
like a disc. It's definitely a disc, like a Frisbee, which, also is not that flat.
Yeah, and the Earth is flatter than that. Flatter than that.
Flatter, yeah.
Yeah, I don't find that difficult to believe, even from the lake.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I haven't been to Kansas.
Yourself. I've been to Kansas. It's flatter than a pancake.
But then A theory, look at the others, according to the Atlantic, how many other states are even flatter than that?
Well, I mean, you're starting to have to believe people. Like, what do you mean flatter? Like,
yeah, so if Kansas is flatter than a pancake, you got Delaware, Minnesota, Louisiana, North Dakota.
I've been to Delaware. Delaware's pretty bumpy.
Florida.
The flattest place I've been is like South Dakota.
What about
There's
Florida?
big parts of South Dakota, and the grass, of course, goes up in the air.
Well, no, you got
but
the
it's
Black
pretty
Hills.
fucking flat.
Black Hills.
Well, the Black Hills aren't flat, but I mean, most of South Dakota is not like the Black Hills. Going from the Black Hills, driving over to Sioux Falls, it's flat as fuck, man.
Yeah,
but it's still wavy. It's still wavy, though. It's not like perfectly flat. It's like the flattest I've ever seen, other than a lake. Other than a frozen lake. That is the flattest I've seen. Or actually, the flattest I've seen is the Salt Lake. The Salt Flats. That's the flattest I've seen, personally.
He's not done flat smacking himself.
What the fuck does wavy mean? It's not flat.
It's not very flat. Yeah, it's not very flat, though. But like, the Salt Flats are pretty fucking flat.
Okay, what do you mean by wavy?
It goes up and down. Doesn't really be flat. Goes up and down and up and down. Like, what's the average shape when something goes up and down? I don't know.
Shape.
Well, how about, this is what I think, my theory, if you will.
Well, the Salt Flats, talk about that. That's flat. I admit that's as flat as I can imagine.
Well, A theory, I got A theory for you. Okay, you ready? So Florida is supposedly the flattest of all flatness in all of Earth. And that kind of explains Florida Man. You ever Google Florida Man and see what's going on down there?
Yeah, but seriously, you're saying that Florida's flatter than Kansas?
Yeah, according to the Atlantic. So my theory is that people in Florida, especially men, they see the Earth, the surface, as flat. But you got this massive space apparatus constantly launching rockets up into space. It causes a level of cognitive dissonance that causes them to do some really weird shit, like try to rob a liquor store with an alligator. It was
Dude, I'm just stunned that the internet is confirming what you said, that Florida is the flattest state. But then again, can you trust the internet?
Yeah, hold on, A-Theory. I'm almost done, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Then I use that explanation, I try to find repeatable results. And it's true. If you look in Europe, the craziest Europeans, the Florida Man of Europe is the Netherlands. You got people in Netherlands who are literally batshit crazy. That's like their version of Florida Man.
Shout out to Betty.
He's not wrong, though.
And then you're thinking, where else? So it seems to be the more flat the terrain is, the more batshit crazy they act. Because of the cognitive distance. That people telling them the Earth is a globe when they see it's not. They can see with their own damn eyes. It's flat.
Is it the flatness that makes people crazy, or is it the lack of hills that make them crazy? Is it that hills keep people sane and mentally healthy?
Yeah, see, that's where I'm coming from. Bumpiness.
No, it's like they see the flatness, but someone's telling them that's not flat, that's curved, and they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So you've got Florida man, Netherlands, and also Australia.
Oh my God, the most crazy places. So being in a flat place makes you crazy.
Only because you've got this system of authority on top of that telling people straight up bullshit is fact.
So that they're having to go against their senses a little extra.
And a certain percentage of the population has sort of this, they look into the mouth of madness and they don't really look back. And they just kind of lose any sense of what is normal, functionally normal. Like walking into a liquor store with an alligator.
So it's unhealthy to think that the Earth even has a shape then.
Oh my God, this kid is broken.
If the
God, there comes Abdul.
If the solar system's flat, then why aren't other planets, I guess, flat as well? If you know what I mean. Like
no,
if it's
what you're trying to say and say it again.
I said if the solar system's flat.
The solar system, what's that?
What are the science textbooks that say that say the solar system is flat mean by it? Like, what do they mean by that? Why do they say that flat? And if it's like, do they mean that like there's no like up and down? Do they mean that like dimensionally, like it's like flat? It's like flatter than flat. Like I don't know, man. Did you want to try that question one more time, Abdul?
Friggin' Jetty. Hey, Jetty. Jetty. This friggin' guy got his mic wide open. Jetty. I'll be a son of a...
Are you calling out to Jedi? Yeah.
Jetty, yeah, because Crit made a comment, the most batshit insane people from the Netherlands, and everything was quiet, and I said, shout out to Betty. As soon as I said Betty, he coughs into his mic.
Oh, it was like a
Yeah, Betty, I wanted to send it to her. No, because Jetty and his friggin' cough. Smoke another one. Jetty! Shut up, Abdul! This fucking guy.
Dude, Abdul, why are you making those stupid noises, man?
And Jetty
your
with his
shit on
mic
mute.
open. He's gone to the toilet or something, left his mic on.
You can hear the dogs barking in his neighborhood.
That's in his mind. Look at Jetty pop and lighten up. Nothing. No one's home.
Can we attribute the theory of relativity to why people may think that
No, you
the
don't.
Earth?
You don't know your ass
moving?
from a pipe wrench, dude, for us to have that conversation. You're talking absolutely nonsense right now. Things that you don't know about.
Yo, I don't think I was talking to this guy, was I?
No, but you're mentioning things that are way out of your depth. You're speaking out your ass, dude.
This is what you can do with a theory of relativity. You can make your marriage relative.
Because, like, for example, somebody's sitting in, like, a train car, right? And, like, the train is moving, but they're sitting down, so they think the train is, like, not moving.
The hell?
He's going to prove my point, isn't he?
Okay, dude, think of it this way. If you marry your cousin, would that be relative or not relative?
Relative, bro. Your cousin's your relative.
Okay, so Einstein's theory of marriage was relative.
Like marry his cousin or something?
Yeah, he sure did.
Maybe he was Muslim after all.
Well, he was also dating that priest, so.
That is kind of true.
What priest did he date? Lemaitre?
Yeah, I, mean, I might have been using the word date loosely, but there are a lot of photographs of those two together.
Uh-oh.
He was known to wear women's clothing, or shoes, at least.
Really?
Chris, Chris, you need that meme. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Just saying. Yeah, just putting it out there.
What do you guys mean by the Earth being, like, flat? Like, what's, like, your interpretation? Is it, like, dimensionally? Is it, like, geographically it's, like, flat? Like, what's going on? Like, topography? I mean, like, what's going on, guys?
So the Earth is
better off. It'd be better off if you shoved those up your ass and smoked them that way.
Oh shit!
Hey, I don't know. What was that guy? If I was, let me. I don't know if I was. Real angry son of a bitch, man. Like,
thank you.
Yeah, dude, mountains and valleys exist.
All right, gotta get my ass.
Bro, like genuinely, like, are you having a rough day? Because if you are, I can understand, you know.
All right, don't tone police. That's gonna. Don't do that, please.
Is there any way that you can bring up any evidence that the Earth is an actual globe, Abdul?
No.
What'd you say?
Yeah, bro. I mean,
what?
Like,
like what?
Like what, bro?
Go on,
bro.
So yeah, I mean, in conclusion, like
really, you didn't have anything. You didn't say anything. How can you conclude?
He's starting backwards.
In conclusion, I didn't say shit.
Dude, that is no, dude. Hey, that was a great move. In conclusion,
did I miss something? Where the fuck was I the past?
You win, dude.
That's where he started.
No, let him conclude.
No, fucking conclude what?
I win. Boy, I win.
He's like, in conclusion, well, fuck.
I'm doing that today on my show, man. When I begin it, in conclusion,
and you're like, did we miss the whole fucking show? Fuck happened?
I love it, man. It's good. That's a good one.
See, that's how you do it. If you're gonna globe that way.
Yeah.
You really bedazzle everybody else. You're just like, dude, we fucking missed it, dude. Whatever he said, I don't know. Fucking must have been his mic wasn't working or something. Because like Forrest Gump at the end of that speech he made. Well, that's all I got to say about the war in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what?
That's all I got to say about that. In conclusion, they're right, man. I like the cut of his jib. I like that.
You should actually always start off any statement with "in conclusion."
I am.
That
I'm
would be
going
good.
to from here on
That would
out.
be good.
I am.
Hey, what do you think about the election? Well, in conclusion.
Yeah, right. He's like, what? We didn't hear the context.
But I'm not joking. I actually appreciate that. I think that's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Good job.
Well, it cuts out the fucking middleman. You don't have to explain anything. You just, in conclusion, you're like, okay.
Are we going to let him conclude?
That's a problem, though. We don't know what he's concluding.
Stopped him halfway through his conclusion. Go on, conclude, Abdul.
Old Haas is morbidly curious now what he was going to say.
You want me to finish?
Yeah, what are you concluding?
Okay, in conclusion, that is why the Earth is not flat.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, then.
See,
let's go.
Wasn't that? See, Old Haas, you were built up and now you're just let down.
Honestly, that's kind of surprised me at that answer. I thought there was going to be more.
I knew there wasn't more.
That should have been the beginning. It doesn't sound like a conclusion. I don't know. Yeah, it is. It's the Forrest Gump thing. Yeah, that's all I got.
I'm telling you, man.
No, but
read these guys fucking mile away.
No, it's been the wrong.
In all honesty, I came here to kind of tell you guys maybe make your day, I guess, a little bit more lively than just sitting in here waiting for Around Earth to join.
You're the second guy. You're the second guy that's actually said something like that to that effect.
Is he a flat Earth tourist?
No, I'm actually.
Yep.
All right.
I'll tell you what. We won't see Abdul probably ever again. So he's one of those fly-by-night tourists.
Oh, you guys aren't friendly to tourists. Don't you want tourists?
He pokes his head in here. He's like, "Oh, what are you guys talking about?" They pad the numbers. I see what you mean, but
Hey, Theory, what are you talking about, friendly? We had a nice big laugh with the guy.
That was
that's true. Yeah,
something.
That's true.
He did contribute.
I just mean about never coming again. You know, I mean, that was a contribution. Come on, but you don't think so? Fine, but saying. But yeah, no, exactly. It's a very good interaction. Plus, I learned a new thing. I'm definitely going to do the in conclusion thing.
Well, it didn't work.
Well, you got Old Haas morbidly curious, and you had to ask, "What do you mean by in conclusion?" And then he got his answer. He's like, "Oh shit, okay."
So I should have left it a mystery.
Honestly,
it's better as a mystery, you know.
Yeah, I wish more people did stuff like this. You know, I feel kind of bad for you guys. You guys have to sit here and wait for Around Earth to join or Globe Earth.
Poor us, dude. You know, It's hard being It's hard being the top channel in this server for us. Yeah, we struggle, but I think somehow we make it. We get by.
Yeah, you guys.
Well, you know what they say, man. It's lonely at the top.
I think you're lowballing our level of activity, Abdul. We're doing other things while you, in between you clowns marching in here.
Did he know that we were number one?
He does now. In conclusion.
All
right. I'm a hop in another VC. You guys have a good day.
We're number one.
Dude,
And don't forget it.
Good.
Hey, go let your neighbors and friends know. Other channels, like where you go to. Yeah, go tell them we're number one too.
Hey, Abdul, do you have any globe evidence?
Number one, baby. Number
That's
one.
right. And we got here because of people like you. See, Abdul.
In the beginning.
There wasn't lying.
In the beginning.
In conclusion. You don't got to have any context. That's just going to ruin it. Don't do it.
I'm using that shit, man. That's mine. I said that shit.
Oh, you copyright? Okay.
No, I ain't copy anything. I said it. I'm going to Jedi mind trick all of you. I said that. I keep saying it. You're going to believe it. I said, in conclusion, first.
It was too good. Caught me off guard, man. I was like, I didn't know he was going to conclude anything yet. We haven't even started talking.
It's a good thing I wasn't drinking anything at that specific moment. You never know what you're going to get in here, man. That's why I tune in when I'm eating or something. I'll go ahead and put it on a live stream because you never know.
It's a mixed bag. I'm telling you.
Yeah. You can get. What are the units of measure? Wind
patterns.
Wind patterns, man. That's almost choked on that one.
And everybody feeling sorry for it. That's the second time. I feel bad for you guys. I mean, I have to say something. Motherfucker, you don't see about 30 people in here? You haven't seen the numbers of this room?
We're number one. Number one, baby.
I want them to wear a t-shirt that says that. The Flat Earth channel is number one. And I went in there to kind of support them.
That's right.
I don't know what to say, man. They continue to be the numpty canvas that we're painting our Rembrandts on.
Yeah. You missed them. You just missed them. We got
almost Infinite join us.
He's gotten dirtier, man. He came in. It was like drunken sailors were blushing.
Damn,
it was bad, dude. He was trying to hit on Flatsy too.
Did you wrangle his ass back in there?
I tried to get him, back, in some type of coherent line and not be a degenerate reprobate, but it wasn't working.
Nothing was affecting him, huh?
No.
Almost infinite. Yeah, bro just left. Yeah, do you have any globe conclusions? Almost infinite?
Almost invalid.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak with you.
Oh, he don't want to talk to you, old hoss. What'd you do to him? You have
I don't want to speak with you also, Miggy.
Oh, shit. Sasha. What's up, Sasha?
How about me?
Sasha will speak to you.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'll speak to you. I'm QE, the damn paterfamilias. I'll speak to you.
Oh, you are you invented that scientific method. You are that guy.
In conclusion.
Okay.
No shit. I'm just going to agree with you if you say that. Yeah. That's true. And that'll confuse people even more. They're like, dude, he didn't say anything.
Yeah, you keep on saying it, man. It'll Jedi mind trick, and they'll actually think there was a conclusion.
Yeah, in conclusion, the Earth is bumpy.
Welcome to
like the salt flats are pretty flat, but if the salt flats are pretty flat, but if you lie down on it, you could see lots of little bumps. For one, the salt is bumpy, but also just little curves, little waves. Everything seems wavy.
What if you lie on your back?
Well, if you lie on your back and look up, then you see the sky, which I would say is pretty flat. Looks flat.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Even the astronomers say that it's flat. I worked in astronomy. You treat the sky as flat. The sky's flat.
Sounds like it.
I'm sorry to interject. The Jedi is back, and for some reason he's server muted. He requested to.
Oh, he can't. Dude, you don't have mod powers, did I?
Yeah,
why in the hell would you guys mute him?
Yeah. Jetty. Just let me tell you something. They were telling a story here earlier, right? Crit was talking about how the Netherlands people were batshit crazy, and then I said, when there was a little break right after that, I said, "Shut up, Betty." And the moment I said Betty, you had a carcinogenic cough right over Betty. I wanted to friggin' snatch you.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realise I was unmuted. I do apologise for that.
In conclusion,
there it is.
There it is.
I agree. I think. Were you here for that, Jedi?
Yeah, I remember coughing earlier. I didn't.
Not that one. The in conclusion part.
The in conclusion part.
No.
Oh, dude, you missed it, man. This guy was in here, Abdul, and he really didn't say too much. And then what he said was, when he opened up his mic, he said, "In conclusion."
He didn't put any context. There was nothing he added to it. It's just in conclusion.
Wow.
He's concluding something that never even was concludable. That's a word.
In conclusion.
I'm going to actually have to try that with my wife. In conclusion, she's going to be like, what? What are you concluding? Don't worry about it.
So where were you last night? In conclusion,
yeah, right. We're just going to skip to the part where we're concluding the...
And then just, straight face, like nothing happened, like you just play it off.
I'm starting off the show today with it, man.
You really are going to do it, huh?
You damn skippy I am.
Start your show out with in conclusion.
Right before the intro, I'm going to do it.
I'm telling you, man, you're going to get those guys off kilter. They're going to be like, what the fuck's going on? Getting Morvis, dude. I haven't seen you in forever. Morvis the Eat It. What's going on, bro? Oh, Hakan is saying in the text channel, this VC is a circle jerk. Hey, you wouldn't say that to our face, would you?
Yeah, especially when we don't always agree with each other all the time as well.
Yeah.
And your neighbor's dog is barking up a storm over there, Jedi.
Fucks me off no end, man. These dogs never shut up.
He needs a dog biscuit or something, man. He needs something.
He needs to fuck off and find somewhere else to live. But yeah, about 8, 9, 10 times a day. They go off for about 10 minutes or so.
You don't have a conversation with your neighbors? Say, Chief, and we keep it down to a lower roar over here or something? Like, what's going on?
They're not close neighbours, dude. They're like a street over and down a bit. So it's not not even proper name.
Hell.
Yeah, man. That's how bad it actually is.
I mean, forget the immigrants, dude. We need to do something about that dog.
I think they're immigrants' dogs, man.
Oh, fuck. You're doubly screwed.
Yeah.
I can
And if
already
we
see
still
them.
hot dogs will really quiet down the neighborhood.
Yeah, if you call the cops on them, they'll probably wind up hauling you away. Look, what's all this racket coming from this house over here? What you got some problems with these guys? Just because they come from another country? You're like, dude, I was born here. Don't matter. You should know better. Like, they're scolding you. You're like, fucking hell. Oh, sorry. You can't say stuff like that on the internet, dude. You can better watch out. Got Big Brother watching over you.
Big Brother can fuck himself.
I guess he's not that powerful then.
Who?
Well, the dogs aren't immigrants, I'm guessing.
Walks up to his neighbors. In conclusion, your dogs need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That actually is a good use of that. That's a very appropriate. Because there would be a conclusion at that point, so it actually works very well.
You know what's weird, though, is that in the mornings when Jedi would open up his mic, I could hear that dog, and I think it's the same dog barking.
Yeah.
Just nonstop. Yeah. I'm like, man, that thing needs a dog biscuit or a walk or something, man.
Poor dog.
Can't have that guy barking up a storm all the time.
To be fair, I don't see those dogs out. There's people own a lot of dogs around the UK. We have a lot of pets, dogs being one of them. But yeah, I've never seen these dogs out or that particular dog out. So I do wonder whether it actually gets out for a walk at all.
I like that.
You know what? That's a good point. That it's definitely not the dog's fault.
It's the dags. It's dags.
It's the fucking human. It's always the human's fault. Fucking dog. The fucking dog could be happier, and the human puts in a situation where all it has to do is bark all day for a fucking mile radius.
I appreciate that, Kiwi. I get your reference.
I'm shocked you didn't cough through it.
Yeah, I do apologise. I don't like being rude to the best of times, so.
Yeah.
Saw in a movie that they tried to like rob a house and they put like drumsticks with peanut butter. So the dogs would just eat that, but they were like busy eating so long they couldn't bark. So it would shut them up for a minute. Like, I'm done with this, man. Here, take a drumstick. I'm like, just chill. I mean, I do it with my cat. When my cat gets attention hungry, I just feed the cat and then it's all good.
Ooh, that's a dag.
All right. Well, we solved the internet. See you guys later. And gals.
change 0.004% throughout the day. That's all. Just because of the 93 million miles and our rotation of allegedly 3959 miles.
Yep, that's some good information. Now, not only would half the globe would have to be lit at all times, that means that there would be exactly 12 hours of light and night and day cycles. 12 hours exactly everywhere.
Correct.
We don't see this.
So that's what I was actually taking all my light measurements for. So if you just want to be lazy and you don't want to buy yourself a light meter because they only cost like $60, you can look up your local observatory because they collect all this data and check out the awesome bell curve that's produced from the sun's energy levels as it goes over. Yeah, and when you have a look and you see that it runs from 0 all the way up to about 140,000 lux, yeah, that's not a 0.004% change. So the inverse square law just gets thrown out the window as soon as the sun comes out.
Yeah, like a lot of retardation that's happening with the globe claims. I mean, they're basically making claims that are actually flat Earth proofs. Almost every time they use direction, like in this, another part of this guy's comment, claiming a certain diameter of light. Like if the if the sun is hitting a globe, if the sun is hitting a globe at any kind of angle, that's not a diameter, is it? No, it's not. It's an ellipse. So he can't claim diameters of sunlight. That only would occur on a flat Earth. And basically at high noon, you know, so.
Oh, look at this. We get...
No. What the hell is that?
I don't know, but he got red flagged and he went away. I scroll down further. Back on March the 3rd, Professor Dave ruins Flat Earther. And it's Professor Dave versus Whitsett. Oh my god. Professor Dave couldn't... get off. I'm scrolling. I don't want to go through that. Fucking don't like Professor Dave. He's in no... Ooh, so there is a few flat earthers that are sticking it back into them. What's this? I'm not a flat earther, but when I asked for evidence that proved the earth is a giant spinning ball, nobody could provide anything. Just insults. I guess I'm right. No evidence. And it's got 815 comments, so we better have a look. This will be good. First comment. You have more processing power in the palm of your hand than NASA did when they put a man on the moon. Yet you use it to worship cats and talk to people who perpetuate your razor-thin worldview.
I think that just proved his point.
Yep. What do we got? We'll go down a couple. Do a physics equation on a linear gravitation, then do physics equation on a center gravitation. 1972 blue marble, single photo, no Photoshop or CGI. And someone's posted the blue marble. Yeah, go and look into that, bro. Oh, it's also got 75 comments underneath it. They're probably all cheering him on. I'm not going to read them. Oh, here we go. Another all-star contributor going against the all-star contributor. I assume you mean evidence that you would accept. Maybe rephrase the request and be clear about your acceptance criteria. Then honour that. Edit. This is your request from yesterday. I want peer-reviewed evidence the Earth is a sphere. Not that a sphere is mathematically a sphere or the sunlight shadows prove it. If so, it would help to identify how you failed to find anything satisfactory so far. so that can help narrow down the scope and provide some evidence that you have been intellectually honest in your searching so far. Identify some evidence that you do not find satisfactory and why. For example, what exactly does not a sphere is mathematically a sphere or sunlight shadows prove it mean? Also, what exactly qualifies as peer-reviewed in your mind? That's a curiously specific criteria. Ooh. The way that's worded sounds like some of the sophist clowns we get rolling through here. I wonder which one it is.
You got to have it peer reviewed by a secret bum down by the bus station on the crossroads in the Underground Railroad, down past Area 54, underneath the Vatican. And he's got to tell you whether it's right or wrong.
And then there's the usual comments. Sure, buddy, you're totally right. Your parents can be proud. And a big thumbs up next to it. Here we go. What? No map, model, science, measurement, or evidence of a flat Earth, and you're given evidence constantly of the Earth is a globe, and you can't refute it. Understandably, you're just too embarrassed to say you're a flurf. Ooh. Another all-star contributor. Oh, here we go. So the comment that I posted earlier, this is from the same person. Right. You may not be a flat earther, lol, but you're definitely a troll. Oh. And a moon landing denier. You are the one behind the 14 years and still no evidence for heliocentric Earth post. If after 14 years you have no proof, we don't want you. And we sure as hell not going to perform for you. Piss off, please. And, name inserted here, I can insult the hell out of you and still provide evidence. Your stupidity is not evidence that your mother was a moron. My insult is not evidence that there is no evidence. So leave off your childish game and go, Nice gun collection though. I suppose those are for hunting. I don't know what that was about. Maybe there's a picture of guns or some shit. Yeah, so that's the response from the same person that did the 36-mile sunlight boom. Wow. Oh, here's another one. You absolutely are a flat earther, then. The globe has all the evidence, but you are both incapable of understanding it and simply dismiss it out of ignorance. The insults are most likely because you seem like an arrogant and obtuse charlatan. So really, come on. It's as if you're asking for it, telling everyone you don't have evidence, and then 100% more than you is an insult. All of that proves you are exactly not what you say you are, and you are a flat earther, aka as a liar. Oh, here we go. The sun sets. Proof. 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Proof. Stars rotate different directions in north versus southern hemisphere. Proof. Great circle routes for airplanes. Proof. Gravity. Look at this guy go. He's a weapon.
That's Starlight.
I was going to say, do you know what Starlight's real name is? That's a Dan. So, yeah, whoever Dan is. How's it going, Dan? Shout out from 24/7. Oh, here we go. And the first person that commented back, Dan, you know what? I'm a globehead, but this got my curiosity up. If the stars in the northern hemisphere rotates in a different direction in the north than the south, why is that? Assuming you prescribe to a flat earth theory, this wouldn't make sense. But in a global earth theory it would, because you're looking at different stars. So of course they would be. If you're going to say they rotate in different directions, make sure you're talking about the same stars, not a different set of stars, you know? I think I just destroyed the stars move in different directions theory. Actually, prove me wrong. What's this? You're going to have to do better than some cocked up hypothesis on Facebook comment thread. Actually coherently explain your position.
In the circle, out of the circle. In the loop, one way. Out of the loop, another way.
What do I got here? And our mate Dan is back again. Dan is a big player. There's no possibility of them moving differently on a flat earth. Because everyone would see all the same stars moving all the same way all the time.
Flat Earth makes you Superman and you can see everything now. Don't worry about that hair.
I can see Demok's house from my back veranda.
I can see that you're waving at me. How you doing over there 8 million miles away? We can see each other.
Oh, these Facebook guys are fucking idiots. This is great.
Yeah, I got my torch light on so you can see it. I'll blink it a few
that's
times.
Plumbob.
That's my
there
house.
It is.
What a bunch of idiots.
Blink it one more time.
There we go.
Wave
There
it
we
to
go.
the
I
left.
flashed it again. Did you see it? Did you see that?
Yes.
Oh, shit. That's awesome.
There's nothing you can't see on Flat Earth. If somebody hides something behind a cloak, you still can see it. Because you can just see everything
Yeah, it's
on
the
Flat
middle
Earth.
of the day here. It's the middle of the day, and I'm still looking at stars because you can see them all the time.
Can you see them rotating?
Oh yeah, yeah. They rotate about 6 or 7 times a minute.
Which stars are you looking at right now? I'm looking at no stars.
I'm looking at all the ones that are out midday, all of them. Like none.
Oh, wait, I can see that black hole by the sun.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
This guy's got his game on. Here we go. Here we go. We've got one that's posted up Wikipedia stuff. He's an expert. Look out. Here you go, chat, with the first two names. The sphericity of Earth has been substantiated through various scientific experiments. I just felt the whole panel just ears prick up and sit still because someone said scientific experiments. And observations. One notable example is the Bedford Level experiment conducted by Henry Yule Oldham in 1901 by setting up targets at equal heights above water level along a 6-mile stretch of the old Bedford River. Oldham used a theodolite to observe the tops of the targets. His observations revealed a downward curvature consistent with a spherical Earth. This experiment provided empirical evidence supporting Earth's curvature. So that was the first one, and he's got the Wikipedia link there. Henry Yule Oldham, sorry.
Why is the word level in there?
Yeah, I don't know. Additionally, the Eötvös effect. I don't know if I've said that right. I'll probably definitely not.
Yeah, most.
Because it's got little.
Yeah, most.
Eötvös.
Yeah.
Eötvös. Yeah. Effect offers direct evidence of Earth's rotation and spherical shape. This effect describes the change in perceived gravitational acceleration when moving eastward versus westward. Objects weigh slightly less when moving eastward compared to westward due to variations in centrifugal acceleration caused by Earth's rotation. To westward due to variations in centrifugal acceleration caused by Earth's rotation. This phenomenon has been measured in experiments conducted on moving ships and aircraft, aligning with predictions based on a rotating spherical Earth. So that's that one. And the last one, moreover, the consistent observation of Earth's circular shadow on the moon during lunar eclipses further corroborates its spherical shape. Oh my god. These
Where is
shadows
this
are
circle
observable
thing?
phenomena that have been documented and analysed in scientific literature.
I want to see the sphere documented as spinning and sucking stuff in on it. What in the hell are they talking about? Why do they keep saying that a globe can spin and suck stuff to it when a globe or a ball throws everything away from itself?
Gravity, man.
I'm saying though, where can you see the centrifuge? No, I get it. I get the word. I get the magic word, but where's the magic centrifuge word, gravity, with the ball and the...
I don't know. I just read their comedy shit out.
Right.
If you just want to have a laugh or take the piss out of it, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I've never seen conservation of momentum. I've never seen a linear...
Oh, where's another one? Oh, someone's posted up here. I'm often told by flat earth proponents, do your research. I did. What research is it you did? What do you consider research? What are your best sources? Only 105 comments. Let's have a look. Unfortunately, elites that run the world have more resources than literally everybody. So you have that to your advantage, but the research is out there and common sense isn't too common apparently. You all would rather parrot what you've been told by the elites. Ooh. What's this? The ultimate clown move by the Baltards. They have no way to defend their position, so they want to deflect to us defending ours, which is most easily done by water. Large body of water. Find equilibrium through pressure mediation, resulting in horizontal surfaces in all directions. Water remains in a state of equilibrium and less disturbed or unless disturbed by outside forces. This absolute irrefutable fact includes any possibility of the Earth being a ball. Now, is when the Baltards, we start sending memes of water droplets and nonsensical wave action tides, all of which are easily understood if you understand outside forces and equilibrium. Okay, so he's got 6 comments. These will be stupid. The force of gravity is not an outside force. That's the first one. And the next comment. Ha 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 ha! Have you heard this, everyone? It's a flatrod trying to look special with big words that make absolutely no sense from a scientific standpoint. Wow, you can get back in your box, you fucking idiot. So after the laughter, I'll make replies. The heights that Baltards will go to invoking the word science when they lack any scientific proof to support their claims. I figured there would be a clown or two in the audience. Thanks for confirming my suspicions. And Stupid replied back again. What are you on about? No scientific evidence. Do you actually live on Earth? There's loads of scientific evidence, you idiot. Not just scientific, photo and video evidence. Come on, Flower, show me a picture of flat Earth. I love it. All I can resort to, show me a picture. I just like finding, get on Google and looking for beautiful horizon images and just show them that. You know, it's going to come to full circle quite soon. Whenever we do start showing horizon images, that's CGI. Wait for it. You watch.
Well, that's what the physics professor says, Robert Utah, right? All of our observations are CGI.
So, if I was to grab any random person and we were to go to the beach, stand there, look out, and go, wow, look at that horizon, and then I get my random person to take a photo of it, it's CGI.
Yes.
Utah is special ed. He's broken in
It's
the head.
special
that
ed.
boy.
Yep. Institution.
He is seriously a full tilt closet flat earther, and he is hurting big time.
Dude, the guy that made the Black Swan video, BLSM, right? He has like 50 different more than 50 videos from that same location, from like 1 foot, 1.5 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, 30 foot, 55 foot, all different places along the beach, over and over and over again, right? But he's so advanced, right, that he's able to CGI all of them and just make it look like it's just a normal video, right? Flat earthers are just amazing at CGI.
Don't you know his budget is the same as NASA's?
$25 billion budget he gets. Yeah.
I've had the same thing said to me. I said, "Oh, you CGI'd this video." I'm like, "I don't have that budget. Sorry."
Yeah. FE, please explain this. I love how they just want explanation. Actually, that's all they do want. They just want explanations. I'm gonna have to borrow QE's trolls. These three-toed invisible fucking trolls. Get them to explain some shit.
Well, we asked them if they have any globe evidence. They're like, yeah, I've got tons of globe evidence. We're like, can you present it? They're like, yeah, of course. So how do you explain sunsets?
Yeah. Have you got any globe? Well, that's this guy. I'll grab. Actually, I've got to delete that first because that's shit. In space. All right, so I'll grab that, and I'll grab that, and post it up. Right. That's exactly what's going on here. FE, please explain this. You say the sun disappears in the distance. That's not what we see here. The sun has the same size. Anything that disappears in the distance is getting smaller. Well, at least he knows what perspective is. Good boy. And there's about 720 comments for this one.
The crazy thing is, we don't even need to be flat earthers to explain these things, right? Their own mainstream nonsense explains it away just by itself, right? Like, if you look it up on Normie, ChatGPT, or anything like that, right, it will say that atmospheric scattering could make the sun look like it disappears bottom up. So shit, you know. We don't even need flat earthers to debunk their own like their own claims. Just use their own bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just reading some of the comments. It seems the All-Star ones come up with the best stupidity. The only answer they can come up with is a doctored video with the glare gradually removed, in the vague hope that none of us have ever seen the actual sunset before. Hysterical.
And they don't realize that sunsets prove the Earth is flat, because the sun would never get that dim on a globe.
That's a good point. Yep.
The sunset on a globe would look very much like a solar eclipse.
Well, don't they tell us as well on the globe that the sun and the moon both appear the same size in the sky, right? Because the sun's 400 times larger and 400 times further away.
Yep.
But when we look at the sun through a solar filter or in particular footage from certain locations, it shrinks into a tiny little dot. anyone ever seen the moon shrink into a tiny little dot?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, maybe soon.
Could happen. I'm not gonna say not possible, but
the
I'll
Globe
wait.
said
I'm good.
today, more and more people have phones, so it could happen soon.
I love these ones that just put their little one-off comments in and then run away. All the nonsense and lies about the Earth being flat have been debunked. Run away, run away.
It's not even a debate anymore. I mean, we get the physicists in here, like Professor Phil Bell, and we get the university professor Matthew. What do they really bring to the table, right? It's not like they come in and we're like trembling. It's like, oh no, wow, they're going to bring in all of this amazing empirical evidence, right? They come in and we get excited. We're like, oh wow, we get to whoop a professor today.
How's this? Listen to this, numpty. Maybe if all the flirfs would go to that magical vanishing point, one can dream. Here's an idea. Why don't all the baltards go to that magical vanishing point and watch what happens? Interesting. And it's more realistic to say there is a limit to our vision, and the fact that you can never see any physical curvature is far more fictional and convenient at that. So take your Star Trek fantasy space ballooning flutter off to explore strange new worlds. Imagine seeing a rock with water and a pressurized atmosphere floating in the middle of a vacuum void, spinning around some ball of fire. Timer, wake up, princess.
That one's awesome. That's great.
Actually, I'm going to copy that for you. I'll post it up so you can give me that. I don't want to put his name in there because just in case he's one of our legends. And chuck that up in chat. Control V, launch. There we go. Physics isn't your thing, is it?
Hey, Matrix.
Wow. How's it going, man?
Good. Do you have the "Are you smarter than a fifth grader" on the soundboard?
Probably somewhere. I did have. I thought I did have it somewhere. I can't remember now.
Yeah, you need to do that when QE. It's like you would fail 5th grade general science, like whatever he says. Like, shouldn't play that clip.
I know I did have it somewhere. Maybe it's on the next page. I don't know. I've got pages of these things. But I know I dropped a lot of my music stuff because of copyright. I don't want to get us in trouble. So
makes sense.
I just booted a whole heap of all music related stuff. So that one I wasn't sure about, so I just got rid of it anyways. Because I did have it in music.
Yeah. Good idea, man. I run a YouTube channel, and they're just relentless when it comes to copyright stuff.
Yeah, because I've been talking to old dude about
it's
he
not
hates the soundboard. Like, I get that. I've got no problem. Each to their own. But about the copyright stuff, I've done a little bit of reading about it, and yeah, it's an absolute pain in the ass if you get strikes and knocked down. So it's just not worth the hassle. So it's just easier for me to go delete, as opposed to a 90-day stand down for a strike. So
yeah, look, honestly, it's very rare. I've never got a copyright strike. Usually, if it's copyright music, the person that owns the rights to the copyright will just claim monetization over the video. YouTube will say this video can no longer be monetized, but it's no longer valid. You're not making any money off it. All the money from the ads will go to the copyright holder. This is not a strike. It is just a copyright claim. right? That's what happens 99% of the time. But I don't live stream, so I don't know what it's like with that, right? I think you can't edit live streams, right? Because if I get a copyright segment of one of my videos, I just trim it out or I change the music. But I don't think you can trim live streams. I'm not sure. I have no idea how it works, but yeah, not worth taking the risk when it's a flat Earth related server because they'll use any excuse they can to
correct. Yeah.
Us down. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I've noticed. Like, it's if you get railed for it, it's a 90-day stand down. And our problem is due to the nature of our content, and a lot of people get butthurt about it. If it went legal, the what do they look at? There's they look at the amount of times you use it, how long the clip was, the context of the clip, whether it's defamatory untoward the song itself or the artist. There's all these stupid things they look at, but our side of it, if they look at the nature of our content, they're likely just to tell us to kick rocks. So yeah, like I said, it's easier for me just to click delete 7 times than it is to press play and get us hammered. So I'm not going to lose any sleep. I've got plenty of sound effects and other smart-ass things I can play. And I've also been looking up copyright-free music channels. So where the people there, the only rules are you're not allowed to make money from them. So if you're making a profit from their clips, then you're not allowed to do it. Other than that, you're allowed to cut them, reuse them, do whatever you like. So I'm not making money off any of them. So I'm good with that. But anyways, back to our previous show. Now, I was looking up comedy shit off this stupid channel, wasn't I? Here we go. Arguing with a friend. They claim you can see the Earth is round from a plane. Is there an optical reason for that? 34 comments. This'll be nice. Yes, it's because the Earth is round and you're high up. Wow. That's awesome. This dude, they can see it. What do we got? From 30,000 feet with a wide view, you can see the curve of the horizon. The horizon is a level circle all around you, formed by the Earth curving away. So like all circles viewed from above its center, there is an apparent arc/curve. And in comes the circus. Do Flurfs actually have friends? Yes, the optical reasoning is that we are all attached to a globe by the force of gravity. If you travel the world, you can see you're traveling a globe. Stop trying to envision it from behind a screen and get out and travel. So let me hold on a second, boys and girls. I'm going to read the original post. Arguing with a friend. They claim you can see the Earth is round from a plane. Is there an optical reason for that? Yes, the optical reasoning is that we're all attached to a globe by the force of gravity. Wow, so inspirational. I want to go back to being a baltard. You know what? That's clip worthy. I've got to post that up so people later on can have a laugh. Give me that. That first. Where's that comment? Oh, shit. Wow, Facebook is awesome source of entertainment. This is great. You have to be quite high up to see the curve. 10,000 meters to see it slightly, as long as you don't pick a narrow angle like in your picture. 20,000 meters to see it easily. Easy answer, altitude. If you go above 35,000 feet and have an arc of vision of 65 degrees, you can see the Earth's curvature. Oh, this is quality. Yes, because it's round. The higher you are, the greater the distance you see. Oh, so does that mean it's flat or curved? Some eyeballs are more perceptive than others. Look at people who make stuff. Some people's eyeballing of things is horrific and others are amazing. Okay. I travelled from Gainesville, Florida to Pittsburgh. The curve is so slight, but you can see it and appreciate how large the Earth really is. So biggy it's flatty, apparently. A factual rather than optical reason. They need to be high up because it's very big. Oh, our legend from earlier with our beam of light. Yes, the optical reason is that it is round, or more accurately, a sphere.
Are they throwing the pear-shaped spheroid under the bus?
Obviously, yeah. Go on. No pears for you. This is a really funny question. My friend is seeing reality. Is there a lie I can tell him to make myself sound like I'm either ignorant or a liar? Very good. No need to argue with friends. Just book a flight and check for yourself. Cruise is better for seeing how the curve works. Oh. So you can't see the curve unless you're above a certain height, and now we've got to get back down to see how the curve works. Right. I'll leave that alone.
Yeah, the only problem with airplanes and altitude is, yes, you can see more, but that doesn't mean you can see clearly more. The human eye still cannot see anything clearly near the horizon.
You need to be up around 70,000 feet for the curvature to be obvious. There are pictures from the SR-71 at that altitude. Through the curved window.
Yeah.
Yes.
Through the Mach 3 rated windows, I can see curvature.
And what's the very last comment? Apologise to your friend and slap yourself. Yes, these are good. You lot can talk. It's just not my comedy morning. Like, I mean, I'm enjoying myself reading this shit out, but
Matrix,
yeah.
real quick. You need at least a 1 hour show doing this every day. This is comedy gold, man, and entertaining listening. Yeah. Keep going.
I'm having a good laugh just scrolling through reading random shit out. Some of it's like, you read some of the comments, it's like, yeah, you're definitely FE. You just smacked the shit out of that dude. And then you get all the clown bus underneath at dog piling. Alright. What do we got? Go down. Oh, wow. This is next level. Actually, how do I go? That up there. Yep, that's good enough. Clip it for all the boys and girls to see so they can understand the comedy shit that I get. And paste. Right. I'll read it out while it's loading. For those flurfer that have the "it's a fisheye lens" call, easy, here is a real picture using fisheye lens. You can see how everything is distorted. FYI, a selective fisheye lenses that only curve the Earth but not the plane and the surrounding doesn't exist. So according to this person, fisheye lenses do that. Well, yes, they do that, but they range from distorting things slightly to this beautiful image that you've put up for us. And that's got 146 comments. Oh, I wonder what they are. Oh, here we go. That's about the scale that most flurfs are thinking when we say the Earth is a sphere. You'd be able to see the curve. Flurf's inability to understand science is only surpassed by their inability to understand photography. Because what you're referring to is a wide-angle lens, but everyone calls them fisheye lens. So these are what we call all-star contributors. Oh, it tells me what they are. An all-star contributor. This badge is awarded to members who earn 5,000 points. Points are based on comments and reactions received, and your role in the group. Oh, well, there you go. Yes, it does exist. And if you understand optic, you would know the closer an object is to the lens and the further away the background is from the closer object means the distortion of the closer object to the lens is less distorted than the background. As it's further away, making it more distorted. The greater the distance, the more the background will be distorted. The closer the lens distorted, so I can take a picture of an airplane and the plane will appear undistorted and the background will appear to be distorted. Don't be fooled, people. The lens was created to do that exact thing, especially in close sports photographs. Grade school photography class came in handy. Yeah, I was one of the 35mm camera toter generation. We had classes that taught us who made lenses, why they were made, and what objectives of each lens was to achieve. Come on, peeps. This is ridiculous as trying to use caca for mortar. Excellent. I'm going to post that one up because it's good to see people slapping them back. All these people on a Flat Earth group wanting so badly to prove something to us. I can't imagine being so bored and lonely that I'd do something like this. Too funny and sad. What amazes me is the people, after somebody's posted a really good comment, that still put dumb shit there. Like, I go through and read all the comments just in case someone's already said what I want to say. And if they have, I put a little tick or a like or whatever you do. But here's one that's only 4 posts down. Flurfstone understanding basic photography. They still ask, where's the stars? Lol. Like, seriously? And what do we got down here? The Glurfs are coping very hard today when they don't believe that Wawa sticks to the outside. Oh, Wawa sticks to the outside of a giant spinning ball. Cry harder and grab some more tissues. Give mummy a call. Ah, yes. Oh my goodness. This is how ball Earth looks. Earth is not a planet and is not shaped like a ball. Baffles me how people can't figure it out. Wow. So, That's somebody's backyard. So where's Australia? Oh, that's right. We're a psyop. Sorry, guys. What's this? But facts are actually coming out on news stations. So best get a notebook and start taking notes from your local flurf, because they're all around nowadays. Crazy that the flat earth used to be taught in school. Tell me how they knew the shape, size on continents and all before NASA even attempted anything. Ooh, better read these comments. They're going to hate him. The first one. Haha, all around, lol. I met one that was maybe and two people who met just one all around, sure, lol. Okay. I thought that would be better. And do you walk around the block? I thought I was going to get something better. Sorry, guys. That was a letdown. Sorry, I'm a photographer and have no idiotic belief in a flat earth because, well, it just isn't. But that is not a fisheye lens. No, these lens ones are getting worse. I'll find another one. Well, shoppers, I got about 10 minutes, maybe 15, depending. What's this? If the Earth is flat, it's impossible for Russia to have 11 time zones. That local torchlight sun would light all of Russia at the same time. Awesome.
Well, a lot of those are better than the retards that come in here. Earth flat because my ball's flat. I mean, sorry, Earth round because ball's round. My bad.
Go for it, man. I do actually. It is nice reading these out because you don't get the sidestepping and people asking questions. Oh, here we go. Hold on. My Beam Earther that I posted up at 10 minutes past the last hour. I think it was 17, 10, something like that. Anyways, so I'll read it again. If the Earth is flat, it's impossible for Russia to have 11 time zones. That local torchlight sun would light all of Russia at the same time. Now, this person's known for giving comedy, so actually, it would not. The local sun is so close and therefore so small, it would light a 36-mile diameter at one time. To me, that's even better than your scenario. I can show you my work and have in other threads. Happy to go to some detail here if anyone wants to hear it. All basic trigonometry. So I don't know if you read the previous post, but this person believes that the sun, if the Earth is flat, the sun would be 36 miles in diameter and the sun spot directly underneath it would put down a beam of 36 miles wide. Like it's some hectic laser that just cruises over the top of us and just lights up one little spot.
Freaking laser beams.
Laser beam light earthers. Look out.
Where are you reading this off?
Straight off an idiot book. I mean, Facebook.
Oh, those are the best ones. I mean, just no evidence.
Sorry, Matrix, you mean meta.
No, meta.
Beta.
I've actually got that sound effect somewhere. Yeah.
Beta!
Holy shit. I want... okay, so this is the dude that I talked about earlier, yeah. I want peer-reviewed evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Not that a sphere is mathematically a sphere, or the sunlight shadow proves it. Okay, the first comment. You were peer-reviewed as a child by an uncle. Oh my goodness. Alright. The grain of sand doesn't believe in mountains. Ooh. Wow, that's a long post. It simply does not exist. That is, an actual peer-reviewed empirical evidence proving the globe model, beyond assumptions and theoretical constructs. It is entirely absent. Those who sincerely investigate this subject soon discover that every so-called proof of the spinning globe is based on models, math, and institutional consensus, not direct observation or demonstrable science. Peer-reviewed literature that honestly and objectively confirms a rotating, orbiting Earth remains non-existent. In fact, the more one explores, the more the scientific evidence points toward a stationary, non-rotating realm. Let's be clear, the Earth is obviously not flat in the oversimplified caricature often used to discredit inquiry, but just as clearly, the heliocentric model is built on a framework of assumptions. Assumptions reinforced not through empirical demonstration, but through repetition and unchallenged academic authority. The globe, as a concept, exists primarily in the mind, in theory. That is the only place it has ever truly lived. You can identify as someone spinning through the void on a tilted ball, but that's as real as it gets for you. Identification. There is no felt rotation, no visible curvature, no unambiguous evidence, and yet society is conditioned to believe in the globe and to defend that belief without ever questioning its foundations. The irony is, whether we accept it or not, we are all stationary, non-heliocentric Earthers by default, because that's what the evidence shows, and that's what we experience. The deeper question then becomes, why is so important to uphold a model that must be protected from scrutiny?
I like that guy.
Clip that. Yeah, high five, motherfucker.
God damn it, bro. I can't believe that's on Facebook. Damn.
Okay, I'll copy
He's
it.
cooking.
I'll copy it. That good. I was going to say I should put his name up, but I won't, because I'll leave him nice and safe. If you want to join Idiot Book, you're more than welcome to do so. But I will post that up for you, because I'm pretty sure someone will want to read that out again one day in a non-Australian accent, so everyone can understand it.
I would, but I don't want psychological aids.
Oh, yes. Anyways, I think that'll do me. I've been rattling on for about an hour, maybe longer. I'm going to go to this place that flat earthers don't go to called work. So any of you ballers out there, go and bite me. Anyways, guys, I've had a laugh this morning. Hopefully you all have too. I shall leave you all in peace. Please enjoy your day, whatever time frame you're in, and I shall catch you all later on.
Good shit, Matrix. Have a good day, man. Catch you later. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you for the entertainment. Have a great day. Catch you later.
Sorry, Neil. You and I are experiencing something. I keep talking over the top of you, or vice versa, or whatever.
We're on the same wavelength, apparently.
All right. Any Globers in here? Pads, you're up. I'm just kidding, bro. Any actual Globers in here? Zero's muted himself, so I guess that's not going to work out. All right, doesn't look like it. What about Lotrek? Are you a Glober? I think you're a Glober.
I think he's just like what Sporadic he defined earlier as someone who's like looking for affirmation, looking for like what do they call it? He's looking for someone to tell him that it's okay, Earth's a globe. Like he's waiting for a champion to come in.
Reunification.
Some kind of cock or something like that.
Reunification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He thinks it's a globe, but he can't prove it, so he's gonna wait for a champion to come in and do the job for him, and then say,
Yeah.
"See, flat earthers."
Oh, bro. Well, who's the champion, though? I mean, master debater, physics professor Phil Bell, Matthew, college professor. Who is it?
Oh, I
They
can
all-
prove it.
It's the I got muted Earthers, so I win. Those are the champions.
He just commented, he said, I don't want to prove the globe to you since it's too tedious.
Should
I
be
would
just
like
easy.
his basic geometry done right. So if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the geometric horizon has to be at a particular distance, a certain distance, right, from the observer. Depending on the height of the observer, it would never move if the height of the observer didn't move, right? So we have countless observations that disprove this, right? Also, you would have to have a specific amount of drop over distance. Right? This is all being debunked over and over again. So you don't have anything, as Crit would say, anything at all, right? To rebut our observations, right? Or to show evidence of Earth curvature. Shitty arguments like boats over the horizon, blah, blah, blah. That's all been accounted for.
Yeah, for 129 years now. Somebody didn't get the memo.
So yeah, you guys don't really have anything to offer except for faith-based arguments. Like parroting the book of bullshit. AKA like relativity, blah, blah, blah. Right? Nothing substantial, no empirical evidence, no practical demonstrations, no explanations for the observations that we provide that hold any water. Don't even want to get into the horizon stuff, he says. Yeah, I wouldn't if I were you either. Doesn't make sense to go there when even basic stuff like angles of curve fail to get you. Angles of curve. Wow. So what's a horizon? Define horizon. Or just say I agree to that the horizon is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. You can just write, okay, I agree with that definition. Angles, are those angles off a curve? No, I said horizon, right? We see a horizon. What's the horizon? Right? There's a particular definition, right? Which is where the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? Appear is a very key word in that definition. I'm not clicking on that, bro. Looks kind of sus. All right, I'm going to click it. I'll click it. All right. Oh, God. Cartoons. Big letdown, my friend. Right, I can show you high-definition videos in reality that completely destroy your globe. right? You want to show me some little stick figure like cartoons? Okay, right. Okay, so this guy writes, see, you don't get the argument. I show you geometry and you say cartoons. All right, prove your geometry in your cartoons that you just admitted are cartoons actually match the real world. Right? Because I can show you a high definition video that they don't match the real world. Right? Let's compare practical demonstrations. You can go first, or I can go first. Open your mic.
Come on, let's hear that glorious voice you got there, boy.
He got nothing.
Yeah. Lotfrecht. Whatever the hell your name is. You suck at defending the globe.
You gonna take that lock? Oh, you gonna take that from a flatty?
He's gonna take it. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and he's gonna like it.
Fallacies and feelings incoming. See, I started with not wanting to prove the globe, and you want to make it all about the globe.
Who are we debating?
The guy, he must have a broken microphone. Lautrec in chat, in the VC, in the side chat.
I mean, hey, we can make it about the flat Earth if you want. You know, water doesn't curve. Water always remains flat. So
Exactly, bro. I mean, I can present evidence. If you need evidence, I can present it. I'm happy to do that. You don't seem to have any evidence to present, so I mean, someone should present something. It's not going to be you, because you don't have any.
show me an Olympic-sized swimming pool with the surface of the water curving. Oh wait, you can't.
I heard him. Sorry, I didn't hear him. I saw him typing in chat maybe like 6 hours ago or something. He said, "I'm just here to hang out and lurk." He said lurk. But now he doesn't want to talk on the mic, but he wants to argue.
Yeah, exactly.
He heard too much evidence against his globe. He started to melt. He's like, oh no, my precious globe. Ah.
By the way, Lord Trek, we're just kind of joking around at the moment. Like you can relax. When we asked you to present globe evidence, we already knew in advance that you didn't have any. So
Yeah, it started with that, so that's no surprise.
it's not like we thought you would actually present some globe evidence. we gave up that like 10 years ago.
Yeah, people have been offering large rewards of money for proof of a globe, and nobody's done it. Apparently, everybody's too rich.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yes, my friend, we hear you.
Yeah, as I stated before, I don't see I'm able to prove anything or so. Usually Flat Earth topic makes some interesting points and gets me to read up about stuff, but yeah, it's just one point, yeah, it has gotten kind of boring. Maybe because I hung out in Flat Earth debate too much, and it's the thing I said before with you can't get an angle of a curve, and so I just wanted to several times give an example how you can and how the method with the tangent is still valid, and yeah.
Yeah, I got you, bro. That's fine. You know, I understand where you're coming from. The problem is you don't have any curvature to get the tangent off in the first place, right? That you can validate. There's no practical demonstrations or anything like that show that the Earth is curving that aren't completely faith-based. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're coming from. We have so much evidence that there's no curvature over distance. That's
And I mean,
that is.
yeah.
What
Do you understand why we asked the question? Yeah. Do you understand why we asked that question about getting an angle from a curve? Yeah, well, I understood, or starting with the point, like Nathan Oakley says, CellNav only works on a flat Earth. So when I want to show that it works on a globe too, of course I have to start with a tangent, setup, right? that it's curved, because that's the other scenario I want to show that it can work. So of course, yes, the other on paper you can, but not in reality. Yeah, on paper, but not in reality. You can't. So that's why we ask, because when you're practically doing it, you're not invoking a tangent. You're not getting a tangent. You're just using the surface. When you practically do celestial navigation using a nautical sextant. That's why we ask, can you get an angle from a curved surface? Because you're using the surface to get the angle. You're not invoking a tangent. You're just measuring the angle, the apparent angular height of an object above the surface. No tangent. No tangent needed. Flat. That's why we ask, right? We're not oblivious to mathematics and tangents, right? Tangent planes and what a tangent plane is. But that's not what you do. Mathematically, we understand you can draw your little circle and draw out your tangents and draw your little observer on there and draw his line of sight, etc., etc., do all your dip correction. We understand that, but that's not what's happening in reality. So that's why we ask. Yeah, but when you say it's not possible, then that's wrong. Then it's not possible. It isn't possible. You can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Hey, sorry to interject, T-Dub. Is Lautrec coming in choppy to you? He sounds choppy.
Yeah, he's a bit broken up. Sounds like a Dalek.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Yeah, it's not just you. It's not too bad though, Lautrec. We can hear you.
Like you can't get that angle without invoking a tangent, right? But you're not doing that in celestial navigation when you use a nautical sextant. No tangent.
Yeah, well, mostly the counter argument is that you have the right angle triangle, but for me that's I don't see it that way, and I don't see it works that way. And yeah, mostly as a source, a website of a solar panel distributor is given, and so yeah, that's a poor argument for me. And even on some
Right, so let's move to
pictures,
something else, dude. Well, that's the thing, right? I noticed that the CellNav argument goes around in circles every single time it's brought up, right? You don't have any rebuttal to the long distance observations that we have, right? So we have practical demonstrations that aren't possible on a globe, right? And like you guys don't have any that show it's a globe. So we could just stick with that particular thing, right? Because you have certain characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Geometric horizon at a particular distance, drop over distance, that sort of thing, right? There's no type of observation, no type of explanation that explains that from your side. So let's just stick with that rather than going on about the CellNav thing, which is just going to go around in circles.
yeah, that's just talking about that because that's one of the topics I actually read into, and I haven't read into long distance observation and don't know that much about refraction, so I can't tell you anything about the how you perceive the horizon or how far you can see. So I don't.
Well, even according to your own side, right? Even if I were to grant you atmospheric refraction as being the cause of mirages and that sort of thing, right? There is no effect. What's funny?
My bad. No, I was laughing at something else. I'll mute myself.
Okay. Yeah, like all I was saying, dude, that there's no you can't give me some kind of formula, some type of citation, some type of small scale demonstration that replicates what we're seeing in these long distance observations.
Okay, so I have to admit there. Okay, since I can't give a counter argument, that's a blank spot in my globe knowledge. And are there blank spots in flat Earth knowledge? Like I always hear that we don't have a map of the whole Earth because it hasn't been explored yet. So what are the blank spaces? What are the blank spaces on flat Earth on a map?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Right? I don't know what you mean by blank spaces.
I got one. The sky.
Luna got muted. That's hilarious.
What would that prove anyway? Like, how would a map prove that Earth is curving?
No, it would prove that Earth is flat. If you can have a 2D map and everything works, the angles are right, the distances are right, that would be a pretty strong argument.
Right. So let's just say I presented you with a map right now. How would you validate it?
I would see that certain things we can observe and phenomena, if it would work on that map.
Like what?
Like movement of the sun and the areas that the sun
Right.
reaches, like daylight.
Okay, so how would you compare those things to the map? I mean, give me a specific example on what would you do, right? So say I presented you with a map right now, right? What would be your first step to debunk the map?
I could look up at a certain date and a certain time what's the GP of the sun and what's.
And then I would ask you, what's the sun? What's the sun?
Yeah. Okay. So this goes into the discussion about if we see an apparent position or the actual position, and yeah, I guess we won't go
We can
there.
both confirm that it's apparent, right? I mean, it's proven to be apparent. I mean, even in your globe model, the sun that we see is apparent, right? So they tell you that when you see the sun on the horizon, right, it's not really there.
Yeah, because you mean because of the reflection, because it's angled, and then yeah, but to some degree there is an actual position, and we can calculate based on that actual position. But yeah, of course, since you always say the sky doesn't matter, so yeah, let's not go with the sky then. Maybe I could pick three places, 3 coordinates on that map, and check the angles to each other if that adds up, and yeah, maybe something like that.
How would that prove there's curving Earth?
Oh, not proving curve, but just to see if the map works out, if the geometry on the map works out.
I'm sure it'll be fine. You know, if you're using an internally consistent coordinate reference system and you're not abusing it, then you'll establish that it's internally consistent with itself.
Yeah, well, the coordinate system right now isn't really fitting up, right? So, well, the coordinate system for the northern hemisphere is fine, but is like circle of
Is it me or is Wretch's mic garbled?
It's garbling.
Rex, you need to get closer to your Wi-Fi, bro. That sound is garbled, man.
Yeah, take it back to the north.
We can hear you, man, but it's like constantly like cutting out. It's hard, kind of hard to listen.
Using Bluetooth, maybe.
And Amish, you sound like you're scuba diving.
Why was Luna muted? She was singing again?
We can unmute Luna.
Yeah, Politics
I said it
Shogun.
was fucking high, dude. You rude fuck.
Please, no. I don't want to hear more singing.
Yeah, no, thanks.
I'm not singing. I just said hi.
Yeah, sorry.
Bro, you don't have to act. You don't have to act like that, man. You're in the #1 channel. You can just relax. You know what I'm saying? Just ask some questions if you want to. That's all you gotta do.
Listen, all she said was hi, and I've been over here laughing for a minute, going, she just said hi. Give her a break.
She didn't say hi, man. She's been trolling this room. If you probably don't know this, there's a little history with Luna. So yeah, she's been trolling this room. So it sounds funny from the onset, but it's not, because we're trying for her to ask some serious questions, but she never buckles down and does it. You know, so it's weird. Yeah, we're trying to foster some good discussions.
If she just says hi.
Well, it's weird too, because it's predominantly mostly male that are in here, and then the female voice, when it comes on, like, we want them to sound intelligent, and it's like, we get this. So
Yeah, I
it's
get
kind of
you.
like, Yeah, because we do have Flatsy Klein. She's very intelligent, but when it comes to like the globe side, I mean, we get this. So
Yeah, I got you. You
Anyway.
guys were talking about
Well,
something
thank
good.
you.
important. Sorry about that, Mickey. Though didn't understand what was going on, but now I do.
yeah. So yeah, we just want people to hear, like, individuals being intelligent. That's all. Not this lowbrow content. I mean, you get that in another room, and this room is supposed to be a little different than that.
It's hard to come by these days.
It's almost like, we want the individual to think of, just want better, just want better. Every time you speak, just do better. You'd be surprised if you challenge yourself how much you could actually learn with a good rousing argument or discussion.
That's what I wanted to say before. Some points of flat Earth actually, made me wonder and read into stuff because I haven't before.
Yeah, excellent. We have a lot of intelligent individuals in here. So Amish has, if you listen to him, he has a lot of information for you. So does Flatsy Klein. She could talk to you about, all the laws that we speak of. So when we're talking, you can learn from her and myself. Let's see who else is in here. Flat Lloyd when he speaks. DJ. There's some people you got to listen to, man, when they're speaking. Crit. I'm telling you. I didn't forget about you, Eli. He's like, what am I, chopped liver over here?
You know what's a key assumption behind celestial navigation for the globe? A key assumption that few people talk about and remains wholly unverifiable. It's the requirement of parallel light rays from the sun, or the moon, or the stars, or the planets, whatever you're using.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, but you prove that yourself, because I think Viking often posts a picture like if you increase altitude, you still get the same angle. So that's basically proof of parallel rays for me.
Well, maybe you're just not going high enough. We know we don't use parallel rays for celestial navigation. You know how we know? Because we take different elevation angles to the same phenomenon from different locations. Do you know what the requirement is for parallel rays from the source? The source of the light must be freaking huge. The surface normal from which the light emanates must be so big that the surface of that source of light is effectively flat. Isn't that interesting?
What is GP?
Yeah, it's very far away. If it's far away,
Yes,
then it's
very
as good
far
as
away.
parallel.
We don't see that. And you know what this is doing? It's creating a geometric equivalence between the globe and the flat Earth methods by taking the flat surface that we do see on the Earth and moving it to a location that nobody can ever visit to verify exists.
Since it starts that way, since it is as it is, then yeah, we didn't put the sun far away, so why do you make it like an argument? And what's the other scenario? The sun isn't far away, and you got flat plane with different angles to a thing that you see. So that would mean
That's a false dichotomy.
Well, hold on.
That's a false dichotomy.
Well, you know what's interesting though about that is you don't have terminating angles to the same point for globe celestial navigation either. You have parallel light.
Hang on, Amish. Let me just point something out because I don't got that much time. So you made a false dichotomy right now within how close the sun is or how far away it is. Nobody knows the distance to the sun. There's no linear distance that could be taken from anywhere on Earth. So you can't start with an assumption and think that you're going to build some type of dichotomy between how far away it is already to how close you think it could be from the Earth being flat. So it's incorrect for you to think that way. You have to think in terms of what's been established. If the Earth already has been understood to be flat, then has there been any attempt to measure the distance to the sun? Or if it's a globe, what was the attempt? Because that would be the cosmic distance ladder. So you have to realize there's a problem here in cosmology, at least for you. So you can't think in terms of already putting it at a distance away from you or closer to you. You have to realize that. I don't want you to skip past this. You have to like take that on. So what say you, Rich?
No, but I mean, if you say you're using a right angle triangle, then you can in fact calculate the distance. At least
no, we don't claim that. No. Flat or globe, we do not use triangles. You don't use triangles for globe cell nav either. Because you claim parallel rays.
It's right angle triangles, so you might not be.
Just right angles. We do not triangulate the height of these objects. We don't. You can't triangulate the sun's position on a globe, can you?
No, but I'm saying on flat Earth with a right angle triangle, you should be able to.
Well, we don't. We don't use triangles for cell nav, flat or globe.
Okay, well then you have a different.
This is a gap
than other
Reg, this is a gap in your knowledge right now. Right now, what Amish is telling you was a gap in your knowledge that you're assuming that our position, and he's telling you our position right now.
Okay, then you have a different position from QE and from Nathan and all the other guys.
Nope. Furthermore, this position comes from cell nav manuals that I'm telling you. They tell you we don't triangulate the height, even though we are using right angles. Because these objects appear in an observer-dependent position. It's unique to every observer, and yet it's also consistent. So the reason why you can't do it, right, on a globe is because you claim that the light comes from a very big source with an effectively flat surface emanating perpendicular light to that surface, the light rays themselves parallel to each other, and bathing Earth in those parallel rays. That's the explanation that does not have evidence. So what is the flat Earth explanation? I don't present things that I don't have evidence for, but I can tell you that what we observe is that the luminaries are, in fact, observer dependent. And this comports to traditional celestial navigation, where they tell you all the bodies in the sky are in apparent locations as well.
Yeah, the interesting fact that Amish is telling you is that we're not doing anything different from what they've always traditionally been doing. So there's nothing new with flat Earth. It's what we've always been practically utilizing. Rich?
That's right.
So you need to realize that. That's what we're saying.
So this invites the question, well, what is the sun? If it's not some object in a fixed Cartesian coordinate system, in free space somewhere. What is it? I don't freaking know, dude. I don't know what the sun is. It's a damn mystery. I know we can navigate by it. So the Glober space magic cope is that light rays must be parallel for Earth to have a curving surface, from which angles of elevation are taken from imaginary horizontal reference planes that are tangent to an imaginary curvature. All right.
Yeah, to me, it's just to me that makes more sense than this personal celestial sphere. That for me it's like this, and to another person some miles away, it's completely different, and he would see the sun at a different height, and yeah, it's.
Well, I mean, you've got a bias in your cosmology then, I guess. Because to me, the whole outer space mythos is freaking crazier than dog shit. How many vectors of movement are we said to be experiencing right now that we don't actually experience? 14? I can go out to the beach, right? I can find really nice, flat, smooth rocks and I can stack them carefully and balance them. They don't move.
I mean, are you denying what we would have as what some people refer to as like a dome of vision, right? Due to perspective.
Am I denying a dome of vision?
No, not you.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call it that. I don't like calling it the, dome of vision.
That's why I said what some people call. But like, we clearly see in some way like that. I mean, if you watch a plane go over you, right?
Right.
I know people don't like it, but Briggs used a kind of good thing today when he was saying basically like, not a snow globe, it's like a crystal ball. If you look at that crystal ball and two different people look into it, you're going to see two different things, and it's going to be apparent locations. They're not going to be where they're at. It's going to look different. But people are so caught on these globe optics, which is a funny way he put it, that they can't even look past that. I'm not saying it is a crystal ball, but the whole point is they're not willing to accept anything else and even have some theories. That's an issue.
Yeah. Sorry, my phone just died. But can you hear me? A moment.
Yep.
Oh yeah. All I was saying is that we clearly have some type of vision like that. I mean, with the clouds, with planes, with basically anything. It feels like you're in the center of a big giant dome of perspective when you're standing outside, whether it be at nighttime with the stars or in the daytime with the clouds, right? I mean, if you see the cumulus clouds during the daytime, right, you'll see like they have flat bottoms, right? And they get smaller and smaller, and the gaps between them get closer and closer as they move towards the horizon, and then they converge. Right, and then a plane coming over you. I mean, I always use the example, if you're out in the ocean and you look around you 360 degrees and you plot out, right, how far can you see each degree? It makes a big circle, right? And if you then had a plane fly over the top of you from point A to point B, being like going right over the top of you, right, it goes in like a big arc over the top of you. And if you plot 360 planes out, all going over the top of you, it makes a big giant dome. You could call it a dome, or you could call it like a cone, a vision. But we definitely see like that. I don't know how anyone can deny that.
Yeah, that I think that's accurate. And it's not like a perfect dome, just like the celestial sphere model is not really a ball. It doesn't truly behave like a sphere, but it's approximated as such. But the sky is actually geometrically used flat.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good point. I mean, just like the plane, right? The plane is is going in a flat path. I mean, if you map it out across you, but it looks like it's going in an arc or a cone or a dome or whatever you want to call it, but it's going straight across the sky over the top of you. It's not changing altitude at all.
Yeah, on that note, I've got some educational memes that I made that I'm going to link here in chat on this very topic. I'm going to pull this up here. All right.
But the plane, assuming it has a constant speed, appears to move slower and slower the more it gets away from you, right? It's the angular change gets less and less. The sun doesn't do that, so it can't be.
Well, not when it sets, but you know what's peculiar about it that can't be predicted on a globe? The sun's magnitude changes 23,000 times in luminosity throughout the day. It is 23,000 times dimmer when it's above the horizon at sunset than it is when it's directly overhead at high noon.
You say that doesn't make sense on a globe? I would say that makes
Yeah, it's
more
not a
sense
globe
on a
predict.
globe. Since
The globe can't predict that. And you can have post hoc explanations, but they're not proven.
well, the way of the light through the atmosphere is longer, and so more gets absorbed in the atmosphere. That's why it's redshifted. All the blue light is diffused, and so it's redder when it's near the horizon.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but where does the globe come in? It's not globe exclusive at all. So regarding perspective, here I'm posting an image at 3 minutes past the hour. The force of perspective can actually take something like a rocket that is ascending, constantly ascending and even accelerating at a positive angle of attack relative to horizontal. Right, look at the top half of that parabolic arc on the left. That parabola will continue to widen forever. But perspective forces the apparent conjoining of both ends of the parabola onto your vanishing line, giving the appearance of a convergence when it doesn't really happen. See that?
Yeah, but it has to make way more distance from point to point.
Yeah. With every successive point away from the origin, the parabola widens further in reality, diverging in reality. But in our field of vision, our perspective shows it converging to the horizon.
Yeah, but not at the same angular speed. Let's say, like the sun is always 6 degrees per hour, or yeah, was it? Yeah, 6 degrees per hour, I think. So it makes that circle around us in this celestial sphere, or this perceived circle.
Well,
So
the sun actually increases in speed throughout the day, in angular speed. 15 degrees per hour is the average. It really hauls ass around high noon. And it's way less than 15 degrees per hour at twilight and in the dawn. You can verify this yourself by going out and doing observations, and they will comport to a time and date we'll show you about the sun as well, or SunCalc. You can use SunCalc as well. It'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. stars are the same.
So I guess planes would also fit into that category. Would
Yeah.
they not?
Yeah. It's strange. You know, there's a reason why they say in using the stars to navigate that you should use sightings above like 20 degrees in elevation from the horizon because you get more consistent readings.
You're standing on the side of a highway. A car approaches, going 60 miles an hour. Does it look faster when it's in front of you, or does it look faster when it's leaving you at a distance? It's the same kind of perspective thing. When you talk about high noon hauling ass, that's a good one, bud.
All right, so where's the globe in all of this, right? I mean, the globe was created out of the celestial coordinate system that we use in astronomy and for navigation. If you're out at sea and you've got no landmarks that are visible, nothing to use around you except for the stars, the sun and the moon, you develop a coordinate reference system based off of that. If you're an early sailor, you might use Polaris until it gets too far away and too low in the horizon to use reliably, and you'll pick up other stars. But you'll lose sight of that really easy to use fixed point in the sky, relatively fixed point. But if you go south far enough, you'll find another point of origin in the sky that's relatively fixed too. So you've got the North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole in the sky. And if you imagine the luminaries circling like you're inside of a big sky dome, then you've got a dual coordinate reference system with 2 points of origin, and you start connecting the 2 points conceptually with lines of longitude in the sky. And orthogonal to those, you might have latitude, which will give you a fixed distance in between. And you can read in old sailors' manuals like American Practical Navigator with examples on how to sail. There's a chapter where they talk about sailing around the equatorial region, where they say that you find yourself underneath the equator, underneath the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. I think it's very important to understand the words they're using, underneath. Without those celestial objects in the sky as markers, you have no latitude and longitude. How do they create the globe? Well, they take flat Earth and they literally map it. They don't project a globe, they map it. Mapping is messier than projecting. Now, you can do projections. You can demonstrate that easily. If you take like a flashlight and a ball, you shine the flashlight onto the ball and project the ball onto a wall, and you'll get a flat circle. All right, that's projected geometry. Mapping, you kind of do that, but it's a bit more pick and choose along the way. And they map and have bajillions of corrections for the mapping process. They map flat Earth into the celestial sphere. And then they call that the globe. And they say, look, we created a device that's really convenient to use for navigation. And then they reify that concept into reality and say that must be what Earth actually is. It's only based off of a coordinate reference system that you made up conceptually by drawing imaginary lines in the sky And by using a mapping process, knowing that the sky doesn't behave like a nice, neat ball, knowing that you're gonna create adjustments with your mapping so that you can use the model more like a sphere, ideally, than the weird freaking, dome tent thing that we have going on. Because we know these objects in the sky don't uniformly move at 15 degrees per hour around the equator and stuff, folks. It's not observed, and it's not logged that way in any of the nautical almanacs or timeanddate.com or SunCalc or anything. It's not that nice and neat. But the globe sure is nice and neat.
How much do they vary? Right now, I only find that it varies from 15 degrees per hour to 13.8 degrees per hour. So it's not that big of a difference.
Might depend where you are and what objects you're looking at too. The sun versus Polaris. And the stars also don't trace circles. They trace arcs. And the arcs are also not perfectly aligned. If you were to complete the arcs, they would actually, the lines of the star trails, if you were to complete the arcs, even if you can't, but just like continue drawing them out, they would cross over each other. Because sidereal rotation of the stars shifts every day westward, and for the north, and for the south a bit to the south. Because the stars don't appear at the same place in the sky every night. They shift and they shift and they shift and they shift. So eventually you're seeing different stars 6 months into the year as you did from the beginning of the year. And the movements they trace don't complete circles. As a consequence, they spiral. And then they reset at the end of a sidereal year.
For
That's
one
not
night
predicted
alone,
by a globe, dude.
For one night alone, it's as good as a circle, right?
Yeah. And then you've got the eclipse problem. Eclipse geometry cannot be predicted on a heliocentric globe or even a geocentric globe cosmology. Did you know that?
I haven't read into that, but I heard even your side say it's a pattern that you can calculate. So
yeah, it is.
For me, that doesn't.
But the
sound
geometry,
like
it is a pattern. It is a recurring pattern. But the fun part is if you try to work out the geometry of an eclipse, a solar eclipse at sunrise or sunset on the horizon, you'll find that the geometry does not put the objects in what's called syzygy alignment. They're going to be off, even though for you to have like a total solar eclipse or an annular eclipse, there has to be syzygy alignment on the horizon. But the sun, moon, and your observation point are not in syzygy during sunset and sunrise solar eclipses. And then you've got the problem of the Selenelian lunar eclipse, also called the upside down eclipse or the horizontal eclipse. The geometry there is also even worse for the heliocentric globe. There are problems all over the place, man. Like those of us who've been in this a while, we like to research and find these glitches, right? We look at the globe software, treating the globe as a software package, and we find all the bugs. Got thousands of them. A bunch of them we talk about, some of them we keep to ourselves. Because we've watched people like NASA spokespeople and science communicators change their message based off of the crap we say. And that's kind of a scary thing. We know they're out there.
One thing. So, if we assume like for one night the stars move around Polaris in a circle, and no matter which latitude you are on, those circles always concentric. So the axis of rotation always seems to go from Polaris directly to you, where you are at. So if you like it, I don't know, 10% elevation or 10 degrees elevation angle of Polaris, it's like a very flat line to you. And if you're like at North Pole, it's the zenith, then it's the axis goes directly upward. And for me, it's hard to understand how this axis would follow you. It would mean like all the light gets bended and always towards you from upwards, because if the rotational axis should stay at the North Pole to Polaris, and the more you move away from it, then those circles can't be concentric anymore.
I think I know what you mean. If you move towards the equator and watch a time lapse of the stars rising in the east or setting in the west, either one, you'll notice that they pinch together above the horizon and then they separate out as they move up. Or as they're setting, they'll pinch as they get closer to the horizon, but before they set, they start to spread back out again. That's not predictable on a globe either. The entire globe was created out of how people think of the sky, even though the sky doesn't behave like a ball. The globe itself is not a nice, neat little ball either, right? They'll present what's called like WGS84, which they'll use for transposing coordinates in a latitude-longitude system. It's created more or less from the celestial sphere. But they say it represents like mean sea level. But then you compare that to actual sea level, you compare that to the actual terrain, you compare that to the geoid, which is not an ellipsoid, it's a lumpy, bumpy ball. They take WGS84 and they modify it. They start extruding parts of it and pushing parts of it down. And they do this based off of what they call gravimetric readings. They basically take a box and they drop shit in the box and they clock how fast the shit falls down. And lo and behold, gravity's not uniform everywhere on Earth. And lo and behold, you can't predict the rate of descent of objects in a box vacuum based off of your latitude. Otherwise, the geoid would be more uniform in appearance, and it's not. It's a big fucking retarded potato looking thing. And that is supposed to be closer to Earth's terrain, but it still doesn't match the terrain. It's supposed to give you an idea of the mass density distribution throughout the Earth. And the reason I bring this up is because the geoid they use as an excuse for why stars don't always appear where they should be, based off of an ideal celestial sphere model. So if I open an old nautical almanac before these corrections, right? And there should be a star in the almanac right above my head at my location at a particular time of year. And I look up, and let's say I'm doing surveying, I want to fix my position to that control point. The star is actually not fucking there, dude. It's off to the side a little bit. Huh. So they say, well, today they say that's due to the geoid. Gravity, they say, is bending the starlight a little bit. So you have to apply the correction. Just as you may find yourself, if you believe in a globe, standing on a flat part of the globe, or a concave part of the globe, or a curving part of the globe that is curving greater than the average rate of curvature. to make up for the flat and the concave parts. How do you survey that? Why is it when we look at people like Jesse Path of Light and all these globers with their theodolites, why do they always present us data that conforms perfectly to latitude longitude with the smooth bald WGS84 reference ellipsoid, when they could be standing on a flat or concave part of the Earth that they haven't differentiated yet from a normal curving part of the Earth? Why is it always ideally curving down? It's because they're data fitting their observations and they're not taking actual measurements. They're not even using what tools are available to them in the field of globe Earth geodesy. So on their own side, their own paradigm can be used to refute their own position. Why should we trust anything they have to say? Why should we trust their expertise? I don't. We're flat earthers because we study the globe. It's not like we study flat earth videos on the internet. Our community studies the fucking globe. We are looking for actual direct first order measurements of that curvature and of Earth's motion, and it's not there. It hasn't been there for all of human history. No one's producing any of it now, and it's freaking wild. We get a lot of dishonest hacks, though. And to be honest, I think for those out there in the audience listening to these conversations and watching this, the dishonest globe hacks out there that are bringing their data-fitted, half-baked claims and mangling known established professional processes for doing the things that they claim to be capable of doing and failing at it, they're creating more flat earthers with their antics than we are. They certainly helped push me over the edge when I was new at this a few years ago.
I don't have the means to do it, of course, but I imagine it be pretty hard to get accurate experiments set up, like even to make sure that a laser is really like 0 degrees horizontal, like to prove like this 6-inch drop over 1 mile, like very the tiniest the tiniest misposition already screws that up. It's like
it's why I personally, dude, I like these demonstrations that use such vast size and scales of observations in laser transits where you can afford to be a little bit sloppy. Where it doesn't matter if you're measuring inches of supposed curvature, where you could afford to be off by like several feet of accuracy and know that you're still way within the margin of error tolerance for it to be a globe, and yet you're still hitting your target reasonably close to it. It's one of the reasons why I like Jay Tolan's videos. You know who he is? He's a guy that brings infrared cameras up on airplanes and shoots them sideways at the horizon and does the super zooms. He can afford to not be super precise down to like the arc second angle of measurement, because when he's seeing mountains in infrared that should be 12 miles or 14 miles below the horizon in the distance, and yet they're there. In infrared, no less, from an altitude where the air is already thin to begin with. It's just freaking wild, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I've never seen any flat earther present a laser test that's over a distance of, say, 1 mile and use that as evidence.
Me neither.
Right. This is like starting point 10 miles. right, and go up from there when there should be 66 feet, right, 6-story building of obstruction.
Doesn't the altitude affect how far if you're taking infrared from a plane, doesn't that altitude extend what your horizon should be?
Yeah, that's accounted for in JTOL stuff. The observer height.
Yeah.
Right. For example, I mean, even without JTOL stuff in a plane, right, to have a 10-mile horizon on a globe, you would have to be 65 foot in the air making an observation. We're seeing that from 1 foot.
But again, with the infrared, it's the light that gets bended the most, right? It's like with refraction.
No, the opposite.
The more. But that's the reason it's all this red when the sun's moving down, or
Yeah, the red can diffract more, but it refracts less. So it cuts on refraction. Right, because diffraction is when light bends around objects, and refraction is when light changes angle within a medium, within the objects. And red, I mean, it's not really accurate to say it, but you could say it diffracts more and it refracts less. Right, because you can see this with like chromatic aberration, where the different wavelengths are spread out relative to the object that is diffracting the light.
Yeah, look, there are no small scale demonstrations that can replicate what we're seeing in these long distance observations. Right, you can't have a geometric horizon in the foreground, right? An object hidden 50%, say 50% of the object hidden that's behind the geometric horizon, right? Picture a small scale demonstration, right? You've got a fake curvature, right, that you've set up on a small scale, right? You've got a geometric horizon close to the camera, right? And you've got an object behind it, right? Let's say it's an oil platform, a little mini oil platform, right? Half of the oil platform is hidden behind the horizon, right? You can do whatever you want, right? You can add in anything analogous to the situation, right? You can add in different levels of humidity, temperature gradients, whatever you want to try to do, right? You're not going to be able to hide that geometric horizon full stop. And you're most certainly not going to be able to make it reappear behind the object that's half hidden behind the geometric horizon. Right? And then what we're doing, it's not just like, okay, so let's say you finally did achieve that, right? We're doing these observations in different locations with completely different weather conditions, right? Different times of the day, different observer heights, right? It's happening over and over again, right? The geometric horizon that should be there is being masked.
Yeah, I'd say the geometric horizon is just your starting point, and then you add the optical effects. But I can't explain Black Swan. As I said before, I haven't read into refraction and possibilities, and
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, look into it, right? Look into mirages. That's what you got to look into, right? Even according to the way it's described by the mainstream, right? Atmospheric refraction. They say mirages are due to atmospheric refraction, right? So even if I were to grant you that, right, there's still nothing that accounts for these observations, right? Because the magnitude that we're seeing further than you would be able to see on a globe is huge, right? And remember, I'm not granting you terrestrial refraction or any kind of radius value in the formula that you're going to use. I'm granting you mirages. right? Looming, sinking, stooping, towering, inferior mirage, superior mirage, fata morgana. Right, this is what we see when we look at time-lapse footage, right, over the course of a day or depending on the conditions, right? You'll see combinations of these known effects that we can replicate on a small scale. We can show citations from the mainstream that explain how they claim that they work. Right, none of these things explain what we're seeing in these long distance observations. Or anywhere close to it. Like the only one of these mirages that changes the distance to the horizon is the inferior mirage or sinking. Right, where it states in the definitions that the horizon can appear much closer than it normally would. Right, as if the Earth were smaller. Right, none of the definitions say, oh, the horizon could appear further than it would normally appear. Right, that doesn't happen. That's not what obstruction does to vision. Right, when it's clearer, you can see further.
You know, if there's something about this all this looming and refraction in like this nautical almanac books, because that basically fucks up all the elevation angle measurements with a sextant, right? Since you're relying on the horizon to be more or less constant.
Yeah, it's definitely not constant. I mean, I would argue that quite often when we're looking at the horizon, it's a completely false horizon. Like we see this so often where it looks like the sun's setting behind something that is well above the horizon. Right? Or you look out at the horizon with the naked eye and you see the horizon, right? But then you zoom in, right? And you see dolphins jumping out of the water in the air, right? Above the horizon. Or you see a boat that looks like it's floating, right? Because it's like a crazy mirage taking place. If that boat wasn't there, you would think you were looking at the horizon, right? It's not until you have a boat there, an object there, or some dolphins there, you're like, oh shit, that's not actually the horizon that I'm looking at. It's an illusion. It's a mirage. I think that's
and for those that want to say that, and for those that want to say that refraction lifted the object up to appear as if it's in the sky, right? All right. Why did the light ignore the surface that the object's in or on, and just focus directly onto the object itself? What happened to the water? That's what you're claiming in the Black Swan, right? Mother flippers.
I would like to see this floating boat phenomenon myself. I haven't seen that.
Oh yeah, I got a example here, so I'll just find it quickly.
But yeah,
I saw pictures just seeing it myself.
In CellNav, like you were pointing out, man. So in the math, right, they've got a line of sight tangent to the horizon on their little ball, right? That's a problem. That's a geometric horizon, man. That's a problem. That's gonna, like you said, that's gonna throw your math off if your horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. And last time I checked, I don't think there's corrections for that involved in CellNav. There's corrections for apparent displacement of celestial objects due to so-called refraction. I think there is in that, but not for the horizon displacement. Nope, I don't think so. Your globe version of CellNav needs a constant fixed distance to horizon. Sorry. And that's where you want to claim that. That's when we'll pull out the Black Swan.
Well, the correction also needs a constant distance to horizon. So it's for both ways. And on flat Earth, I couldn't even say what dip correction means. What is this point where your dip correction angle meets the ground from your perspective?
Depression angle.
Like, yeah, but is that based on experience just, or is that somehow derived geometrically from something?
Based
They
on the
measure
ground
that-
being below the eye level of the observer.
Yep, and at port they used to, well, I don't know if they still do, but they used to measure the distance from where they were going to take their measurements from, their angle measurements. They'd measure the distance to the surface of the sea. So they might have a 16-foot, 20-foot vantage point above the surface. They'd measure that at port before they took off. So they knew the height of eye correction needed.
Now you know.
If you like have a looking from side like this orthogonal view, you like to have this observer, and then the line goes direct or goes down from it to the ground like a straight line. Depression angle goes down, and then it hits at one point, and you see the water up to this point, and then after it, above it, you see the sky. So why exactly that point on the flat surface? I can't make sense of it.
Because a flat surface still has a ground level below your eye level.
Yeah, simple as that. Exactly, Heretic.
Yeah, but you could take any depression angle, and you would always arrive